but it's a number restricted game, so you can't just hop into it. You have to do the game to get the numbers to see the dude.
This is upcoming. Oh.
I'm gonna guess who can hear crunching.
There's slight crunching.
Furious typing.
Yes, while we're recording. By the way, welcome everybody to Grandma Game Livecast.
Ha 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 ha
Ha ha ha ha.
We're perfect.
Yeah, indeed. I'm putting in the description real quick. Make sure that's turned all the way down while everybody can read that.
Did I just discover a feature that was there the whole time I didn't know about?
What?
I was clicking on the video for the stream itself, and then I clicked add to queue, not knowing what that was, and then it went to the bottom right of the corner. I thought, well, of course it does. If the phone can do that, why doesn't the monitor do that? And then I asked myself, why would I want to be on my PC watching a YouTube video in the very bottom right?
I don't know.
Produce clarity. Why would I want that?
Who knows? You want to put on this Discord that we're going live, sir?
Well, instruct me. How that I do?
So just like you type a message, just put in the message box is where I do it. We'd have to find out how to get a bot put on here that says when we're live, but I normally just type in the chat box, okay, going live, we're live now, or whatever we do. Yeah.
Grabs and grumbles. Muting a channel, pinning messages, member list, inbox, and help. There's a help button. Billing, that's the one. But what does it matter anyway? Well, it matters looking forward. In the future, it matters. At the moment, it's sort of like, look, Daddy, I learned to play a specific tune on the drum. Son, I'm real proud of you. Could you please not use Daddy's drum anymore? But Dad, I got the cadence perfect. Yeah, use your hands like a real person. And the kid starts slapping the drum, and the guy just thinks, what of a dumb melodic.
And while I'm here...
I got one for you, Chucks.
Mm-hmm.
I was browsing Rigaboo, the Russian subreddit. There's many of them, but this is just one that fronts itself as the Russianest of them all. And a guy in Russian typed something I didn't really expect to see in Russian, but works anyway. He says, idea for a manga. An office worker magically appears in a fantasy land. Unfortunately, unlike most isekai, several hundred other office workers have already traveled to this place by accident and have now formed their own corporations in Fantasyland, so he ends up being an office worker.
It's not bad.
What do you think?
Well, not bad. We'll give it some credit.
It's a depressing isekai. It's a fantasy land where you are late to work. No. Oh, why?
I should be a douche and put this under Resident Evil Village, so everybody just starts popping in like, this isn't Village, this is 6, you lying bastards.
That is reasonably incriminating, yes. I would say that is a short-sighted solution, and the internet does not forget.
No, it doesn't. Sarcasm, by the way. Doesn't even have... Resident Evil 6 doesn't even pop up. You have to, like, scroll way down and type it in. Like, no, sorry. That game doesn't exist.
If you have a clever way to work 6 into this thing, somehow put it in the lettering, that'll work. But, again, you're inviting confusion deliberately, and that's douchey.
Well, the title says Resident Evil 6. I'm not doing that, so I'm just... Sarcasm here. Average watch time, 1 minute. 2 minutes. Oh, yeah, well, no shit. The fucking stream just started while everybody's watching our Discord. All right, I'm going to get out of here, go back to here. I need to make sure.
Strictly because we like to refer to RE5 compared to RE6, even though there's not really a comparison. Honestly, they feel like very different games. Nothing like taking a single hit and getting down immediately really points out how gun heavy the enemies get. The last section compared to the initial RE4 feel of they're coming at me with a sharp stick.
Yeah.
Whereas here in RE6, even on normal, bullets hit you, but it's not the end of the world.
No, they never are. Not in action adventure shooters like Call of Duty and everything else of the sort. Like, how dare that the bullets hurt you? Just hide behind a rock, you'll be fine.
So I'm keeping the skills the same because I want to see what the final unlocks are. Is it New Game Plus or Chapter Select? No, it's New Game Plus. Leon!
Why the hell does it... Oh my god.
It just does things, man.
It does. Well, I put a description in, and it's like, okay. I didn't take the description.
You're welcome to type harder. I'm sure hitting the keyboard will yield the result you seek.
Unga bunga. Hold on here. Let me do something as I
Creating game session.
do indeed create game
Whenever
session.
Whenever you say I'm gonna try something or do something, my rectum puckers. Just want to let you know.
I am glad that your rectum puckers, sir, when I say or do something.
That's gonna keep me elastic and tight in my later years. Was stopped in the grocery store yesterday while shopping with my wife, whom I care for very much, for disclaimer purposes. I was walking past the coffee section, and a box caught my eye because I've heard something about this. The box itself read, Death Wish. Upon further inspection, these were the Keurig-compatible K-Cup pods for Death Wish branded coffee. And I was trying to figure out who it was that I had been turned on to by this. Because I've heard of Black Blood of the Earth, which is a coffee-like product. And I've heard of course, the Black Rifle Coffee Company, which has a big marketing budget. But Death Wish was like a word-of-mouth referral. I think it was some grizzled old fuck who basically dared me. Like, hey, you pussy, try this coffee, better get a boo.
Actually, I have a couple of those.
It's part of stunt marketing, of course. I dare you to try this strongest coffee, but part of you also knows that if this were a fatal product, it could not be sold. So it's stunt marketing, it's understandable. And I was on my way back up the row to see if there was a non-Keurig option of just beans, unground. And then this lady, who's been pacing up the aisle, stops me. And she asks, "Excuse me, do you know your coffee?" And I look at her and I say, "Well, I know a little bit about coffee." And then she proceeds to entreat me, saying, I just need to find espresso. My husband really wants espresso. I want to figure this out." And this lady is, I want to say late 40s, early 50s, but looking like she's got that manic, crackly energy where part of you says run, but part of you says this could be interesting.
Send thine invite, sir.
Invite? Oh, fuck off with that.
Yeah, I know. Keep going on the story, though.
I'm doing the story, god damn it.
I'm doing a bit. Don't interrupt.
And then just as part of her general inquiry, there was just a little bit of that fling. Like maybe, yeah, I don't know if you guys like stalk it here. I don't work here. I understand that I've got the retail strut down to a T. I know that, but I'm wearing a sweater and nothing about me says work uniform. But still, you think, well, you should know what this is, right?
Were you at Costco?
So, no, this is a Safeway.
Oh my god! When did you guys start shopping at Safeway?
I guess last year, we like to hit up our local Tacoma boys for the good meats and the tasty beers. But there's a Safeway nearby on the road, so why not? The bulk groceries still happen there.
I'm assuming you go to the one right across from the fairgrounds?
No, up by the theater. Hey, good news. RE6 does not support 7.1 channel, so my audio is going to be a little different than yours.
I'm trying to figure out which theater.
There was once upon a time a theater that hasn't been really operating much last year.
You talking about the one right across from the Starbucks, right past 11th?
No, up on South Hill.
Yeah, it's up on South Hill, but if you go up...
There's not a Starbucks there.
There's a Starbucks across the street. There's the B-Dubs in the movie theater, and then there's a Starbucks on the other side of the... Not where the Safeway is, but to the right of the movie theater.
I honestly don't remember there being Starbucks there.
Yeah,
There's a
because...
kiosk inside the Safeway. I guess I have to update my visual memory now, and now that I go back there, see, Chucks was right. There is a Starbucks there, because why wouldn't there be?
Yeah, because Black Bear's right there.
They built a new Starbucks by the fairgrounds.
Right. Oh, yeah, they took... I heard they took out the... what's up, Quai? I'm sending you a message. I heard they took out the parking lot and put a Starbucks there.
Well, there's still a parking lot around the Starbucks, but yes.
Yeah, I my half-ass attempt of explaining it.
Hunnigan, that you? Of course it's her. It's always her.
I hate to rush introductions, but I need a report on your situation.
So the story basically ends with me having to, just in case, look up explicitly what espresso means. And then trying to make sure that the bag said the word for her to use. In case you don't know, it's the difference between milling coffee into nugget-like grounds and then milling it into basically coffee sand or dust.
You two just focus on getting the hell out of there.
Have you ever done Turkish coffee?
The campus perimeter and it's not slowing down. You need to hurry.
Oh,
Not before we check
I don't
out
think
Talos
so.
Cathedral. Agent Kennedy
I have not
told
had
me
the
that might
thimble-sized
tell us who's
super
responsible
liqueur.
for this.
Yeah,
I would like to, but I don't think in my memory I've ever tasted that.
I haven't either. I just found it interesting when I... I'll let the video finish and I'll explain where I saw it from.
Safest access.
Nah, it's RE stories. It's irrelevant.
It's
The
alright.
last three campaigns tell us none of this shit makes sense.
It doesn't. None of it makes fucking sense.
Did Jacob reach orbit yet?
He did. He finally did. No, wait. What was it? It was Sherry and yeah, Jake. You're right. My bad. You're right.
That's okay. A
Um,
character that matters so much that Capcom forgot he exists, unless he's back in Teppen or something.
he's gonna come back in Resident Evil 10 after this trilogy's done with Ethan Winters or Ethan Hawke Winters.
I'm sorry.
He's the great grandson of John Adams,
You have some sins to confess?
John Quincy Adams.
Explain. If I don't tell you what the
JQA.
cathedral, you
Gotta
may
love
not
him.
believe me.
I always been a McKinley man myself.
I go with Polk. He wasn't in office very long, but he was memorable.
What
No.
was it memorable for?
He wasn't memorable at all. I think he only lasted in office for like less than a month. I think he died giving his acceptance speech. I believe that was him. I may be wrong. My president history isn't always the best.
Which is a little odd considering you're the history guy for the most part. You really enjoy it. What kind of circumstance would create that?
Oh, that he died in a month?
Deal.
Look, we need a guy in office. Oh, whoops. We'll pick the one with a coronary condition.
No, he, in his acceptance speech or inauguration speech, he sat outside in a rainstorm for 6 hours in a frail-bodied state because he was a weakened child, if I remember correctly, and he's always had some medical issues, but he was outside for many, many hours giving this extremely long acceptance speech while getting rained on, and then he caught like pneumonia and died. I
Why
believe
didn't anybody stop him? I
It's the
think by
eight-
hour 2.
it's like the 1840s because I believe it was replaced by Zachary Taylor.
Okay, you're introducing Zachary Taylor. Who and what is Zachary Taylor?
Zachary Taylor was his vice president who became president. He
Power's out.
was the first person to become vice president to president.
Is this the most chill that these have started?
It is. It's about to get balls to the wall insane, by the way.
I mean, considering the other campaigns, I'm glad we're playing it in reverse because we had Kalashnikov Village for Jacob, infiltrate this mutant sub for Ada, and Chris's was Shanghai overrun by zombies, if I remember correctly.
You would be 100% correct.
Here's some stale catering on the table right here. There's some rice cakes cut into squares, actually. Very tasteful. You should consider taking some. The nori is still salty.
Speaking of salty stuff, I had some good old sushi today. That's all I'm eating.
I really hope that the restaurant is called Good Old Sushi apostrophe and all. So that the locals think, yeah, that's my sushi place, and then the passersby go, what the fuck is happening here?
I think I talked to you.
Can I opt into 2-day-old Safeway sushi, please? This is freaking me out.
Somebody, no shit. Somebody goes, hey man, some of the best sushi is the Walmart sushi or Kroger sushi, and I'm like, yeah, I'm not risking that. I'm not risking that at all. I don't want to die.
That's not the kind of person that you can talk into. Could you please format that as in your experience? Because that just tells me you don't get around much.
Oh man, the unagi at this place, the eel. Oh my god, it's good. Some good unagi. But I have.
Not in Georgia.
Well, you're only about 2 hours from the coast, but it's not fresh. It's not fresh caught. It's not like when you go to Japan or something. It's like, oh, this is right on the coastline. You can get fresh eel.
So, do you think that there's this dark secret of sushi making where catfish sushi definitely exists? It's just not talked about.
Oh yeah, definitely here. There's a shit ton of catfish and carp. Probably definitely sold. That's what is it? Like the red snapper that's sold isn't red snapper. It's some other cheap fish that they use and dye red.
It's all steelheads. It's all berms.
Yeah, it's essentially like or trout in certain.
Perches.
Or is it trout? Oh no, most trout is red snapper. They label as trout because they both have that pinkish hue.
Well, after you died, yeah.
Yeah, so it was just hilarious to hear that. Like, yeah, a lot of tuna that you find in most Walmarts or anything else, it's actually red snapper. But needless to say,
Modern food is lies. Sorry, kids.
a lot of people are gonna be
It's bullshit.
heartbroken.
It's bad for you. Oh, by the way, what does your pistol do?
It shoots.
Because mine does this.
You have dual?
Apparently. Now I can spend ammunition faster.
One better be the frickin' Matilda, or I'm gonna be highly upset.
When we get to a better lit position, maybe you'll be able to assess the degree of my Matilda-ness.
Yeah, I don't. If no, Kwai, if you've never played Resident Evil, Leon's gun, that was his gun, is always the Matilda. It's his special gun that he started out with in the academy, and he likes using. He uses it in the movies. So it's been.
Somebody out there was a Leon the Professional fan. I can't blame him.
Oh no, that's exactly why they named it after it.
Wonder how much time we
Was
have
yeah.
before these corpses are on their feet.
That's right, I'm a Healy guy. But back to the sushi thing. So the sushi, the redneck sushi place is called Rock and Roll Sushi. And the reason I bring it up is the sushi that I get at Sushi Thai, which is a place that's... The husband's Japanese, the wife is Thai. Or it's reverse. I met the wife today. She was a very sweet lady.
Cake. We got cake.
They both work there. They both help out. They make sure everything goes good. But this place called Rock and Roll Sushi, you can definitely tell it's done by a white dude. Like, all right, guys. Me? Oh yeah, I am.
Sushi.
Oh, it is. I'll explain here in a sec. Quiet. Yes, the day one, Eve Brow wants to join me and watch. I think I am not off, but that once I get it, I am playing the shit out of Resident Evil 8.
I'll take a peek.
I figured you would. In all reluctance.
I want to see the joy drain from you as you realize that your hopes and dreams are shattered.
Dude, you'd be.
It's gonna be a good time. Capcom is having a resurgence. I'm glad to see that there's a certain amount of intrinsic respect for what they're doing.
Yes.
Oh, look at that blocky sushi. Because some companies, even Capcom itself, like 6-7 years ago, push the shit out there. It'll make the money. But there's been a turnabout, and now whatever they're reawakening is quality remakes and redesigns. So I never played 7. You did. I don't know if you played the DLC for 7. I'm out of the loop of what this new story cycle is. But if the game decides to put together the kind of writing that makes me care, I'll be very impressed.
So 7.
Somehow suspect that that's not the case.
So for 7, they hired an American novelist to come in. Very small known. He's known for like a lot of small horror books. He's a horror author. Holy fuck, my southern drawl keeps coming out, and I'm wanting to be like, he's a horror author. Like that's not how you say author. But he wrote the story for Resident Evil 7, and they were like, hey, we want to get back to our roots. We need you to help us write this. So he helped write dialogue and all this other stuff. He's wrote a couple scripts for movies.
Get back to their roots. Their roots were never listed in American literature.
We'll get back to the horror roots, and they were like, hey, we need...
But those are distinctly different horror roots. Like the Western and Eastern sensibilities of what they find upsetting, alarming, or scary, they're almost incompatible, in a sense. But okay, they got a guy.
They got a
He was
guy.
good at writing. He wrote good, and the story's different, and people liked it.
It went back to extreme, like, ooh, this is spooky, suspenseful, and everything of the sort. But let me get back to my sushi thing real quick before I keep going on Resident Evil 8. So this sushi place is what I'd like to call, like I said, Southern redneck sushi. The reason I say that is every one of their motherfucking items is deep fried. And not just like, hey, it's fried a little bit, like tempura or something, like a light flaky crust on the outside.
I don't have time to make
It is like getting deep fried Twinkies. It is so thick with batter, you don't taste. It is so thick that you have no taste of anything else. You're like, I got batter with a small hint of fish.
And that's the way we like it around these parts.
And a lot of people do.
Why do you think that is?
What
What
does that sound?
happened to the American Midwest and South?
So,
That deep frying became their regional specialty.
because
It ain't good until you put some flour and egg in it, boy.
because frying was something that was easy for Southern people to do, and it was cheap. You could take something, make it fried, and have it change different, and you get extra added protein and food and stuff added to it. Not protein, but you get.
What
Yeah.
protein does Panko add?
It doesn't. I didn't mean to say protein, but you get added flavor in certain things, and so it was.
Flavor, desperation. The flavor is we got nothing else.
It's exactly desperation, because a lot of people up until maybe the last 50, 60 years in the South majority of them were poor, man. They were poor farming people that could barely scrape by, so they had to do whatever they could to save money.
They had corn, right?
They did have corn, and some of it was.
Potatoes, and they ate potatoes for 3 meals a day, and they became big and strong, or so the propaganda says.
What they did.
Your little LED flashlight behind your ear?
Yeah.
So powerful.
I know, right? What they did was they would do cornmeal and then batter stuff and put it that way. So there was different types of stuff they would put on these foods. And so what happened was, because you deep fried something, and a lot of Southerners were big, thick, fat guys at some points, even the ones that were farmers when you got older, that they liked eating. And you would get all these really deep fried, greasy, nasty foods. That they would just essentially, in the past 20 years, would be like, hey, you know what'd be kind of cool? If you deep fry the ever-loving shit out of it. And you go, oh, okay.
So
Let-
the introduction of the Twinkie was a cultural revolution for the
Yeah,
South.
it was.
That's quite a drag.
Was President Adam Benford before in the series at all?
No, he was Ashley Graham. He was the one after Graham.
Thank you.
So Ashley was in 4. Leon's been protecting her.
And we just shot him.
Yeah.
I forgot. Leon is Clint Eastwood's character in The Line of Fire.
He was Graham's vice president, I believe is what they say. And he became president.
That's not how that works.
He won. He won the
Because-
election.
No, do VPs get to run for president?
Yeah.
Because I was pretty sure it was like poison. If you're part of one administration, you're going to be hounded by that administration's legacy.
That-
your whole career.
So once they started having campaign running partners, and your vice president wasn't voted on, just like your president, a lot of vice presidents were handpicked successors, like Taft. Yeah, Taft was Roosevelt's handpicked successor. He didn't like what he was doing with the trust busting, so he ran for the Bull Moose Party, causing it to split and go to Woodrow Wilson in the 1912 election. So those up until then, a lot of handpicked, like, oh yeah, like then Hoover had his handpicked person, but it was Hoover was the 20s, and then when the Great Depression hit, yeah, he had a handpicked successor, but it didn't go out so well because they had Hoovervilles and stuff, so he knew he wasn't going to win, so he got his ass handed to him. But that's normally what the VP is, like, oh, once your 8 years are up, or, I'm going to be the next guy in line, and it didn't work that way. I mean, there's one other instance where a president has lost and won again.
You all right?
No, he's not all right.
Lost. He was the president, lost, and then became president again.
I know she's
Yeah,
here.
that can be done because it's an interrupted cycle, right? You do
Correct.
4, and then 4 more later.
Yep.
Why do we bring back the age-old tradition of eunuchs? They're never officially in charge. I mean, Dick Cheney just about was one, to be honest.
Yeah.
But I mean,
Get the elevator working again.
you keep the power, and you're always around.
I've got the keys.
At least it's known, as opposed to you don't know which particular chair in the Senate has controlling interest on things.
Get the hell out of here.
So I am one of those firm believers that believes that the Senate needs to have more parties than 2.
Marketing doesn't work that way. It's got to be one or the other. We can't have additional competing brands.
Oh no, I get it why it's done, but to be like, hey, I'm an independent, and they'd be like, nope, you're gonna vote more Republican or more Democrat? Which one are you gonna do?
Well, you can be independent, but good luck getting anything done.
Well, that's the
People are not equipped to analyze more options. It's Pepsi or Coke. Shasta is not in the picture.
no, because if Shasta was in the picture, which I believe is owned by Coke, it's a nasty choice anyways. It's like Tab, but my thinking is on this end, yeah, you can't have like the Lemon Party or the Majority Governor's Workers Party. Like in some places, like they have all these crazy ones. Like yeah, 4 or 5 parties maybe, but you can't go in and go like, hey, you're independent. You have to tell me if you're voting Republican or Democrat, so we know who has majority seat control. Because I would be like, I'm voting Whig.
What if we shot her? What if we shot her?
I came damn near close.
But at the same time, considering what we've seen in the game so far, the pacing and atmosphere just don't match up. Even including, this is a spoopy situation. Glad I brought 2 guns.
But I will now hop back to the topic of Resident Evil 8.
Help, they're pushing me back. I'm being kidnapped by the man and his daughter. Help!
So yes, Quiet, I will be streaming Resident Evil 8. If y'all want, I can play Resident Evil 7. The DLC, the only one is No More Hero, which is
Something's End, I thought it was called, but this is an outsider speaking, so I don't know.
Oh, hey, I didn't know my ringtone was on. I'm sorry, guys.
It's always on.
No,
Are you fucking using the controller for this?
I would never do that, sir.
Now what's that RB I'm seeing over here in the stream now?
I don't know what you're talking about. Yeah, I'm playing with controller right now.
Okay, it's probably better off for the third person like this anyway. It's not. Were you doing a play of Max Payne 3, which you'll probably never do, I would be upset because the fluidity is betrayed by the sticks.
Let's get this out of our way.
But yeah, no, I will definitely play Resident Evil 7 first, so that way you guys. Well, actually, I might not be able to because it comes out next week. Today's the 27th. Yeah, no, I'm gonna have to.
Retract everything I've said so far. The day of it's launching, the week after that.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's how it works.
Because first is Sunday, I believe. First is Sunday, and then second is Monday, Tuesday, third. Yeah, I would have to play it.
I can hear the finger math.
No. I'm just making sure what day it comes out. Comes out Sunday? That doesn't seem right.
No, it doesn't seem right.
Why? Hold on here. Well, that's playing. Oh no, there's only 30 days in April. Excuse me. It's a Friday. It's next Friday. So I'd have to play it Monday or Tuesday.
It's going to be okay, Lizzie. You're going to be okay.
We're going to be okay.
Have you been following, I guess, the pre-release things about the game? Are you informed of what's going to happen, or are you kind of blind as far as what the gameplay and content is going to be?
Yeah, you fight werewolves and vampires.
Okay.
Chris kidnaps your daughter and kills your wife. Who's the bad guy?
Chris is the bad guy. Capitalism is the bad guy.
Capitalism, fuck yeah. Coming again to ruin your motherfucking day, yeah. Ivy University. I like that. It's
Should have shot her. All right, wiggle waggles.
what?
No, you can't possibly do damage to her until I wiggle waggle out of the way. Oh, I forgot.
Yeah, I tried shooting her.
We're back in the Simon Pegg school of things.
But I can play 7 Monday or Tuesday, but I'll have to be on Xbox. I don't have it on.
We'll get used to it.
That's
It's
tragic.
either them or us.
I never said it wasn't.
Don't hesitate.
Why did this have to happen?
Why did this have to happen? Who is responsible, Leon? You've done this 2.5 times before.
I don't think we're alone in here.
I think we're alone now.
Grab your gun. Shit! Don't let him in!
Oh, well. There go all my bullets.
Where's the combat button?
Yeah, which button is the combat button? Couldn't tell you, buddy. Okay, well, I just used the healing spray for no reason, so that's cool.
Sprint. Sprint. Don't
Hey,
get
this
caught.
is like that part in RE2 where there's a parking garage and there's doggos inside.
I couldn't have
Oh, yes.
Ow! Why are you swinging on me? My hairstyle, protect me!
I could technically play all the Resident Evil games one day for the channel.
You do have a passion for them, so that wouldn't be the worst thing.
No.
I just would hate to see that passion give out when you say, I love this series unequivocally, and then all the bitching starts.
I don't think I've complained about Resident Evil 2 yet. Or 3, I do have some complaints, but it's the remake, not the old one. I think the Resident Evil 3 original was better than the remake, and same with 2. But 2 and 3 remakes are both still pretty good games.
Yeah, people griped a lot about 3. I was curious about that.
It's
Too much action, question mark?
too much action. Nemesis doesn't have the same effect as he did in the original one. But he,
It's too late.
so he doesn't have the scary oops oh shit factor. Like, where's he gonna come from? Everything's scripted and set up already. So he's just, oh, I know he's gonna pop out here. Throw a grenade, kill him. Oh, he's gonna pop out here. Oh, I'm done. Oh, okay, I'm safe. You're just like, God damn, he has no effect. He's not scary anymore.
Let's get the hell out of here.
I postulate that being a fan of the genre ruins games for you.
Really?
Because you really do stop feeling, kind of like being a Souls fan. The effects of what the scene is trying to go for no longer hit you in a way they're supposed to. The authorial intent is lost because you're just thinking about, okay, next resupply, next item, next buff, next whatever.
Oh,
So when you're supposed to have a impactful moment with Nemesis bursting through, maybe it works really well the first time and less the second time, and then it's boring the third time. Hard to say, I wasn't there myself. But I still appreciate moments when they're set up well. And very often, on the channel, when a moment arrives, it just swoops right past you. Your eyes glaze over, go lame, next. Yeah, you just gotta do a couple of cartwheels and hit him in the ankle and you got it solved, whatever.
Everyone on campus.
Yeah, but what about the design? What about the design? Lame, next.
so with Nemesis design is really well. So in Resident Evil 3, the original one, Nemesis would sometimes pop up out of nowhere. And like I said, it was unscripted. He had this fear factor that you were always scared that he might pop up out of nowhere.
The real Mr. X, right?
Yes. Excuse me, Nemesis. Mr. X was in 2.
Yeah, what I'm saying.
Yeah.
From what I understand, they improved Mr. X in the remake,
Mm-hmm.
who behaved in a way that Nemesis did before.
Correct. And Nemesis wasn't that way.
This was a rollback, and he said, "That's no, I don't like it. Give me back what I love." Oh no, not the plot can of soda.
Didn't mean to interrupt.
We're no longer alone now.
Recently heard a story that I guess there's a YouTube documentary about that singer and the stalkers that singer invoked.
Tiffany?
Yeah.
I wasn't sure if like you talking about the Tiffany song remake, or you talking about the original?
I don't know anymore because so often you will begin to pop off with, "Oh yeah, there's another one." Now, do you actually know something about this, or this is a factoid you're reproducing? Because I want to have a conversation if you have information, but most information comes down to, yeah, it's like the time of the thing.
No.
Some sort of horrific crime takes place. You go, yeah, triple rape. What do you know?
No, on that end, I wasn't sure what you were talking about. I'm like, are you talking about the like original singer? It was a band. It was a male band in the '70s, and Tiffany just did a remake a few years later. And hers is the most well known.
Then I would say that it was the artist Tiffany doing the remake of the song.
Okay.
And because this person did mall tours, she became much more approachable. So the fan over-appreciation and the parasocial relationships became a lot more dangerous.
There's also what was
Somebody who's got the Hollywood separation terms, where no, celebrity is not a person. You don't get to be friends with them. Get off the lawn.
I'm trying to remember the other famous '80s pop singer.
What if there was /is/will be some sort of Tenacious D-like tribute band that would just be called the '80s?
I would enjoy that.
Is it a meme? Yes, but it works.
It's not Gloria Estefan. It's not David Bowie. Not Olivia Newton-John.
Oh, headlock drop.
Not Celine Dion.
Oh,
This-
it's always Dion. Leon, you've gotten too good at that. I don't like you anymore. Not that I ever did. Actually, I think Leon Kennedy has sort of an inverse arc to
Heck?
Raiden from Metal Gear Solid.
Okay, shotgun's coming up.
Because Leon Kennedy, as you say from game number 2, was a fresh-faced cadet. And
Correct.
he would mouth off occasionally, but he was pretty spooked by what was happening around him. Then, magically enough, by 4, he was this hard-talking badass because he survived the Raccoon City incident and got promoted to the president's personal bodyguard.
Oh, excuse me. By the way, I have to correct myself. Tiffany was the redhead that I'm thinking of. Debbie Gibson is the one that did I Think We're Alone Now.
As in the original performer?
No, Debbie Gibson is the one who did it in the '80s. Tiffany sung another song, I believe.
Okay, then I'm just lost overall. It's okay. So now, modern Leon, I don't know that he's chilled out necessarily. He just delivers fewer one-liners.
Nope, I was wrong again. It was Tiffany. My bad.
Okay.
I can't remember what Deborah Gibson song that she did. Is there
The
some
longer you
mission?
talk, the worse it gets.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, my bad. You need to do to be able to open the chest that says it can't be opened in Sanctuary and Borderlands 1.
You need shift codes.
Yeah, you gotta go to Twitter and get shift codes, my man. You can look them up too.
Please enjoy our rebranded specialty exclusive loot, only available to big fans of game, and to boost engagement.
Yes, indeed. That's the only.
Golden chests. Cynical? Yes. Also factually accurate.
All right, let's combine these herbs and then put them in my Hilly pouch.
Snifter box.
Oh man, I didn't mean to heal myself.
No, it's okay. I have forgotten that F equips the item, and then you just hit another button and use it. So full health healing spray. Just did it for the lulz. I was shooting whippets, if you know what that is.
I do, because we've actually had to take 2 kids to the hospital because they were doing whippets. Because they were passed out on the side of the road. They also did the fake weed.
Fake weed?
Mm-hmm.
I don't. Okay.
Yeah, there's
Actual weeds up the side of the road.
it's synthetic weed. Let me rebrand what I just stated, sir.
Synthetic. Silicone weed? I'm lost. What is happening in this world?
Yeah, they made synthetic weed that you can smoke that supposedly has the same side effects, but it's legal because there's no THC or CBD. But it can have some pretty harmful side effects.
So is it just kratom?
Yeah, that's essentially it's mainly that. It's the majority of that and something else. They believe they're starting to mix it with fentanyl, and so a lot of people are scared. And that's actually
Why would you? So you want to participate in the narcotic culture? You don't know what's going on, but you have a fear of missing out. So you go to sources that are designed to exploit people like you and that's how you get into trouble, right? Is that the path here? The trajectory of people getting into situations where they're smoking not real things that get intoxified?
Yep. Get out of here.
So it's like when your grandparents really want to impress you, but then they buy something that's like the thing they heard about. It's cool, but it's not that thing. Except for normally getting the off-brand gift doesn't physically harm you, just psychologically harm you.
Like, I wanted Yoo-Hoo, or Nesquik, but instead you got me, like, not quick with the fucking
Happy
tortoise.
birthday, dear. And then, whoa, there's actual sushi rolls with zombie blood on them. That's sad. I don't know how you perceive that, or in your history, in your shifty family tree,
What?
where there were incidents where a family member meant well, or maybe they didn't care, but they got you something and you have to look at it and just grit your teeth and say, thank you so much for doing this.
Yep, I had to do that all the time. Like, I love my grandma to death. She's a sweet lady, but always buys like would always buy like dollar store stuff, and you're just sitting there like, Grandma, I appreciate it, but I'm 16. I don't need a dollar store harmonica.
Well, dear, if you ever learn to play one, then I'll stop doing this.
Or I don't need this
The store. Interesting.
ball in a cup that you bought me. Oh no.
Now, has the inverse happened? Where when you were a kid, you're like, oh, socks are lame, but then as an adult, you go, oh shit, socks. This is good.
Oh yeah, I do that all the time.
Come back here. There's a door.
I am.
It's not the gold door. Oh, red herb, really? And a green herb, man. I gotta go back to where you were in a second. I don't think we went out to the store, but it's not the
Keep that trigger
objective, so I'm
finger ready.
curious.
Never know what's around the
Okay.
next corner.
But now it's the place to go? So the door we're supposed to go to was probably a red herring then?
Yeah.
No herbs for me.
Well, there was one.
Who for browbeat? Well, I saw on your screen there was both the red and the green.
There was. Indeed. I wish you could give weapons in this game, which is highly disappointing. Not weapons. Give health. Like, hey, here's some health that you can put in your little Tic Tac bottle storage thing.
Oh, these are modern sensibilities, sir. Each one gets their own loot. Okay, how would you react, serious purist man,
And again,
if
the door's locked.
Resident Evil
There's no way
began
out.
implementing rarity mechanics?
Wait a minute.
You said rarity mechanics? Like,
Yeah.
like this gun's rare?
Yeah.
I think it would be neat.
But then, here's a version of this gun, but it's a blue one, and that means the stats are just better.
Then it wouldn't be Resident Evil. I could see it with like Umbrella Chronicles or something. I wouldn't mind that. Like a game that's meant to be a shooter, but like, oh hey, by the way, this survival horror game that you're playing, you can now get the blue pistol. Like,
Resident Borderlands.
they did that. Zombie Ned Survivor Island.
This is some pretty tight security for a college campus.
Which was a flawed game, but I like the concept.
Oh, so do I.
Martial arts time! Oh, okay. You extracted the knife from the dead man and then put it back inside the dead man. I dig it.
Any day now, Huntington. We gotta get out of here.
No, they had a missed opportunity, and I get why, but it is Capcom, so they could have done it. If Jake started to have Wesker's like phase shifting moves, just for melee combo finishers, like, what, did you just do a Johnny Cage shadow kick? Yeah, a little bit. Why? Are you okay, Jacob? Yeah, I don't know why, but I really want black gator leather for clothes. I need it. It's my new thing now. It's not a phase. Shut up.
Oh shit. Oh shit. I didn't know it was gonna do that.
After another.
See? This game is so Resident Evil. Don't you love it? It is like so Resident Evil right now. We're in a house. It's spoopy. There's zombos.
Headshots are too much. Too many headshots.
Wait. What do you mean to say?
Like, I am too effective right now in headshots. Like, every other shot's blowing zombies' heads off. It's not that effective. Oh man, it's scary. Like, I may.
That's how guns work.
Well,
right?
Yeah, well, I'm thinking Resident Evil logic here, not real life logic.
It's a very specific school of logic, and that's what scares me.
Oh, I
But it
know.
doesn't explain a lot about you.
So in Resident,
Hey, I opened up a drawer and there's a blue wheel inside. Other side of the desk.
there was ammo in that drawer.
You didn't drop everything because it said sigil? I didn't
No.
say sigil, I said blue wheel.
Blue wheel thingy.
Might have been too advanced.
And man, what the hell was your? You said blue sigil. All of a sudden, my brain went blue sigil, but I didn't go rush for it. What was your question again?
Just me being very concerned that Resident Evil logic is your primary operative logic.
Well, no. Yeah, but you asked me a question though before that.
Well, that was mostly about. I think I was talking about Dead Island, in Resident Evil terms.
Oh yeah.
Which worse things have happened.
Yeah. I would be highly concerned with that aspect. Like, this stick has more. Yeah. Oh, too many headshots. That's what I said. Too many headshots.
Too many dicks on the dance floor.
Correct.
But
So essentially
why
what-
don't you log games as a service? Think about it. You can log in as your favorite characters with your custom skins that you bought. You can run dailies, and then by the end, maybe something good happens. And by something good, I mean nothing good at all. But just keep playing. It's really important to keep logging on. It's really important. If you don't log on all the time, you're gonna miss exclusive costumes like this commemorative berry pin. And then it's left out forever. We'll never ever sell it back to you except for this special limited time event. But don't worry about it. You had your shot. You didn't want it. That's what I'm saying. And now all your friends are laughing. All of them.
So
Even
my
your favorite YouTubers are laughing at you right now.
my point on the too many headshots thing is that in Resident Evil logic, bullets aren't as real as they should be. Like, yeah, 2 shots to the head, your head should explode. But with this, it's like, hey, no, it should be.
Even if not explode, vastly incapacitated.
Oh, yeah, I'd give you that, yes. But with this, it's like every second shot that I do, I'm blowing someone's head off. And that just doesn't make Resident Evil logic at all. It makes me feel...
Hit them once, and then I prefer a ground takedown. Is that okay? That's better, right?
What? What the fuck just hit me?
I don't know. Zombie snipers. But yeah, I would say running around dispatching a yard full of these quasi-dangerous things seems odd.
Yeah.
That doesn't feel like it feels like you should be in more danger. But then again, this is Leon fuck-mothering Kennedy in his 17th game appearance.
And his Helena Carter side pick.
Why would he be threatened or in danger? This should be just this super bizarre, oh no, eye roll zombies again kind of character. Or not even that. Like, don't go
That's all we need.
bad bitch Linda Hamilton from the newest Terminator film where you're too hard bitten. I don't think there's a game franchise that really portrays characters in a appealing or relatable way where they're so damaged by their adventures that they just stop responding. They can do the thing. They've got the thing on lock. They can perform the action and save the world, but there's just nothing there anymore. But arguably, B.J. Blazkowicz is the closest to that because that man, at this point, only gets off on zombie violence, or excuse me, Nazi violence. But their zombies doesn't hurt either.
Take a right up ahead.
Everybody else just has this
You're almost there. Keep
unbelievable
running.
detachment from what's happening in their world and context. And part of it's tropes, I get it. Part of it's comic books. Part of it is don't think too hard. But when you have the opportunity to portray people over time, why not?
You sure?
I'm looking. What about the glove?
Oh god.
Look for the keys, look for the keys, look for the keys.
Nothing.
Checking a car isn't as easy as it looks in the movies. At least the wipers work.
Yeah, it's not like Resident Evil 2. This is like an homage to Resident Evil 2, if you remember this.
Should we hotwire it?
No, I did not.
So in the original Resident Evil 2, he sits there and he's looking around Zombies are coming, coming. They're like, oh, cop car. And he just pops down the the visor. And there's keys there. He's like, boop, keys. Knew they were there. Just started the car up and drives off.
But okay, addressing exactly what I just said though.
Yeah.
Why even look around? He's done this before. Why would you not go for the sun shield first? Immediately.
Made it off campus.
It's not like an afterthought of, oh yeah, I did this once. But instead,
Without getting killed.
your body went through the trauma of being in a place where dead people want to eat you. You will have a sense memory.
Another callback to Resident Evil 2.
And that proves my point. These characters, while being portrayed differently, go through zero growth or evolution.
Oh, they don't.
And that has a place. I understand that. Marvel characters very much have this
Helena,
bizarre
are you two
meta
alright?
state.
Hanging in there.
But
But we need another way to the cathedral.
can we ask for
Well,
more?
I found
You can.
underground route that may be
Or this is
safer.
the sort of franchise where
Stories, huh?
if you're doing anything but swallowing what's given to you, you're in the wrong franchise. This game, not for you.
So the callback is that he gets in a police car. He's driving down the street, and all of a sudden, out of nowhere, zombie from the back seat. Oh god! Oh no! It's attacking me! Oh god! What do we do? And he crashes the car.
Pick the back seat. He's just a bad cop, right?
Yes, and on top of that, why isn't there a cage in the back seat?
I'm fine.
Yeah.
So
Driving up through the interstate, the backseat zombie just kind of gnawing at the grates.
yeah.
You named it Larry, you're getting really annoying. Stop it.
So the zombie attacks Leon. Depending on what scenario you pick, if you're Claire, he spins backwards and hits the light pole backwards. If you're Leon, he hits it forward, so that way both of you could be where you set up to go to the police station. And it's just a callback, and it's neat.
Everything we know from lack of decisions.
It's neat, but it's stupid.
Outside of pandering,
Questioning my
what does it do? Also, why is the callback not in RE4? Where depending on who you played in the scenario, the Jeep flips to the left or the right side of the
create
canyon.
more problems than it solves.
5?
No, 4.
I learned well.
What part in 4 are you in a Jeep?
There isn't one, but the
No.
beginning with the officers.
Oh, yeah, with the officers?
Depending if you're playing route A or B, the cop pees to the left or the right side of his pants.
The driver gets out or the passenger gets out.
Yeah. I mean, if we're gonna start throwing in something like this, because yes, the classic red letter media, I clap when I saw it. I recognize that thing. That the appeal is real. I understand this. But if you're just gonna go beat for beat to wink at the audience,
It's time we take
aren't you kind of wasting the potential to do more with it, or have the bit resolved differently? Like, let's
Yes.
say with a character responding differently. I'm gonna attack this a little bit more. You've been in a cop car,
Mhm.
and there've been zombies, and you had some experience. You're not a police officer anymore. Certainly, that catapulted into a whole new adventure for government work.
Let's get moving.
But
We don't have
outside
much
of give the
time.
player a panic moment to look around, maybe this is their first RE.
Believe
Leon
me.
would just
I
go for
know.
the visor, get the keys, and go instead of, oh, maybe it's in the glove compartment, or what's this? Drugs confiscated from a bus to be planted later on in a crime scene? I have no time for this. The character being frazzled makes very little sense from their very own experiences.
No, I'm not.
We're just gonna swallow it. We're just gonna say, yep, that's what happened.
And I think that was one of the bigger issues with this game, that everybody was just like, dude, you guys have done nothing to update this
We'll
game.
be out of contact when you're in there.
That's not
Like-
true.
I'll still
They
be
give you a
tracking
sprint
your
button.
movements, but be careful.
Hey, standing in water with electricity hurts.
Shoot it? Nope.
Plus, dual wielding. Whoa, that's like Halo 2 levels of improvement.
It is, but you know, just the game, it just doesn't feel like the Resident Evil that a lot of the people who first started out with the franchise came out with. Is a big issue, like dual wielding, and you have to you have to, you know, change things up. You have to bring in newer audiences and what they want, and understand what the times to make sales and profits. And I get that. I'm not angry by any way. Can I crawl through there? I want to crawl through there. Whoa, hold on. Hey, there's an opening. Don't tell me I can't go through there.
They can, we can't.
What is the worst game I've played? Superman 64.
What do you mean worst?
She just fucking Macho Man Randy Savage flying drop kicked his ass.
Good on her. Let her do the moves.
Don't die on me.
Pops out of nowhere.
Oh. Zombie.
Because there are some times that you pick up a game and you have such a miserable time you just put it down. You just can't. Not doing this anymore. Other times there's a game that you will yourself to finish. Then you get through to the end and think, that was not a rewarding use of my time.
Train's coming.
And of course there are some times that
I mean, most unenjoyable. Most unenjoyable? That's a different... Worst game I've played is Superman 64. Most unenjoyable is a completely different topic. Most unenjoyable.
But again, is that a game you stuck with? Like, I hate everything about this, but I'm gonna keep playing? Or, this is poison, you just put it away. Also, how did we get hit if the train is in the middle? This is a wide tunnel. Because action, excitement, adventure! That's why.
Train's coming.
No, right. His shoulders are so wide that he has to squeeze through the wall.
I'm
Think
trying...
about it. Outside of a classically reviled game that everybody hates because it was broken. It could have been a better game, but it was broken. So it's fun to shit on. Outside of that, what game did you play and thought, God, this is miserable? Why am I doing this?
Oh, man. I mean, don't get me wrong. I'll bitch about games, and I do it a lot. And I don't think there's one that outranks, like, Dishonored. I complained about it. I'm not gonna say it's the word. Oh, that's a dog.
It was very unenjoyable to you, you said.
Yep. But it wasn't the most unenjoyable game. That's the hard part to me. Like, what is the most unenjoyable? I'm trying to think of all the games I've played over my years.
That is a huge rat. Holy shit. I shot it and went, ow, and rolled over instead of exploding.
Man. You got those?
Yeah. Please wait, Nunchucks is buffering.
No.
Oh, unenjoyable game. Let's break this down to two things. One, a game you dropped. Two, a game you pushed through and regretted it.
Most games that if I'm going to pay for, I'm going to finish. So there are plenty of games that I pushed through, I never just dropped.
Really?
Yeah.
Not one. They
No.
went, fuck this, no.
Yeah, most of the time, no.
Don't be a father to my children that play this game.
No, if I pay...
hate being a father to my children.
Duke Nukem Forever was pretty goddamn enjoyable. That was the closest one that I put down. Like, that was terrible. But that, like you said, it's something that everybody talks about. Because, don't get me wrong, up until maybe, 10 years ago, 10, 12 years ago, I wasn't playing a whole lot of adventure games there. I was playing a lot of sports games. King Griffey Jr., Madden, NCAA football.
Okay, what sports game triggered you? Like going, fucking, that's not how that works, or etc.
Going back to the old ones that like everybody loves, like Techno Ball and stuff, when you started... That motherfucker threw a pipe at us.
You did.
But then...
I caught it in the air with that bullet.
And then when you go back and play it...
Let's see if they get triggered by electricity. Will they get shocked? Yes, they will. Oh, catch on fire. That makes sense.
And then when I go back and look at it, I understand the times now. I mean, when you're younger, you're just like, oh, this is bullshit.
Well, it could still be a reaction that elicited a memorable bit of anger for you. It may have been unjustifiable anger, but you still felt it and said, this fucking, I hate it!
I would say...
I can say, that was undeserved, but I feel how I feel.
I heard the new FIFA... Yeah, because it's just a redoing of FIFA 20. They even put in there's nothing new in FIFA. They just redid FIFA 20 and we're like, here's a new skin, slightly updated graphics. So that's an issue. I used to play FIFA a lot with my buddy, but I don't anymore because he's quit playing games. Final Fantasy series are the few games that I've never finished. And it wasn't by lack of trying. I wasn't a big fan of JRPGs, but I played them. And I could just never beat them. So
Did you play it because people said, you gotta play this, man, you gotta play this?
essentially, yeah, my brother. He was like, yeah, these are great games. I'm like, okay, I believe you. And I went, let me see how these are. And I went, I suck at these, and I didn't level up high enough, so now my character keeps dying, and now I can't go back because I'm stuck in the safe spot, and it won't let me loop and go back anywhere else, so I keep dying.
Interesting.
So I would get...
It's pretty hard to hit a point in those games where there's just no escape. Like you're trapped. That's rare. That's impressive that you got there.
It's the big lizard guy with the blue hair that you got to fight in Final Fantasy X?
10. Okay.
Or
You're
X.
saying that's like in a boss fight.
Oh, sigil.
Hey, yep. I see it.
Yeah.
That's a little bit different because you will hit in any genre, but especially in that genre, you could just hit a brick wall and think, "How do I get through this?" And unless you're doing a little bit of cross-genre experience, you might not have a solution. You might say, "Nope, this is where I stop. This is where I get off the train."
I will say the one, though, that redeemed it for me, like, not JRPGs, but RPGs in general, Super Mario RPG. It was easy, it was understandable, and it's what you would need to, if you're sitting down with a new kid who's never played JRPGs and going, hey, play this, it's a fun character you like, and it's easy to learn. And you go, okay, and then when I played that, I understood, like, oh, these aren't half bad games, like... and so that's what it did for me, like, and then now I go back and I'll play, like, I got the 10-2... 10 and 10.2 HD remaster of PS4.
Look out!
Uh-huh.
Rain!
And no shit.
The other side of the tracks.
Yeah.
Well,
And
how
just-
about this?
How about-
chief element of Super Mario RPG that was helpful is that there's no mid-turn pressure of a time limit. You can think about your actions and your solutions. And Final Fantasy X happens to be the exact same way. It's one of the few times where there's not, in modern sensibilities, modern RPGs, of its own time. What am I trying to say? There was a greater focus on engagement in combat, so your turns were limited by how long you had to make your decisions. And 10 said, no, we're going to break our own convention and give you fully turn-based combat, so you don't make a mistake because your fingers couldn't walk over to the right command quickly enough.
Correct. And I enjoyed Final Fantasy 6/3 that most people know it as. Now, as an adult, more than I did as a child. That's the thing. Like, there's a lot of games that I go back to that I used to be like, meh, fuck these games, that I'm now going, as an adult, they're better. Because I understand it, I can get the concepts, I get everything down. Get out of here, zombie. And I'm not going to complain. And to answer Kwai's question again, FIFA and Madden are both reskins. They've admitted to both of it that they have not updated anything because they have what they call the Ultimate Team. An Ultimate Team, or Ultimate Soccer franchise, whatever you want to call it, is essentially you get these cards, and you get to use them for so many times, and you're in your deck, and they're gold, level ranked 99, such and such character.
Why do it have to go down for me to boost you up?
I don't know. And so that was the big thing with me. Like, they haven't updated their franchise mode in... Ooh. Are you fucking kidding me, game?
Nope, not at all.
Oh, shit. Where'd he go?
So your dissatisfaction is much more on the
They
consistent behavior of releasing a new iteration while lying to the public about what the nature of this iteration
I
is.
got attacked as soon as
The
I
biggest-
Is, we like money and you'll play game anyway. But the ad is, we made a new game for you guys.
But we've updated nothing.
Yeah, it's not new. It's more of the same.
Correct.
But the market exists, so we just have to call it something new for legal purposes.
And this is the first year that they've admitted that the one that's coming up, they're like, hey,
But is the gameplay bad?
Yeah, it's pretty bad. Every year it comes out, there's something wrong with it. Your tackles one year couldn't block at all, and if you played on all Madden, you would hike the ball and you would be sacked, and you couldn't get passes off, or you'd have to scramble, and if you didn't have a speedy QB, because of gameplay, it would mess it up. It didn't feel like an authentic football game like it appears to be. Now, FIFA, on the other hand, it's just, hey, it's a cash grab. That's a lot of people's bitch. I don't play FIFA. I'm not a soccer fan. I don't get soccer. You ask me to play soccer, I'll play it, but I'm not going to be very good at it. I can't kick a ball to save my life. But for Madden, it's like, hey, we got this new franchise mode where you can build the franchise up and you can make it the best franchise of all time. And it's the same one as last year. in the last 5 years, there's been no updates at all, and it's frustrating. You just like, god damn, like, update that.
Any updates?
It does, because there's
Chess doesn't need any updates. It's still pretty good.
yes, but if you're coming out with authentic experience, like we do authentic football experience, and you're like, I want to play this new franchise, and I want to have my.
Okay.
I want my linebackers to be set in situations. I want a slot corner, and they've only slowly developed these things over the past couple of years. Like they're adding one thing at a time. I want a pass rushing specialist. He may be the worst ranked defensive end starter wise, but man, when he gets on that third down pass rush, he'll sack that fucking quarterback every time. And those are things in the NFL, by the way. I'm actually stating real things. But they weren't doing that, and they finally started doing it about, like I said, 2-3 years ago, but it's only slow add-ons, and now it's like, hey, we want the authentic experience, as in, hey, we want to be able to sign players to trade certain ways and add my coaching staff the way it needs to be. And Madden was like, we hear you loud and clear, but we're not going to do it. Like, oh, you fuckers. You cocksuckers. And that's kind of why I got rid of Madden. I stopped playing Madden about 2015. I stopped playing. And I play NCAA because it's the closest thing that's, to me, authentic. I like the scouting. It's easy to do. It's not 100% real, but it's the closest thing, and it gives you a good play with the game. It's not glitchy. And
Wait, what?
it's not glitchy. Like, so with Madden,
No. Wait to free a woman to get her to push the button. Is that what happened?
yep, and to die. Oh, she's dead.
But you drifted off the point, sir. We're not asking what you enjoy. We're asking what you didn't enjoy.
Oh, I know. I'm responding to Kwai's question about FIFA and all that being bad.
You're talking about, oh, but I like this better. Not the question. The question is, what do you just hate on your insides?
No, his question, he actually put, I heard the new FIFA was bad, so I was responding to that, letting him know, like, why the new FIFA and everything is bad.
Talking about American football.
Yeah. Well, FIFA's not American football. That's actually what we Americans would call soccer.
That's my point. Responding to FIFA bad is, oh, but football good, though.
Well, it's done by the same company. Football's not good. Football is bad. EA has fucked up their sports franchises really hard recently. Final Fantasy's the 10-2, like I said, is the only one I've put down, really. Let's see, another game that I said there's not a whole lot that I'm just like, if I get it, I'm going to go play through it.
This one you'll enjoy it.
No, not always. There was one game that was like Starship Troopers, it was like Armor Corps or something like that. I can't remember what the actual name of it is. Where you have to fight bugs in space. And that one was difficult, but I kept playing it, and we kept renting it so we could beat it. Me and my brother.
Good.
It was enjoyable but frustrating at the same time. It's like, oh man, I want to put it down, but should I put it down? Because I want to see where it goes.
It's gotten pretty bad. Hell on Earth isn't much of a stretch.
So
Did it
that
go anywhere?
I don't remember because I played it when I was like 6 or 7. My brother was like 8 or 9.
So it did not leave a hateful memory.
It didn't. Yep, Star Wars got messed up too, and that's why they no longer have the rights to it. EA got had the rights taken away from them. It's now Ubisoft, I believe, has the rights to make all the Star Wars games for the next 5 or 6 years or some shit like that.
I'm not sure. I know license holders changed, but I forgot who has the new reins.
I believe it's Ubisoft. It ain't Activision. Because Activision was trying to actually.
The part of town to get to the
I may be wrong. Maybe Activision.
lines open in case you run into trouble.
And what was the thing that got them in trouble with that Star Wars game?
That the microtransactions, the big thing.
Yep, it wasn't the quality of the game itself, which was
It was
not outstanding, but it was par for the market experience. It was the gambling and the lying.
and also that, you know, when you think of Battlefield, you think of the original Battlefields, and you come out and it's just two.
Did you say Battlefront?
Oh, Battlefront. Excuse me, I said Battlefield. Star Wars Battlefield 2, World War I with lasers.
Yeah, I would have enjoyed that because Battlefront is a different kind of game.
So have you seen?
It's still a combined arms experience, but they feel different. Have I seen one?
Have you seen the silly meme with Star Wars where it's the Stormtrooper and Scotty? It's like, so who dies? Or so which one wins? Does Scotty die, or does the Stormtrooper actually hit Scotty? What happens?
No, I haven't seen that.
I enjoy it.
Scotty from Star Trek.
He's the red vest.
Nothing to do with it.
No, not Scotty. The red vest.
Red shirt.
Red shirt.
Okay. So
Yeah.
you're asking who's more expendable, the red shirt or Stormtrooper? Okay.
Not
That's similar to our Batman conundrum.
Oh no, it's not who's more expendable. It's would a Stormtrooper hit the red shirt, and the red shirt die, or would the Stormtrooper just keep missing and Scotty live? It's like, is the immovable object meets the unstoppable force meets the unmovable object
We don't have
No,
conundrum. That's Battlefront is definitely like a COD like, but EA, you know,
No, it is not. Maybe with Warzone, maybe, but the fact that there are vehicles to begin with
hold on.
sets the field very differently. We're not here for a high accuracy first-person shooter experience. The chief concern here is I want to get enough points as quickly as possible to become a character I recognize, or I want as many points as possible to drive the big stompy tank. Is there more in between? There is. But the primary focus, a little bit like Rising Storm actually, is, yeah, everyone can be a rifleman, but we're here because nobody wants to be a rifleman. Some do. Some want to be a gungan. That's definitely true. But are you really going to try and roll as an STP droid?
Stone Temple
Or-
Pilots.
Yeah. That's actually a single trooper platform. This is like Staps, I think I recall from episode 1. Knowledge nobody needs, but that was a cool thing for me. Hey, it's a vertical wave bike. I like vertical wave bike. Well, it's not for human use, it's for droid use. So then maybe I want to be a droid in my next life.
Screw it, just running.
Yeah, it kind of makes you miss being in the middle of Islamabadistan with Jacob and Chris, right?
Oh yes.
Instead, we're just here in Detroit.
Oh,
Good old Michigan. No,
good job.
he's wearing a hard hat. That would explicitly not work. I'm gonna smash his head into a wall, bonk. Oh, well, that didn't work.
Gonna be all over us with that alarm going off.
So,
Only if we wait here. Come on.
you were trying to postulate about Battlefront, like you know something about it?
A little bit. I've played Battlefront 1, never played Battlefront 2.
Now, when you say, since you are the remake reference guy now, I have to ask. When you say Battlefront, do you mean the original Battlefront on the
PlayStation 2?
PS2, I think? Or the remake Battlefront
So,
by Mother Teresa?
no, the first one, when I first referenced Battlefront, that'll piss a lot of people off that it wasn't like the original Battlefront on PS2. A lot of people are like, we're expecting a campaign and to do everything, but instead you just gave me multiplayer. I don't want multiplayer, I want to play a campaign.
Good idea.
And then they did it with Battlefront 2, the new one, and they're like, you got a campaign. And everybody's like, this is an okay campaign, but it's too short. It is only 3 to 4 hours. I can't take this.
I
But I
do
get-
remember there being a sincere narrative mode
In Battlefront 2?
in the original Battlefronts. Considering everything is based on a spawn system, like pools draining from both sides, and obviously if you have stronger weapons or if you're a hero character, those points drain faster. I can't see how there would have been a true narrative mode in the old games. Maybe it was positioned as a cutscene before and after, but the matches would play out the same way, kind of like Titanfall.
If I remember correctly, wasn't a big fan of the Battlefront franchise growing up. My brother played them a lot. He liked playing Ratchet and Clank and all that fun jazz. He was telling me there was originally a narrative. Like, there is a story mode, I guess, in all the Battlefronts. Battlefront 1, 2, and 3.
Interesting. I have
But-
to go see it because I kind of feel like what they delivered with the remake of Battlefront 2, the recent one, is a first-person shooter, COD style, campaign with a little bit less bombast, but it was fixed in from a perspective of
locked.
one character. But of course, the main gameplay doesn't reflect that at all. It's spawn in, choose your class, and then either go for a vehicle or try and become one of the jetties. Those abominable space wizards.
Did it just magically float into her hand? She didn't even.
Yeah, it magically floated in the hand. I mean, this is meant to be creepy, but it's laughable.
Yeah, like he doesn't even look like a zombie.
No, I mean, these situations of, oh no, it's gonna be spoopy. Yeah, compared to the fucking flaming giant that would fight inside of a mining tunnel later on while traveling in Mach 5, this is something else entirely. Leon's campaign is a different game. I want to be meaner to it, but I won't be.
It's magically unlocked. Shotgun?
Shogun?
Hold on a goddamn minute. It says I have no ammo. 10 What is this? What type of shotgun is this?
A collapsible one.
I have a Hydra. What?
Do you?
I do. I didn't know I had a shotgun the whole time.
Oh, your alt weapon is a Hydra?
It's a Hydra.
Well,
And it's 10 gauge, which means it's fucking deadlier. Good time to find out about the Hydra.
better now at the end of the game, yes. Because I was gonna ask, and never did, if Leon's signature thing is, look, 2 guns. What makes her stand out?
What is that?
Now, does it spend 3 shots or 1?
It shoots 3, I guess. Because right now,
You can spend more ammo.
oh, it's 3 loaded. You only shoot 1 at a time.
Yeah.
As
That's somewhat unfair to have you get a gun that gimps you. Oh, that one's hanging out from the ceiling, and that one's got a rusty spar stuck in him. Creepy
Oh, shit.
zombos. Admittedly, I like that effect. Now that's the kind of lung cancer I can get behind.
Die, damn it. In my opinion, COD World War II is the only good campaign. Ooh, I don't know.
Now, COD World War II, the new
World War II is the new one. There's World at
Call
War.
of Duty 2.
No, Call of Duty WW2, so it's going to be the new one, I think. Because Call of Duty 2 was good, Call of Duty 1 was okay, Call of Duty 3 was pretty good. Call of Duty
Call of Duty 3, except on console, and that doesn't count.
to you,
To me.
to everyone else in the world, it counts. What's up here?
Hunnigan, the door's locked.
The way forward, probably.
Damn it.
Yep.
Is there any way to get over the gate?
Yeah, I found it. Don't worry, Hunnigan, I'll do your job. You sit back and just chill, Hunnigan.
I'm remembering World War II's campaign.
That's the one with, what's his name? Josh Hartnett? Not Josh Hartnett, oh my god.
Oh, Dumal.
Josh Duhamel, thank you.
It is a much fresher visual representation of the classic COD campaigns. Because there's very little that happens in that game that hasn't been done by the
Coming up
series
the stairs.
before, but it's been done so long ago, I can't blame anybody for not knowing that. I think my very favorite COD campaign was Infinite Warfare. But that's because it delivers a hybrid experience
Leon, it's open.
that it varies between do the main missions with the set pieces, which are quite nice in my opinion in terms of soft sci-fi fiction. Let's fight in a planetoid where the rotation around a light source is a serious mechanical problem as well as a thematic problem. It's day and night in a matter of minutes. Or free falls, or exploring research stations and things like this. But it also gives you a little bit of an activity hub where you can pre-ball and decide where you want to go next for side missions, which will result in equipment rewards and occasional unlocks. Are they required? No, you can run straight through the game. But the sense of freedom, despite being a little at odds with the pace, because this is, hey, Sigil, right behind us. right behind us. On the bar.
On the bar?
Yeah.
Yeah, give me, sorry, I was taking a swig of scooch.
Gooch. I really enjoyed that aesthetic. And also part because it broke away from what COD definitely delivered much more frequently. Hey, Left 4 Dead characters, look at that.
Don't worry, random crying white lady.
I help you!
All right.
Did you throw a flame grenade at a fuel station? Yes, I did. I want to give more love to Black Ops, but Black Ops...
Ha ha ha, another reference to Resident Evil 2.
Why not? Its story is across 4 games, right? And they're all quite different. Or 3 games, question mark? And Modern Warfare... Oh shit, well...
Shit.
Got hit by the ambulance.
So did I.
We're dead. Oh no, we can stand up once, right?
Yeah, I think so.
I'm gonna crawl towards you. It'll work. It'll work. Yeah, Modern Warfare also had a story cycle that I think the games stand on their own.
Where are you at?
Right next to you.
Did you stand
But
up?
they benefit from...
Someone shoot the gas!
Yes,
We
did
can
you not?
blow these things to kingdom
Yeah.
come!
They benefit from being seen as a set of games versus one game.
Which games are you talking about?
Both the Black Ops
Hey,
cycle
come on.
and
It's
the
safer
Modern
here.
Warfare cycle.
No.
There's a gunshot.
They're better as a set of games together.
They that essentially what you're saying is exactly like Resident Evil 1, 2, and 3. Then like 4, 5, and 6 are considered their own, and then 7, 8, and 9 will be considered their own. Like, yeah, they're part of the same name franchise, but yeah, they're kind of like their own games. I'm assuming that's how you're putting it. I don't want to put words in your mouth here.
I am. I'm trying to see if there are any individual standouts that defy their own genre, their own cycle. I mean, clearly Modern Warfare was a huge standout, and still is across time, because it comfortably closed the door on World War II shooters for a good 6-7 years. Until COD came back to World War II to say, hey, did you miss us? We got actors now. We got cool things. Remember those tank sections? Of course you fucking don't. Nobody remembers tank sections. But we do. We brought them back just for you.
See, what they need to do is Call of Duty 1854, the Crimean War.
If you can make it fun, why not?
Hey,
There's an issue where the franchise is lashed to certain staples. You can definitely do, because the very same game I referenced for Infinite Warfare, its zombie mode, I mean, it had nothing to do with the setting or the story. It was, I think, a retro 1980s thing. But it worked. If you wanted zombies action, it was there and it had a different flavor. Multiplayer, again, had its own subsystem where they were kind of, sort of competing with Titanfall, where mobility was now a different priority, but the players primarily who paid attention to the multiplayer had complained that time to kill was off, coding was off, etc. And a blank combination of skills is broken. The usual mess. It doesn't matter that much. And if you look at it as a complete experience, you could say it's something for everyone, or if we're just discussing campaigns, which is, I think, quite...
oh, and
the campaigns don't receive as much love as they should over time. I fully acknowledge the production value that I saw displayed in World War II. I just don't think there was as much of a standout for me in terms of overall campaign satisfaction.
Take my hand!
Put the barrel up against the hair. It'll work.
Okay. What, crazy?
But
Spare the heroics. She's just
it's
slowing us
difficult
down
to
anyway.
try and enter the
What's the
perspective
matter
of a
with
fresh
you?
player,
She's your girlfriend, isn't she?
because much of what I encounter and play, I will then have in context with other things that I've played or experienced. But there are plenty of new people who have no prior context, so their experiences are fresh, untainted by comparison. And I think that's a good thing overall, but it should open additional conversation.
I
There's a
bought...
chance- like Thing? There's more Thing. Go ahead.
No, I bought the new Modern Warfare from last year, the year before, whatever the hell it was. And put it this way, that the campaign for that was not memorable enough for me to actually fucking give a shit what happens in it.
Give me your gun.
What would make it memorable? the events that you see roll out before you, the context of your actions after they're done, or the gameplay during the events that are being shown to you. What is the greater priority for you for memorability?
I mean, gameplay is always a good factor, but for me, it's a good story. Like, if the story isn't, like you always remember certain missions from certain games. But for me, it was never, in this one, it just never did that. Like, I'm just essentially playing it for the multiplayer.
But there was no multiplayer in Modern Warfare.
Wasn't there? The first, yeah, Modern Warfare had multiplayer in it.
Not Modern Warfare. Call of Duty : Modern Warfare had multiplayer, but Modern Warfare didn't have multiplayer.
Huh.
You see how the naming convention gets confusing?
Yeah.
Did you mean to say the high-res remake of the classic game?
No. It was, excuse me, Modern Warfare 3. It's the, like I said, it was the one that came out 2 years ago. It was like,
That was Modern Warfare. It didn't have Call of Duty in the title. It was just Modern Warfare
ah.
by Activision Blizzard. What is this Freakazoid?
Oh wait, no. Hold on. God damn it.
Yeah, it's okay.
Have you beaten Borderlands 3?
Yes, the vanilla I have beaten, and I shat on it so hard, man. No, okay, let me open that up. My problem can be underexplained by just saying misogyny. But that is because I think the game leaned too hard on trying to feel modern, immediately dating itself by doing so. Because of the villains, because of the supporting characters. I enjoyed every location the game takes us to. I enjoyed many of the supporting characters as they were introduced or developed. I laughed ruefully at Patricia Tannis still being there and being a major fucking problem because she's the plague upon this series' writing. And I honestly enjoyed the great adventurer and the reveal thereof the game hints at the whole time and finally delivers. So action-wise, Borderlands 3 was a blast. It's just every time the story stopped to say, let's advance the plot, I visibly groaned. Even towards the very end where you're supposed to get into this rhythm of, okay, well, let's just get through this. Yes, elite enemies, fine, let's just get through it. I still had fun jumping about and tackling on enemies because the skill sets of the characters were sufficiently developed that I didn't feel like I was just pushing the same button all the time. Even though Flack, for sure, is the sort of character where you got one good trick. And it's a good trick, don't get me wrong, but you don't have to do much besides that. And then that one shotgun dropped, which I think is the fragger, I probably get it wrong, but it fires a cluster of explosions. The game solves itself. You just get kind of close to something, you pull the trigger, explosions tear it apart to mincemeat, and that's your experience, you're done. I think I mentioned before that playing as Zane was the most fun for me because of the mobility options, but again, I have not touched the DLC. I don't know if it gets better with DLC. As I remember correctly, Borderlands 1 for sure gets better with its additional content, but it's uneven, and General Knox is the sole reason to get to the late game because I think General Knox adds a lot, thematically and mechanically, to that experience. Borderlands 2 had funny, interesting, and memorable DLC, but it did not advance the world much for me beyond just spending time with wackadoo characters like Mr. Torg. And Borderlands 3 I have no experience with. Oh no.
I thought you were...
Die.
Oh, you're good.
Here, caress your face across my cleavage.
There is,
I would like to go back and play Borderlands 3, especially with not my ailing system, so I can be pretty and smooth. Because mechanically, just mechanically, the game's a joy to me. It is the best the series has played so far. Just a shame about that writing. That's the one test of will. And early on, there may be a boss that if you're undergeared for, it's going to be a problem. But the solution is, oh, just play with friends. Overcome the design flaws by adding more firepower.
God dang it.
I think our allies are invincible, which is not a bad thing in this situation.
Well, I'd have to agree. I haven't played Borderlands 3, but he did say the writing and pacing is awful in the story.
I look forward to Chuck's being exposed to this shit going, or maybe you say, this is amazing, what are you guys talking about?
Well, I know they're coming out with a new director's cut that's supposed to make it even better. Like this, like, I don't know how. It's supposed to be like, hey, we're gonna make it better. There's a director's cut. This is how the director wanted it. But if
we flogged the writers, that was the solution.
I know with the Resident Evil director's cut, it's like, hey, you added a little bit, but goddamn, the writing hasn't gotten any better, but the fucking music has gotten terrible. And I think that's something too you got to look at when you play a game that a lot of people overlook is the music, and how the music and ambiance of that music set pace for everything. Like with Resident Evil, like the slow, methodical. In the old one, it's like sounds like somebody's playing up a butt tuba.
There's no music.
There's music.
Resident Evil doesn't have music.
The new ones don't. The original ones did. The original one did. And it was slow.
I know that notes were played into a microphone and recorded. I still wouldn't call it music.
But the music that it had for a PlayStation was just.
Is the Resident Evil theme?
Depends on which one you play.
There's not a unifying series theme?
No. The only thing that sets it up is.
For a game with 26 entries under its name, why is there not a musical identity? Everybody know Halo's theme. Some people even know the Silent Hill theme. Call of Duty kinda has a theme. It's either brass instruments or
Boomer.
guitar. That's not a boomer. That's just Aunt Sally.
Oh god. It doesn't have a theme, but I would say the thing that most people remember about
Right, doesn't it? That's a signature thing that the series can have.
It just wasn't their thing, but because the music is known as goofy, especially like the director's cut music, and it was meant to set up, like all the music they played for it was meant to set up pacing and stuff and ambiance, but it never did, and I don't know why. I can't answer that question. I'm not Hideki Kamiya. Hideki Kamiya, yeah. And why he didn't want to set it up that way, but the music.
Yeah, but Hideki Kamiya, isn't he also a contributing factor to Devil May Cry?
No, excuse me, Shinji Mikami. Hideki Kamiya was the one who created Devil May Cry. Helped create Devil May Cry. Because they were like, let's create this Resident Evil 4, and then it set off to that.
Which, in the beginning, wasn't known for his guitar riffs, but that definitely became the sole identity of Devil May Cry. For a bit, it was the rocker aesthetic, and now, thanks to DMC5, it's gotten even further into exciting electronic musical genre. But RE doesn't need it. But
No.
boy, what a shame for a series that can have additional signature elements and twists, where Biofreaks became its thing, right?
Yeah.
Like, it's known for flesh grotesque monsters, sort of. It's not alone in that. But boy howdy, Resident Evil being a storied franchise as it is, why doesn't it have more unifying elements? You could say it's characters, you could say that. I would contest you, because the characters are either not there or very flat.
They are flat.
Chris became more of a character thanks to RE5, but because of memes.
Yeah.
And Leon is a different / same character in every entry, because people know him best from the successful game, right? Well, excuse me, more successful game, which is RE4.
Into.
Yeah, but like I mentioned before, why different attitude?
Because he got.
RE2 Leon, okay, goofy but relatable. RE4 Leon, are you trying to be edgy? What's happening here?
So they kind of explain why he gets serious and pissy and everything in Resident Evil 3.
Get us out of here.
Like, hey, he was forcefully told, hey, you're going to join this government project, or you're going to become a special forces person because what, you survived and you're a cop? Or if you don't, we're going to hurt Claire and Sherry. So he's like, reluctantly, he joins the government. So he becomes this uber badass because of essentially being forced to do it, and he isn't happy about it.
Wow, what compelling rights.
Well,
Take back everything I ever said.
I'm not saying it's the best. Don't get me wrong. Oh, those two are dead. What the hell?
He was so close to making it.
between the intro sequence, that's the end of the game, and what's happening in here for the last hour, I don't even. What is happening with Leon's story?
It's going
Maybe this is foreshadowing. He always wanted to be a school bus driver, and now he gets to retire from a life of adventurism to be a school bus driver. Fucking hell, man. It's still a better story than Borderlands 1.
I'll give you that, yeah. Borderlands 1's more enjoyable. To me. To me.
From a gameplay perspective?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, certainly. It asks less of you, and arguably delivers more, because here, well, excuse me, let's put it this way. The expectation that the world is paradoxically full of lethality and nightmares, but also wacky humor and poop jokes, those go more hand in hand. Here, we're given allies to defend. I guess, but it's you and this woman and Hunnigan and Breakout and President Rogers and all these elements are floating and no connection to each other. And in the middle of it all, gunplay, explosions, biofreaks. And what are we even doing? We're trying to get to the cathedral, right? We're going to the cathedral for reasons.
I hope you're reading the chat here, bud.
Borderlands 1 is awesome until you play Borderlands 2. Until you play anything else.
Thank you.
Now, you can have a preference. You can have a strong preference saying this is where your favorite spot is at. I get that. I am much less forgiving on 1. Having invested lots of time when it was new, when it was released into that game, and then what the company continued to offer in its developments. And it's just really hard for me to come back and say, yeah, man, they nailed it in the first try. In what I've seen, they did not nail it in the first try, and that's a combination of design and the hardware it was forced to be on. So now that it's polished up to its remastered itself, it's a lot more enjoyable to touch, to play with, to be with. But supposing Chucks and I play any other multiplayer Borderlands game, which is designed to be a multiplayer game, the netcode not shedding itself is already an enormous improvement.
Like I said, Borderlands 1, I enjoy Borderlands 1 for the nostalgia feels. It takes me back to a time when I was in high school, about to graduate, and discovering this game months after it came out, and realizing, this is pretty fun to play with friends, because I used to do the same thing with Left 4 Dead.
But, yeah, and the nostalgia is for when friends were a daily feature in your life, right?
Yeah.
But isn't that deeply biased attribution? Thing is good because I felt good when Thing was around. Like what happens in music.
No, yeah, look, I'm not...
Hey man,
it is biased.
Thing was born out when I was having a great time. Back when I discovered my sexual identity, I can tell you the top 40 songs that were on the station. Yep, those are all terrible songs. Doesn't matter, I was having a great time. That's the nature of our experience. That's what happens as we do as human beings.
Look, I'm gonna say this. With music ever
released after my divorce, it all sucked. I don't know what it is. They just stopped making good music after I got divorced. Right?
No, well, no, not. And I enjoyed the gameplay. It was the first time I got to play a somewhat looter shooter, I guess.
Yeah.
And I had fun with friends. I remember the gameplay was good. It hit everything for me at that time that I enjoyed. Now, if I go back and play the story, yeah, we'll probably sit there and go, it's okay. It ain't the best. I haven't played 2 in a very long time, so I'll have to try that again.
Uh-huh. Akwai, once again, biased opinion here, but the Secret Armory of General Knox is cohesively, narratively, and mechanically the best part of Borderlands 1. But by the time you get there, you're gonna be a little tired.
A little.
Especially if you do the zombie island of Dr. Ned.
Oh, yeah.
And let's not forget the Claptrap Revolution. Neat ideas that are ultra fucking bogged down by repetitive quests. That if you're in for a penny, in for a pound, you'll do them because, well, it's you and your friends roll through, hold down the trigger button, mow down the enemies, get your level to go up, which again at that point your skill tree is developed to a point where
Cutting through the cemetery.
no meaningful growth is going to happen. Your percentages get better. So hope you're jamming out to a good song or having a good time conversing with people because it's more of that. And again, this is coming from someone who did the Feed Me Brains quest to completion at least twice, which is a bad use of your time.
You only did it twice?
Yeah, that was enough.
I did it. I did it twice every time I played the goddamn game.
No, to completion. As in hundreds.
Uh,
Hundreds of brains.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. I completed every fucking mission in Borderlands. Now does it get boring and exhausting?
It's got to be that RE brain damage. That's the only explanation.
Hey, let's not hate on RE, sir. RE is the best around, and no one's ever gonna keep it going. 58, sir.
I'm looking at this gravekeeper with a shovel who's just sprinting at me at a grave, and he can't figure out his way around the box. Is that why?
I believe you want to try to get to level 61 because if you want to fight Conworm,
There is no reason to fight Cromrax.
th-
Once you get the must-complete bugbear out of your system, you realize there's some things that just aren't necessary. But if you're still compelled by it's on the checklist, I gotta do the check. I gotta do it. Good news, Ubisoft specializes in that shit, so there's lots of games for you to do there.
yeah, they do. I'll give them that. They do. They have that.
I 100%ed Assassin's Creed Odyssey. I don't recommend doing that, but it's on the table if you want it.
What game? Sorry.
Odyssey, which I'm told Valhalla is at 30% more, at least.
Ah.
So the shit's there. I can't tell you it's rewarding besides the personal feeling of I did the thing.
You talking about? Wait, you saying Assassin's Creed Valhalla?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I enjoy Valhalla. I like it. I like this. I haven't played. I've gotten to the god where you get to play as the gods, but I haven't gone too far in it. And I know essentially you have to play everything going through Fraggle Rock.
Okay.
I don't know if you know what Fraggle Rock is, sir.
I'm aware. I'm just trying to figure out what you're trying to communicate with your
I've
signature redactive style.
I'm just saying I've enjoyed the game so far. I just got to... I'm not very far in the game. I have only played a little bit of the game. I've owned it since it came out. But I have not beaten it.
Come out yet?
Assassin's Creed Valhalla?
Yeah, it didn't come out yet.
Are we talking about the same Valhalla?
Well, clearly not, because Origins and Odyssey had additional chapters after the game was released that gave you afterlife content, and the experience regrettably does hinge in part for the DLC chapters that they expand the context of what's happening in the game. So the game isn't finished because you're missing fairly integrated pieces of its storytelling, of its resolution. That if Valhalla bucks that trend, then it is betraying its own expectations. If you had two preceding entries that give you the game, which is plenty big on its own, and then it gives you additional stuff after the main story is over, because the game's not done. It just says, you did the adventure, now keep playing, fucker, keep playing. Those add-on chapters, if not for reuse, they add significant art assets, new locations, mechanical development, and flavor and context to characters. So I would say it's required reading if you're going to play the game to begin with. You don't have to finish everything, just do the after chapters, which aren't even after chapters. It's not like the Return of the King, Lord of the Rings problem, where you have 7 epilogues. It's not quite that. So Valhalla is huge and swollen and full of stuff to do already. And from what you tell me and others tell me, the supernatural afterlife content is in the main story, the way it's rolled in.
Yep.
Right?
Correct.
Cool.
Well,
But doesn't that also mean there's going to be more later? And if that's the case, I basically promise you, if you finish the game, you're not going to go back for seconds.
God dang it. Why won't you... I'm hitting the B button. It wouldn't let me do it.
I mean, how many times in your experience have you said, oh, game is new, I will go play, and then you play the game. And then months later, good news, we have more stuff. And you went back and did the more stuff.
Talking about Call of Duty?
Not necessarily. Something more narrative, something more once through, if you will. Because I don't know about you, but free time isn't abundant for most people. And
No.
when you finish game, you're probably moving on to other game. Unless your friends are a pressure factor, you won't go back to finish that one DLC that everyone's talking about. You'll say, hey, cool, I'll just watch a video.
Chasing a dog through a cemetery.
Yeah, it could be chasing
So-
us.
I don't know if you would call it afterlife. You were playing dream sequences. I don't know if you know what the story is on Valhalla.
It doesn't matter. There's no story.
There kind of is. So you're essentially playing.
Oh, not anymore. Not with Layla Hassan at the helm. Whatever mainline context they portray, it is now a disaster.
Who the hell is Layla Hassan?
Exactly. That's my fucking point. You remember Desmond Miles?
Yeah.
You don't remember Layla Hassan?
But she's the girl that keeps going in.
Uh-huh. No, but like for funsies and freebies. Just because player engagement and agency.
Yeah.
So that is more of my point.
Now let's
What
get to that
possible story impact can there be? Was Bayek's story important?
No.
it was not. It was a really cool ride, but it was not portrayed or delivered in a way that was compelling or sensible. And you could argue something similar for Altair or for Ezio, or even for the Kenways.
Mm-hmm.
But in game, in single game, they managed to be a lot more approachable or much more understood as flawed people. Without the addition of side quests to round them out, if you will, because everyone loves Witcher 3 for a good reason. And then when it comes to Alexios or Cassandra, also not necessarily impactful stories.
Okay, we're in.
The events they're involved with, Peloponnesian War, secret cults, magical shit, impressive things. Their stories, the cast-off Spartan survivors, it's a little rote. And they were, of course, destined to succeed because the blood of Heracles is in their veins.
Leon, are you alright?
Okay, but who are they as people? Apparently they're horny. Yeah, they're horny as people. That's their story.
You never know. Maybe
Doesn't that
it
kind of
could
sell it short, Chucks?
A little bit.
So the story of the character of Assassin's Creed Valhalla, my expectation bar is very low.
It should be.
I don't think,
Should keep it
I
there.
don't think it's necessary. Because what you're going to be doing as this character is sweeping the landscape clean.
Yeah.
Just going to run from interaction point to interaction point. Your numbers will gradually go up. Your killability will get a little more killable, and many enemies will fall to your sword. And then you get to a cutscene. Somebody says, "Listen, it's really important you help me," and that will happen for 28 more times.
Oh wow, you nailed it in a nutshell. Pretty good, sir.
So, in terms of virtual tourism, yeah, I want to play it at some point. But I'm in no hurry, especially if the after chapters aren't finished yet. Because, man, spending time with Bayek running through his conception of what the afterlife is, even though they're simulated images, that was interesting. To me, as a player, in context, very good. Spending time as the chosen Atlantean, exploring the portrayals of Greek afterlife, also very stimulating. Enjoyed big time.
Oh no, I don't want that.
So, Viking Man doing time in Viking Afterlife, exciting. Would like to see, but not for narrative purposes, sadly.
So I don't remember. I never got that far in Odyssey to see where the who you play as when you go to the Atlantis. I know it's Poseidon and a bunch of other people that are supposed to be there.
Who you play as?
Well, you play as the same character, but you play in like your Poseidon. Well, you play in Atlantis. Excuse me, if I remember correctly, the one that you're talking about.
There are 3 places.
Okay. But I know with the new Valhalla, you play as the gods. You are the gods themselves. So you're not like, oh, I'm in the afterlife. You're like, hey, I was the gods at one point, and then something happened for these gods to die, and you're figuring out...
How does that make any kind of sense?
Because
I
they...
was the gods at one point. Like, that is a sentence, and it's not even untrue.
Because the Asu, I guess, had human wives at one point, and... or male, because you were Odin, a reincarnation, I believe, of Odin. One person is Loki. Oh, your best bud is Loki. who you go to England with, and his wife is Freya or Frey. No, she's Frigg. Yeah,
What a messed up opportunity to have a hermaphroditic character in mainline entertainment.
I know, right?
Like, I don't know what that thing is, but I'm gonna fuck it. Why? Because it's awesome. Well, isn't that a little strange? I don't care. It's awesome. Okay, man. You do you.
They no longer
But
have.
please continue to try to make sense of this.
Oh no, I'm not trying to make sense of it. I'm just explaining the story to you. And so you played through these afterlife situations to understand what's going on with them and how they got to this point, and why everything seems so familiar.
What?
No. The assassin is Loki. Excuse me. The assassin. Yeah, the guy who gives you the wrist. I can't remember his name. The wrist knife. He is Loki.
I was so hoping against hope, that when that trailer dropped, the man in the rags and the cloak was Altair, because the timing of the 12th century would have just worked out. But no, we can't have nice things. We're just going to use familiar imagery for the true fans from years ago. They might recognize it, and then just go ahead and betray you.
Correct.
That betrayal, ladies and gentlemen. Betrayal is video games.
What is a patrol video games?
You know someone's in there.
Open the door.
Giants.
Crazy! Those things will kill us!
The Bastion Hades people,
Look,
that's not
it's just
betrayal.
us. Hurry up and let us in.
Okay.
Well, I have 8 of these
We'll
things.
get rid of them first.
Let's use them.
I agree.
Although, these skinny fellas do make me miss the tracksuit mob.
The tracksuit mafia.
So,
Church bells?
I am
kidding me?
very, like my children, like whom I don't have, I'm very hard on the games I enjoy because I know they can do better, and their disappointment will irk me forever. But when they do well, I'll reward them and say this was really good. And I try much more these days to not just spew piss at things, but give considered responses, and if I have a flavorful take of hatred on something, I will offer clarification. Whereas Chucks will say things categorically, best thing ever, or worst thing ever.
Indeed.
Hey, it worked.
Open the door! Now!
Don't do it now. We got zombies coming at us.
Ha! The fire tackle.
I will not say Valhalla is the best thing ever. Valhalla is an okay game with a mediocre story in the times that I enjoy.
It has so much game in it. I thought you loved more game.
Alright, it depends. If it's the same thing repeated 80 times, no, you're right. I wouldn't enjoy that.
Alright, get your asses in here!
I sometimes have to enter a mindset where I'm bargaining with myself when it comes to later AC games, which is there is too much shit in this sandwich. This is going to be a sloppy
Stake my
sandwich.
life on it.
I'm going to pace myself, or even let's make it a triple patty burger. When the plate arrives, held together by 7 pins, think to yourself, I got greedy. This is too much stuff for one sitting. Nope, I'm gonna eat this. I made myself do this. I'm gonna eat this. I'm gonna have the meat sweats.
You ready?
It's gonna suck. I don't want this anymore, but I need to get the full experience, to get the overfull experience. And then about 2/3 of the way through the meal, I feel like I want to die. There's nothing more to discover here. It's just more meat and bread. The vegetables are falling off to the side. It's sopping wet. But damn it, that was the bargain. That was the experience that I wanted. I knew that going in. Let's finish this. And then the next day I'll wake up, gotta go, gotta shit. But that's what it takes to run through thoroughly. I mean, too thoroughly through Origins, through Odyssey, and through Valhalla. Because Valhalla seems to be like a dare at this point. Like a Death Wish coffee. Oh yeah? You did everything in the previous 2 games? Well, watch your ass, because now there's more to do.
So,
Does that bar meaningfully contribute to anything? Well, your number go up. Oh, I do like number go up. Okay, deal, I'll do it.
I preferred Odyssey more than Valhalla. And it's for more of a historical reason, more than gameplay reason. I liked the mythical monsters.
Talk to these NPCs and take on quests to get experience. No, bro. We're still playing RE. Damn it!
The mythical creatures you could fight in Odyssey compared to, and like the also like the wild animals that you have to hunt for Artemis, I found enjoyable.
You don't have to.
You don't have to. I found them enjoyable. And
You did. You don't have the classic, but that boar though story.
that boar sucked. Don't get me wrong, that boar sucked. But to hear them and everything they did, hunt the Nemean lion. What? I get to do a thing that Hercules got to do? And that you know, me being the history nerd that I like, I got my jollies off. And then you can get Poseidon's Trident, Hercules Club. You can get all these badass weapons.
Wait, hold on. Let's really carefully examine
Yeah.
discussing the Nemean lion and history in the same breath.
It was
It's-
open the last time I was
Oh
here.
yeah.
I like old comic books.
What do we do?
Yeah, really? Because the part where there's history, I really dug when it was talking about Jerusalem and Akka, but that's not popular anymore. That's the old shit. Don't worry about that.
This isn't just
No. I mean, I said like history as a mythology, like the mythology history
More
aspect.
here than meets the eye.
So yes, those things that you're
What's
talking.
left? Scylla and Charybdis?
I would enjoy that.
Here,
Yeah,
give me a sec. I gotta get some more coffee.
That's fine. 2-minute break, guys. Be back.
Having said that, though, I gotta say it's a missed opportunity for naval combat. Are you?
What?
You're across the room from me.
I am across the room from you. There's stuff to explore. Like I just got a trophy.
So, the humor of the situation is, on my camera, I'm diligently standing by a broken ladder waiting for you to hop up. And on your camera, you're across the room, crouched down in front of a ladder, going, come on, any second now. Boost me, boost me.
I'm coming to you. Give me a second.
So, I mean, having said what I just said, they shoehorned naval combat into the game, and it was good in Odyssey. Because, same people who did Black Flag, the best combat.
Yes, great there.
Having a Scylla and Charybdis boss fight would have been very interesting.
Yeah, I think that would have been kind of awesome. Giant. How do you fight a giant whirlpool though?
With your balls.
Nothing's happening. What are we
But
not
they would have figured out
seeing?
you would have had to ram it, probably.
Two motherly saints will reveal the
Oh, yeah, probably. Two
Because
mother.
ramming became OP. How do you board a whirlpool? Really, that's the question.
Ram the fuck out of it.
How do you slay its captain and take it for yourself?
That would have been. I would say that, as you mentioned, Black Flag. Black Flag was pretty cool in all the secret naval battles you could do. Like, you could fight this ghost ship. Oh, wait,
You
wait.
see me up there?
Yeah, I can see you. What the hell are you doing?
A new form of knife combat has been developed by Leon.
It's called ass jitsu. I don't know what that means. Okay, we gotta find another Madonna statue.
Uh-huh. I'm just slashing tendons down here. Don't worry about it.
But what I was getting at though, the mythological factors in the game, like you can fight the Cyclops. Like the Cyclops are real. Oh, I'm a Cyclops. I'm gonna beat you and eat your bones. Like, ooh, Odyssey-esque here. Now I'm gonna fuck you up. Fun. Medusa, fun. The Sphinx, real cool. Just don't get the questions wrong because then you die and you have to restart each time from there.
Uh-huh.
But it
Big
was
question-based boss fight.
yeah.
But these are not the mythological creatures. Oh, no. These are Isu artifacts
Yeah.
running rampant over time.
Yep. Ooh, what was that?
Which, ever since I don't know when the decline started. I'm going to say right around AC3.
Yeah.
Where the Forerunners became the Isu, and then that writing developed, and it got better, but at the sacrifice of other sensible pieces of narrative that the story had. And I don't like that kind of stuff. It's a bad trade-off for me. We had compelling characters. And I understand the Desmond Miles saga was wearing thin, it had to end, and that's cool. We ended it. But we are abandoning the idea of the Animus, in a sense. Even though that's the Chief series conceit, which I really enjoyed, but I'm that weird guy who likes to have things fit and make sense. Even if they're unbelievable, still make internal sense to itself, right?
Mm-hmm. Hey, by the way, there's a
A blue plate
yep. Do you know where it's at? You shot it already?
in the big round window.
Yeah.
So ever since Assassin's Creed Brotherhood,
Oh,
I've been
hold on.
a-
Throw me back up. Okay.
I've been a big fan of the multiplayer mode when it existed, and of course it's dead now. But good times, very good times that we cannot have again in that context. Just other games of a similar fashion. There was a glorious period where mechanical storytelling, or rather, a mechanical validations of storytelling, existed, such as, Abstergo owns the patents of this thing.
It looks
And
just like the other
as such,
statue.
they can create new variants and
Question is,
developments
what are
on
they
this
for?
their own technology. So why not roll it in for further research and crowdsource it? Because after all, the Templars are digging for artifacts. That's the point of the whole thing, right? We just want more cool shit from the past. Okay, well, give it to the users to use, and then they think they're playing games. We're data mining their memories. Okay, yeah, sensible, great. But then who's your focal point? There isn't one. The hero is within you all along. All of you. You're all hero. Okay.
Bullshit.
I mean, I get it, but we're back to Master Chief. The hero is in you. Statuette? Statuette. Did we do it? We did it. We did it! An assassin tomb has been... Ah, fuck. Chucks, what'd you break?
Uh-oh.
Now we're getting somewhere.
Are we?
I've had
I
enough of
wouldn't be
these
so optimistic,
games.
Leon.
Let's go.
Anyway, Layla Hassan, in my opinion, is terribly underwritten and logically dissonant. I don't mind. It's not that it's a girl character. It's not that we're having someone else than the guy that we're used to. I'm still the guy who stands for Altair, while everyone else goes, boring character! Poorly written, yes. I would not say boring. I would say perhaps excessively stoic and insufficiently accented. Because he's got to sound Middle Eastern, right? Okay.
Leon,
Let's pull the
take
levers.
the other one.
I don't want to take the other one. But Layla Hassan becomes a nothing character because Layla Hassan, spoiler, meets the player character. Wow, it's a gun statue. That's cool. I mean, she meets your protagonist in Ye Old Odyssey, who basically sits there and says, I've been waiting for you. Now you shall take the scepter and become the immortal.
Elena, there's a switch
And
on the
then
statues that shuts them
wipes
off.
away as the last knight did in Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade. That's not interesting, and it leads to so many questions that you won't answer. I know you won't answer. Because you're playing Valhalla, you put it 67 hours into it, so you're about a quarter of the way through.
We don't have time for this crap.
What's the current day storyline, Chucks?
She's running away from the Templar still, and she found
Okay, so nothing changed in 3 games.
Eivor in America, and she's trying to figure out how Eivor got to America.
By boat.
And how he had this magical scepter, and why he was there. What did the Isu leave there for them to find? And that's her.
Probably more pain and misery. Probably just more pain and misery.
Probably.
But the fact that that's like B-roll
This is
side
stop
story
me.
that nobody even cares
Just keep
about, really,
moving.
seemingly, ostensibly,
Exactly.
that hurts.
Wouldn't want to miss out on all the fun.
Because there can be fertile ground here, but it's very much not the focus. The focus is roam around and do shit, and we are hanging on to the current day framework because it's series legacy.
Essentially.
I don't like that. You can do better. C+. C minus, actually. Very poor. See me after class. Wear something nice. Sorry. Not That's not okay. Can't say that.
You can.
I didn't say what gender it was. So, Ubisoft knows how to make environments. I got my mileage out of Watch Dogs, which is a flawed game, but I really enjoyed Chicago. Just to travel around and not engage with the game mission structure.
Get
just
up.
roam. So I'm
Get
looking forward to
up.
my time in San Francisco as well.
Holy shit, game. Let me get up.
Nope, not allowed. Gonna get stabified by the arrows.
I mean, I kept getting hit. I dodged one, go to hit it, and all of a sudden it was shot after shot after shot. I'm like, what the fuck?
Don't get hit. That's the secret.
Yeah, I learned.
Down that run button.
Oh, yeah. I've noticed that now. Bullshit game.
This is gonna get a
Also,
little bit dicey.
unfortunately for Kwai,
We don't have time
my
for this
comment is still
crap.
hanging there. Level 61 is not going to solve your problem with Cromarax. Cromarax is still going to be a serious, serious issue until you find a broken weapon, and maybe then get past it. Or bring friends. And outside of the achievement and high-end loot drops, again, there's no justification for even engaging with a fight outside
This
of,
is gonna stop
I
me.
did everything else in the
Just keep
game,
moving.
let's do this too.
My thoughts exactly.
And when I was younger, sure, you pose a challenge, well, I'll take on that challenge for the sole reason being challenge exists. But we've played, you and I, Chucks, at least, enough of these number-driven games where the artificiality begins to wear real thin. It's hard for the sake of hard, and the solution is not perform better, it's either trick the system or get number higher.
Yeah, just get number higher mainly.
I don't know how you feel about Destiny 2.
Haven't played it in a long time.
Well, playing keyboard and mouse will be a transformative experience, I promise you. This is the case with everyone. He goes, yeah, it's okay, and then they play it for real, and they go, oh my god! Has it been this good the whole time? But point being,
Yes.
that's a very risky pool to get into, because while there is content, while there is missions to complete, quests to turn in, and rewards to collect, that in itself becomes a running process. Where on any average, it's the classic problem
Okay,
for
let's
all
go.
MMO fans. What are you doing today? Well, I'm doing the same thing I do every time, because I have to do my dailies. Well, what does that mean? That means I'm going to sacrifice time in my life to not have fun, and pursue the numeric rewards that I perceive as necessary to tackle a lot more difficult content. Okay, well, quick question. What's the point of the content? To do more content.
Nope.
Okay, but is that good? I don't know, but I have to do it. Okay.
Point. Aim at the this mirror.
Blink twice if you need help. Aim at the mirror.
Yep, with your laser.
Nothing happened.
Really?
Maybe aim at the other mirror.
Damn it. Yeah, I'm doing it.
Oh. I aimed at your mirror. That was the mistake. 2 lasers didn't fix it. I thought it would, though. So, are the gargoyles going to be zombies too?
Yes. That's straight up bullshit. Shot him in the dick.
I was reminded when you were trying to clumsily get around to a game that you didn't enjoy, of a game that I did rage put down, and I thought I'd have a good time with, but I just couldn't muster it after a while. There's a game called Infinite Undiscovery, and with a name like that, you know you're in for a good time.
I have never heard of it.
I'm not super surprised. It was a hybrid action and RPG game. There's a mirror on your side too.
Oh, yep. Derp.
Yay, doors opened. For a little while, it promised to be a companion-driven action piece that you level up your abilities, get cool new weapons, and take on enemies live action with explosive barrels. And
Yeah,
then it just
okay.
continued to be insufferable in its writing, saturated with color, flat writing, bad development in terms of you keep playing the game, but nothing of sense keeps happening. It's more of the shit you did. Hit guard with sword, kick guard, shoot barrel. And I think parts of my mind have rejected remembering this thing because when it was close to being done, I don't know. I think I made it maybe halfway, but I just said, no, I refuse to take any more of this and stop playing. it was not a nothing experience that was forgettable. Like, say, White Knight Chronicles was a game that was regrettably forgettable. The concept was very Escaflowne-esque. Characters are fighting for political control of the realm, but some special characters get their signature tattoos, and when they touch the tattoos, they get a big suit of armor. Mech-like suit of armor to dwell within.
Semi-auto sniper rifle.
I mean, what's not to love about giant suits of armor, man? Like, it's great. That's one of those hallmarks of game design where you get to just guilt-free say, I like robot, be big robot. But the primary experience of playing that game was forgettable wandering back and forth, and let's not forget mining for resources, hitting rocks over and over to make the chips fly off and maybe craft a better weapon.
5 bells loud and clear.
So,
Thus
the
the true
35-hour
shall
adventure game
appear.
Nothing
came
like
down
good
to a couple of
centuries-old riddle.
cool-ish boss
Have to
fights.
Figure it out.
And then Dragon's Dogma was released within a year of that, and it's way better. But Infinite and Discovery, just the anger it produced in me was unbelievable. I think I hate Remember It better than I remember Damnation, which is the game I told you about that I was trying to just grind for trophies, I think. And
Got 'em all.
by the end, I couldn't do it. All I had to do was tough it up for another 3 or 4 hours of terrible gameplay, of constant checkpoint reloading. Couldn't do it. Maybe I could force myself to do it now, but again, what's my payoff?
Did you hear that?
Whose sniper rifle do you like the best?
Hope it was a door. Come on.
Chucks, you passing out on me?
No, I was listening to what you were talking about. And then you
And
said...
nothing to add?
No.
Nothing to add? Okay.
Wait, why
Must've been really-
the hell do we have to shoot this again? The serpent thing.
Maybe it's a different one.
Well,
Are you okay?
Nope. Not
Same
at the front. Huh? Makes no sense.
Hey guys, I know you're just milling around down at the bottom of the pews there, but if you could just help us out and do something useful.
Negative.
Man, I don't know nothing about nothing.
Negative, Ghost Rider. Zombies just come rushing out.
But they're older. They're skeletons.
Called
from the
it.
Zombie army.
See, Michael Jackson's Thriller. Just the bass line.
Wow, they're all innies.
That shouldn't bother me as much as it does. What is this guy? This is all the buttholes of the zombies that came together.
The Pucker Butt Pepper Company president. We should really care more about this. Maybe the character should care more about this? Offer a reaction beyond, shit just got real.
No,
Where did that thing come from?
you should never offer more real. Oh no, we're gonna turn into zombies.
Well, the reaction Leon had, he just sort of waved his hand in front of his face. P-U-S-A.
How do you shoot something and it doesn't do shit? Get off me, you bastard. Okay, who threw an explosive?
I didn't throw anything.
Something blew up behind me.
I planted it on the ground.
Okay, well, it hit me.
Don't panic, people. Just move away from it.
As they move closer.
Everyone, out of the way. We'll take care of this.
Move out of the way where? You didn't say follow me along in this catwalk adventure. All they know is the lobby.
Let's all go to the lobby. Let's all go to the lobby. I'm sorry, was I not supposed to be
We
singing?
have to do something. People are dying.
If you consider what's happening here a
Everyone,
treat, then
run!
yeah, that's quite a treat.
Yeah, it is. You got Butthole Monster killing everyone.
No, it's not killing them, it's giving them a new lease on life.
Put a ting. It's turning
Hey,
It's turning everyone else into zombies, but Leon and Helena? No, we're too much of badasses.
I don't think there's any serious justification for that. Yeah, it must be badass energy.
So I'm saying, like, oh god, everyone else is being turned into zombies within 30 seconds of being bit by zombies, but what do? We get bit, we just rub some herb on it? Like, this oregano should help.
It's the haircuts. It's the hero haircuts. Kick it! Kick it! Do something cool! No, it's not. There you go! Drop kicks galore.
That's what you get, butthole monster.
Undulating pustules. And all of the infected disappear from the room.
Which makes tons of sense. Tube 12. That's what we're calling this guy.
Huh. Rescued 2 female survivors from the cathedral. Does it have to be female?
Megan, everyone's gone. It's gonna be okay.
Yeah, there's 2 females sitting right here. That's about it, I guess.
I guess that's a failable state then. You might not succeed in doing that.
Let's go.
Yeah, I guess.
But this is the unnecessary conversation where we draw it back to social norms, if you will.
Yeah, go ahead.
There was a highly contested achievement name back in the Arkham City days, and there was DLC for that.
Mm-hmm.
It was something about riding the Harley, I want to say, or something similar. That it got out to the right people. They got very insensitive about it, and they had to rapidly patch that out or rename it as something. Was it a crass joke? Yeah, probably. Have we said things like this before? Absolutely. Was it with the intent to hurt? No, not really. It was trying to self-magnify in the way a 14-year-old does. Slander someone else, which results in good feels for you. This game is from 2010-ish, I want to say, right?
Yeah, it's the early 10s.
So, was that right around that time people were getting a lot more sensitive and butthurt?
That's the start of it.
When the name of the achievement, I prefer them alive, and the condition is save 2 girls.
Looking out for us right now. But I think wrong.
Are we alluding to necrophilia or something else entirely?
Both.
And it's a throwaway thing, it's not meant to be dwelled upon. But isn't it interesting that in the middle of this conversation, another conversation pops up? Hey, this is the Ada Wong second/third level. Is this a pachinko machine? Are you gambling? Is this slots?
Yeah, hold on. I'm opening door 12. It's the door to the left.
Uh-huh. Blech. Doctor, why are you in here? No, for real, Doctor, why are you in here? Kick. Head smash! I'm telling you, man, for all of your slander of billy clubs in this context, their bones are so soft you could basically just push your hand right through them.
Oh yeah, it's kind of like the drunk guy I had to just gently shove back. Guy was so drunk he kept wanting to like get close to me, and I'm like, dude, what are you doing? 201. Okay, so what is this?
Did you tell him it was your purse and that you didn't know him?
I did. Let's try. Is there anything on the back?
Is there
202.
anything on your
102.
back?
No, anything on the back. So it's 0. That's all it shows. 0. Middle
Do
number.
something too.
Yep.
Well, which one do you want to do?
Well, since we got, let's try 202. Well, you can't fail because it only allows you to do one.
Blue boxes that once kicked reveal standard loot, which is welcome.
Okay,
We
so
like standard loot.
middle one was 210.
So it's either 202 or 222 or 212.
102.
102.
Mm-hmm.
Ah, interesting. Even though, oh no, I guess I read it wrong both times. I thought it was 2 in the front, 2 in the back.
Yeah, that's what I thought too. That's what I was trying to do, but it won't let you do the wrong code. So it's like you have to do it whatever we tell you. I just have to sit there and go, okay.
That was a lot of bullets I just fired there, and it felt good.
How much ammo do you have?
68 pistol shots.
Oh wow, I'm a little overdoing it then. I have 143.
Yeah, we've established that you play this generation of RE games in a way that they don't want to be played.
No, by no means. I play it like it's the old one. Ammo is scarce. Ammo is always scarce.
Hey, there's more doors to open.
Bust out of here. You just have to punch in the numbers in the doors.
What?
Do you hear the growlies too?
Oh, well, I shut that back. That's 210.
You didn't shut nothing.
Well, there's that one. 1, 2, 0. Yeah, it opens that door. And let's see, 0.
They're so soggy that. Would you ever play RE1 sometime? Yeah. I think Chucks has said before that he's more than willing to do quote speed runs of RE1.
Wait, let's hold on here. What RE1? We saying RE1 remake, or are we talking like original RE1? Because I'll do both. I just want to clarify, because if I need to play RE1, I'll have to play the director's cut on my PS1 Classic, which I will graciously do.
What about these other doors here?
Everything else shut? Okay. What's the numbers? 102.
2. Well, that's lying then.
There's that door.
Cool.
Original? Yes, I will play it. Director's cut is the original. Like I said, it's just music changed and a little bit added. I will always play anything of the sort that's RE. I enjoy RE. It's my favorite franchise. 2, 1, 1, 2. Nope. All right, we got to figure this out. 0, 2, 2, 0.
But it has 2 placards.
Oh.
It's lying.
Oh man.
Well, there's a door behind that door too. So one combination is 0 blankety blank. The one inside is, of course, 2 blankety blank.
No, it's 12. So the first blankety blank is 12.
Yep.
And then
I think you opened the one already. Wait, what?
yeah, I
Am in
did.
front of the wrong door? Okay.
you went to your bat left, sir, as you like to call me.
I did.
Call me out when I do that.
You know what I found there? Nothing of note.
Jack shit. I didn't really need that. But yeah, Resident Evil. I'll play. I'll bring in my RE Classic and RE Classic, PS Classic, and I'll play it. I will always play Resident Evil games for anybody. Be like, hey, Chucks, you need to play the Umbrella Chronicles or Dark Side Chronicles, and I'm gonna look at you and go, let's do it. I need you to play Survivor. Okay, I'm just gonna have to let you know that you're gonna have to call the police once I'm done to find my dead body from me hanging myself once I've completed it. And everybody who's probably just now joining is like, holy shit, this got morbid fast. I don't need.
He's a man on the edge.
Alright, this room, I gotta grab all these. Let's get some healing items
The
going.
Chronicles Interlude. Don't you love rusty shitholes? You better. The series is replete with rusty shitholes.
Oh man. Well, so I think you went through me when we did the Let's Play of Resident Evil.
It's our first one.
First one, yeah, it was our very
first one.
very
Terrible quality.
Oh yeah, because I did the first 2 episodes. We were figuring things out then.
I remember this.
And you
place.
kept lying.
Deborah must be close.
I did.
It's all.
Unintentionally.
It's right here. I remember this. I remember. Oh shit! I forgot. Never mind.
So I will definitely pick that up sometime. I can try pushing through
Please be okay.
RE1 through 7 by Friday next week.
Well, no,
It's
you have to do it at an enjoyable pace for yourself.
Oh yeah, no, don't get me wrong.
As recently highlighted, if you have to complete an entertainment project under crunch conditions, how can you expect anything to be good by the time it's finished? Because the workers at that point are just trying to get done with the thing, and all the joy and passion is gone.
Hey.
Same thing here. If you want to say, I want to marathon the RE series in one sitting, that's going to be a very taxing endeavor. Can you do it? I'm sure you could physically manage to do it.
No.
By the end, there's nothing worth looking at here.
I couldn't do it for the mere fact. Well, one, I had to find my PS3 because that's where I could get the original RE2 and RE3 on. But if I did the mainline story, that is roughly 25 to 40 hours straight.
Uh-huh.
Not possible for me.
Chuck's
No.
is a happy birthday stream.
I could technically do it. I'm off that whole week. What's appealing about Resident Evil? To me, the story. Now... I like that.
Story, he says.
Let me explain this in a manner that Browbeat will here enjoy. So, as a 7-year-old child, RE2 was the first one I got introduced to by a neighbor. Great guy. He's also a cop. I saw them play it, and I thought, hey, it's cool. There's this action adventure, and this young man is trying to save the day. He was playing Leon, by the way, the guy that's in this campaign. And
Oh, wow. There's a sigil in a sink full of vomit.
yeah, oh no. Uh-oh. So these, okay, or not, just run away. God damn it.
So a kindly father figure referred you to this series and said, "This is awesome, kid. You gotta love this."
Essentially, when I was 7, and my mom freaked out because I was having nightmares about it. I was like,
Yeah, this is not necessarily a thematically kid-friendly series.
oh no.
Yes, I grew up in Predator, but that's fine.
And what happened is that I enjoyed it. I saw it, and my aunt got the original one. She had a PlayStation. Huh?
Did you see the sink?
Oh, I didn't know. And so I started.
Childhood feels for nightmarish zombie creatures.
And here's and I enjoyed the craziness of that. But what happened? What really triggered the hardest part for me, like the hardest thing, like I was introduced by my neighbor. It was when you play the original Resident Evil. There's a scene that where you have to fight the giant shark, which you saw. Where I don't think I was Chris, because in Chris's he's eaten. Richard, the guy who gets killed by the snake, is eaten by Neptune, the shark. I'm running through there. I'm playing as Jill, and I'm not that great on health, and I'm having people help me, and I haven't been able to save because at the time you had to use memory cards. By the way, like I think it was like 8 megabyte memory cards. Super different from nowadays, where it's like, oh my god, I can save. Yeah.
You need 4 blocks to save this game.
Well, back then you did. Like, hey, well, some games you did.
Fill me in here.
We're running through, we're playing it,
I will. It's just
and you get
running
eaten.
out of time.
And now you'd think most people would be frustrated. You just spent several hours as an 8-year-old trying to beat this game. Instead, it made me enjoy it. I want to know what happens. I want to beat it. I want to play it. And I want to keep going. But it's fucking 2 in the morning and my aunt needs to take her goddamn fucking PlayStation back. So, it just drove me. Yeah, it does. So it drove me to keep playing it, and because of that, and all of a sudden I saw RE2 came out. RE2 then triggered to me like, hey, well, I remember playing this with my aunt. I want to play this. I played on my aunt's PlayStation, so I had it on my N64. N64, you didn't have to have a memory card on some games, and that was one of them, luckily. And it was so short, so easy, and the story was easy for me to follow, but at the time, at that age, you don't really pay attention to voice acting and realize how shitty it is.
Uh-huh.
That it kept triggering me. So then 3 came out when I was in 3rd grade. And everybody was talking about it on the playground, like, this new evil monster is killing everything, and it chases you. I'm like, man, I got to. It scared the fuck out of me when I played it. But it kept driving that passion. Several years later, RE4 came out, I'm older, and all of a sudden the story, happy birthday, Ada Wang, the story for 4 was really kept going, and then I was like, hey, I really like all these games. I'm going to go back and play them as an older person. Then I enjoyed how silly the voice acting was and the somewhat story it was about. And so it just kept driving me. There's zombies, and they're here to kill you. Don't tell me the stream just crashed again. God damn it.
Maybe. Yeah, a little dead. Just the part with the goo baby tentacles.
Goo, oh, no. God, no.
I just shut the sensor. can't be showing the goo titties. But there's no nipples there, so it's okay, right?
No, there it goes. And there goes the. What is going on?
I'm telling you, man. YouTube censorship.
Okay, so
If I'm trying to piece it together, frustration stimulates you.
it did.
You get your hackles up, and because you established a template of interaction with one game at a formative age, you could have learned to play the piano. Instead, you learned tank controls.
Tried learning the drums, wasn't very good at it.
Continuously pursuing the series that you now have a personal investment in because it's part of your kid identity. Like this series, it's not just a toy. It's not just a disposable piece of entertainment.
So
This
that's
is your
one of
impressions, man. Like an adult that you trust showed you this, and it was good, and now there's more, and I want it. That becomes the flavor that you crave. I understand that.
And
And
it's
because of this, as the flavor keeps changing, as the frog in the pot, you go, no, this is fine. I like this. This is good. Only in looking back, you say, man, there have been some differences.
oh
And
yeah,
maybe you can say, I really enjoyed it.
201.
I shouldn't have, but I did. And you can't take it
I
away
s-
from me.
I still enjoy it.
It's a
Yeah.
hot turd, and I'm coming back for second helpings.
Going back anyway.
It is a hot turd. The first one is. Second one is a more polished hot turd. Third one's a lot better polished hot turd. Fourth one's just a really damn good game. Now that second polished hot turd to me is my favorite in the whole series. It is great to me, and I still have the damn cartridge sitting in my room, which is actually, if I could sell it, it's probably worth like $200, $300 now.
What am I doing in your screen?
You're aiming a gun up.
Okay, so I'm not spazzing around
No.
like a monster?
Nope, nope, nope. But the whole series and franchise to me just holds the gameplay. I like the tank controls. It was suspenseful. It did everything that every other game at that time wasn't. Happy, fun, let's go blow shit and shoot shit up. It's like, oh, well, you don't have a whole lot of ammo, motherfucker. You better figure this out. And as an 8-year-old, it compelled me to be like you said, it's frustrating, but I had to learn. I had to adapt. I had to build 201.
0, 0, 0.
So
I did it.
It is a franchise that's always near and dear to my heart. And like I said, the voice acting will always be, up until the Ruler games, they were bad. But 5 and 6 to me just took too much of a stride into the action adventure. And a lot of people are going to say, but that, you had, and I've said it, you had to adapt and you have to make sure what your audience wants at the big time when these games were coming out.
The audience didn't want it.
Well,
The
no,
audience didn't know they wanted RE4. RE4 took the world by storm.
it did. No, I'm saying 5 and 6. I'm
Can't
talking about 5 and
imagine
6.
that RE fans went, well, 5 and 6 just lean into what they thought made 4 work.
Well,
And it's a back and forth battle where you added more stuff. The stuff didn't make the soup any tastier, but you're right, there's more stuff there.
RE5 and 6 added more action, which 4 had action, but it was suspenseful action, which was good. 5 was just like, let's lean heavy into action. 6 was like,
Suspenseful action, yes. Run away from the giant statue by mashing the button. Suspenseful action.
it was suspenseful. It's suspenseful. Like, I'm going to die. There's Dr. Salvador with that chainsaw, but in 5, it's just like, I have so much firepower, it doesn't matter.
Fighting a man's upper torso in a barn that's on fire. Suspenseful.
It always is suspenseful.
It is. It is. But
The big cheese.
I have a difficult time enjoying games that are giving you artificial things to be scared about, because I don't really understand the American fascination with zombie culture. I grew up here to a decent degree, but I never started with it, so the sensibilities don't translate well. While I enjoy playing another Capcom zombie game, that being Dead Rising, I'm not really there because keyword zombie excites me. I'm there for the, you could call it survival horror, but it's not, crafting-oriented
Activate the stick.
and highly perishable playthroughs, because there is a way to get through that game and you got the worst ending because you weren't at the right places at the right time. So unraveling the onion mystery of who, where, when, why in a one combination creates a play space that is interesting as a tinker toy. But I can appreciate well-crafted gameplay in combination with the fear sauce. It's just that I really enjoy Dead Space. Dead Space 1, I enjoy 2 more, but I really like 1. And usually the comeback is, well, you know, Dead Space 1 is just RE4 but in space. which is an oversimplification. I say it is. But somehow, stuck on a nightmare ship as a cable guy is more compelling to me than super secret agent man who protects the president's virgin daughter, but has did it before. So he's like, cool. I enjoy the countryside, I enjoy the castle vibe, I enjoy the weapons in the attaché case because there's just enough video game crafting and improvement there to keep me interested beyond what's around the next corner. But the appeal of the classic RE games is survive, get out of there. And the game is not going to help you or hold your hand. In fact, it's going to sew some of your pockets shut just to make it more interesting. I have a hard time finding fun there. I can leech off of some of your energy chucks because with something like Outlast that we mentioned last time, I know of it, I've seen pieces of it, I haven't played it myself. Because I see it as a series of stress challenges that don't give a lot of joy beyond, good, didn't die there, try again later. But maybe you will say, oh, this is making me feel giddy. I feel my sack tightening with excitement.
The few I've played of Outlast, it's suspenseful and the jump scares and horror is all there.
No guns.
There's no guns. You have a camera. Yeah, exactly. I don't like that. How the fuck do I get out of here?
You don't like this empowering gameplay? Where the gun doesn't solve your problems?
I-
Weird. I thought you liked when everything is stressful and difficult.
It can be. And
It isn't squeeze the trigger, but run away or hide or trick it somehow.
yeah, you have to run away and hide. Are you not dead? Shot you in the head like 8 times, lady. Yeah, the quality of video has dropped down, by the way.
Naturally.
I
Are your
think
daughters pirating media again?
I wouldn't doubt it. And to keep answering that question, so like Super Mario RPG, my favorite RPG. Why is it my favorite RPG? Because it was always simple. It got me into the franchise. A lot of the games that I play are the games that got me into a franchise that I find my favorites. Like Legend of Zelda, Ocarina of Time, my favorite Zelda game. Now
Push you up before the zombies come.
Now, the one exception to this rule is Super Mario 64. That is my favorite Mario game. It is not the first or last Mario game I've played, but it is my favorite. Because the 3D experience at the time, in that day and age, wasn't really there. There wasn't a whole lot of...
You mean you're not a Gex fan?
Gex isn't bad. It's a goofy game that I played, and I like the joking that it did, but... if you listen to Gerard talk about the completionist, by the way, his version of what he went through with Gex and how stupid the ending is, you'll understand. Like, the ending takes 12 minutes to finish, and that's ridiculous.
Sorry, the ending takes 12 minutes to finish?
Yeah, the credits, ending credits, excuse me. And I thought I died.
I'm trying to find my way through back to you.
Besides,
What I'm hearing, it's not what you're saying, but what I'm hearing from your testimony is you really like to stick to the experiences that gave you primary access to something without wanting to venture out into other developments or interpretations.
no,
I like Thing. Thing was good. Leave Thing alone. It's what I prefer.
not always.
That's not true.
Yeah,
But-
no. Go ahead.
Mentioning explicitly, the thing that got me into this is where I like to hang out. And that is it. That is the only one. That seems like you're limiting yourself to some of the experiences, but then again, if you already have the experience you want to nail down, who am I to say you should do something new or different?
Don't get me wrong. What you're saying there is like, hey, I don't like it changing. I don't mind changes. RE4 was a good fucking change. It's just to the point like these games where it goes so far out of nowhere where it's like, hey, this isn't what I remember or sticks close to. Oh, hold on here. That's probably why.
That was the missing link, yeah.
Yeah, I just noticed it.
But then we're whiplashing back to something new entirely with 7, right? People like 7 a lot, and 8 is going to be more of that, as I understand. But it certainly isn't the OG experience, and it's not the previous cycle experience. It is now an interpretive dance where we get to say the themes are overarching. But as I complained previously, and it's a hollow complaint, it's not really a point of contention, getting a Western writer to write Western horror and calling it Resident Evil is a misnomer because the series had always been, hey, what do they have over in America? Jokingly, right? But it's been an Eastern take on Western culture. And now it's, can we just get Hemingway to crank out a zombie novel? You can, and it's going to be good, most likely, but it will not resemble the thing that you had before. It will be a completely different riff. And if you're willing to accept that, then great. Please enjoy your quality entertainment that we used talented people to put together. I'm not going to put it down. I will only attack the notion that newest thing is an everywhere reflection of previous thing, and they're completely comparable.
I enjoy 7. 7's a great game. A lot of people are upset about the first-person view. I thought I would be at first, but then you start playing it, and the story of trying to get out of the Baker's household brings you back, almost in a first-person perspective, to Resident Evil 1. And like, hey, I gotta figure out how the fuck do I get out of here. Oh, I know. I gotta survive. I gotta ration my ammo. I got this silly-ass pocket knife. I got everything I had in the first game, but it's first-person, and the story was written in a more, like you said, Western style in this one? Like we talked about, Western style?
Yeah. Is the character in 7 an everyman, or is he
He's an everyman.
Doesn't that immediately change the context? Because when you are a tactical elite unit that gets dispatched in seconds, and then the last survivor or two prevail over everything, gameplay aside, that is a very different tone than, I need to get out of this fucking house. I can find a handgun and maybe that will help, but I'm not sure.
Yeah. So,
But
I...
it's sorry to interrupt for just a second.
No, you're good.
It's also maybe why I dig Dead Space more than RE4, because RE4 has that same cool haircut, big dick energy, where the character endlessly gets into shenanigans, but is unimpressed and has an arsenal of cool-ass weapons, versus Space Cable Guy, ostensibly unconnected to these events, and is just making do with whatever they can find. It seems more consistent in its tone of, you should be horrified, this is an awful situation, as opposed to, yeah, go get the president's daughter and shoot the zombies, and one-liner trade-offs. It's more
Las Plagas.
complete in its mood.
Because you probably wouldn't believe me.
Yeah, don't get me wrong.
Yeah.
Everything about this was fantasy, and you're like, hey, this special... A STARS unit is... SWAT... whatever. That's kind of what a STARS unit is. A Special Tactics and Rescue Service is kind of what they do. That's what a lot of Special Weapons and Tactics is what SWAT stands for.
Yeah.
And so that's not far-fetched, but those guys being as bad...
They're frequently dispatched by rogue dogs and shambling civilians, as well as biomonsters. You just don't hear about it in the papers.
Correct. Well,
The turnover rate is criminally high.
the pilots get killed real easy. Yes.
Yeah, just don't board a chopper ever.
If you're a STARS unit, no. I'm trying to see if there's any collectibles down here. Nope, doesn't look that way.
But that's a serious degree of separation from being in the mood that the game asks of you. Otherwise, you have to filter past it and say, yeah, that flavor doesn't matter. We're here for the good stuff. But then you ask, if you nail everything else, and you're only clinging to this particular vestige because of tradition, why not ditch it? Which is what 7 does. It goes, no, the events here are not connected to the other events, except a little, and you don't have to know that. You can play this fresh on its own and have a good experience.
You can play it.
Now I hear 8 is gonna renege on that and tie things together more.
It's going to tie 7 more. Yeah, 7 and 8.
To the world?
No, it's...
To Chris Redfield?
No, everything has already been tied together. If you play 7 and you play deeply, there are connections to everything. Like, hey, look, here's the Raccoon City event. Here's this. So it tells you in the world what's going on. It just gives you glimpses and stuff. But 7, 8, and I believe 9 are just going to be their own little, like, Ethan story. Here's what he's going through. Blah, 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 blah.
So here's my question.
What's up?
Aside from publisher rights and marketing, why wouldn't this be called something else?
Because it might sell, but it would have to... In this day and age, you have to hype it up a lot. like you said, publisher rights and everything, it makes it more difficult for companies to sit there and say, hey, that's her sister. That's who Deborah is. And she turns into a fucking evil. Okay.
Now it makes sense.
Yeah, that's why she's so...
What if, just as a thought experiment here, they didn't call it Resident Evil?
Yeah.
Maybe they call it something else.
Deborah.
Resident
me?
or evil
gonna get
are
you
in the
home.
name. Maybe evil because the numerations work. But like Bio-Evil or Resident Terror or something. Just enough of a hint to the prior legacy to just wink at the audience and say, yeah, no, we got you. We know what you want. We'll give it to you. But you don't burden yourself by, like, God of War. Which one? Yes. No, but, like, which one, though? Yeah, the one. So there's only one game? No, there's 6. So which game is it? Well, not Ascension. Who's on first? What are you doing here?
Who's on first? What's on second? I don't know who's on third. I wish I could pick up the freaking herbs, but it won't let me.
Nah, you don't need it.
No, not all.
So
I think
the name for brand recognition, but I think it's a disservice to the tone because now you have to choose, like Star Wars film style. Do you want original recipe, prequel recipe, or disaster recipe?
Don't come at me with that prequel shit. Unless you're talking about Jar Jar. Jar Jar's my boy.
You know, the third one is remarkably watchable years later. 1 and 2 are kind of painful, but boy, the third one kind of is aged surprisingly well. And yes, get past the wooden acting, but that's, again, not even the fault of the actors. That's direction. That's all George there.
Yeah.
The roof is caving in.
Why is it not caving in? It was stable for thousands of years.
I'll
stop interrupting. Please finish your point.
No. 7, I think with 7, they knew they had to get back to what they wanted, and they were building that whole new engine for them. So, like, we got to create a Resident Evil game for this, and we need to make it where it's its own thing. We need to go back to the roots in some aspects, but also stick with some of the things we've already done. So, but they're like, we got to do it in our own way, because this was a completely new director. Like, none of the first 6 directors had anything to do with it.
Yeah.
So they were like, this guy's on his own. He hasn't really done anything else. I think he was assistant director on a Metal Gear game. And that was it. Everything else he's barely been attached to. And he did a pretty good job. I enjoy the script, and I like how they did link it to Resident Evil because it makes it,
What the hell is going on?
I guess, more personal with people. Because now you're sitting there saying, hey, this story about this snowman.
Third person to first person is a very personal shift, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, it is. And
Intimate.
It is. It's,
Shoes now.
it scares the shit out of you, too. You're trying to go through, and all of a sudden, bow, fucking zombie pops up right in your fucking face. And you're just like, oh, shit. I pooed my pants. That's kind of what Nemesis did 3, and they brought that back. And you go, I like that. It's fun. It's exciting. And now, what? Umbrella's involved? Or this was an Umbrella company? Or why something...
Subsidiary, thank you very much.
Yeah.
Legally distanced.
And then you have the link from Chris to Ethan as, hey, I'm with Blue Umbrella, and now Blue Umbrella's here to fix all the wrongs that regular Umbrella did, which makes no goddamn sense. But hey, you know what? That's the story you guys want to go with. I'll take it. And that's not bad. They had to use a different model for Chris, so he looks completely different from 5 and 6 to 7 to 8. Because 8, he looks more like fat Chris, who's been through years of depression.
Or just his job, which is extremely stressful.
Oh, yeah. But he doesn't look like what he did in 7. He looks kind of like skinnier 20-something-year-old Chris with a slight 5 o'clock shadow in 7.
What if we don't give stars enough credit? And the name, Leon and Chris, are the same as James Bond. It's not a name. It's a slot and a title.
Yeah.
You
that's
get
it.
that name when you're promoted into the position. And
If
yes,
it's
there
open.
is turnover.
You might have to get 006 and be Sean Bean.
You're missing the point of the comment.
I know. I get what you're getting at. Yes, I think it would be cool that if that was the
Why
case.
they're always a different person? Because they never survive.
Well,
They're expendable assets.
and that's what
Hey,
Krauser
Stan. Good to see you.
back there eating his ramen. What's up, guys? Don't mind me. But, lávate sus manos. I would think that'd be kind of neat, but they kind of, like... With Leon, I understand. Chris, no.
What the hell is going on here?
Wouldn't get it. Like, oh yeah, you were you part of Stars. Then you went to Europe to take down big old Umbrella, and it didn't work out. By the way, if you guys want to see me play Code Veronica, that's also a good one. One of the few non-numerical games that are really good. But that is, no matter how long you do it, is like a 7 to 8 hour game. That is a 1 day stream by itself, and by the time I'm done, I'm just going to be so exhausted that I'm just going to walk away. Not even in the stream, I'm just going to go straight to bed, keep the stream on, and walk off.
What was Code Veronica's chief contribution that makes it memorable to you?
So, Code Veronica was originally supposed to be Resident Evil 3. So, what happened was Capcom had an agreement with PlayStation that they had to have 3 number series in the game. So what they were working on was Veronica was going to be 3, which had Claire and her story being caught by... Trying to find Chris, being caught, taken to an island. Where are you, Stan? Stan, where are you? Where are you, bad bud? Wilbur!
Off camera.
Yeah. Wilbur! But, so that was the original story for Veronica. Veronica was supposed to be, hey, you're Claire, trying to find Chris, and you get caught, you're on an island, and then you try to escape the island, and you end up in Antarctica. I'm brief synopsises, by the way, here. I'm not giving very in-depth stuff.
Zombies in Antarctica? That's crazy.
Oh, yeah. So before you go to Antarctica, though, you get a hold of Leon. Leon gets a hold of your brother. Your brother gets the location of where he got the message. Leon got the message from. And so he goes, okay, here, Chris, here's where Claire is. He goes, I'm going to go slave Claire. And Chris goes, all right. And he shows up on the island just to find out, yeah, no, Claire left. She left on a freaking airplane, like a B-52 bomber, and is now in Antarctica. And Chris goes, well, damn, okay.
Shit damn, Chris said.
Essentially. And goes, all right, well, I'm going to go save my sister still. And he does. He goes and saves the day. Boom. That was supposed to be the story. It's supposed to be long narrative. And 3, the original 3, was a very short game. It was supposed to be this side game about Jill trying to get out of Raccoon City during 2 because Chris was the only one who escaped, and Jill stayed behind to, get...
No. Wesker escaped also. Where's his story?
No, you find there's a DVD called the Wesker Files that you could get with the PS2 version of Code Veronica X that explains where he was at. That I don't have. But 3 was supposed to be shorter, so it's supposed to be Jill's way of getting out of the city during Resident Evil 2, because what happens is Resident Evil 3 starts 24 hours before Resident Evil 2, and then ends 24 hours after Resident Evil 2.
Chris Power.
And so those are how the stories were supposed to go, and that's why Jill's story was so short, was because, hey, it's just a side story of Resident Evil 2 about what's going on with Jill while she was trying to escape, because we know where Chris is going to be. Chris is going to be going to save Claire after 2. So they wanted that to be the main story, and they just wanted to give you, like, hey, here's what... During 2, here's what Jill was doing, because we know Chris left. And Veronica, even though it's long, the narrative, I'd say the only bad thing about the narrative is Steve, who you can tell is Canadian as all get out. Ooh, Claire, what are you going to do, Claire? Oh no, Claire. Like, the way he talks, you can just hear it in his voice.
Is it Quebecois Canadian?
I don't know what he is. He speaks English. He speaks English well, but
French accent?
he does not. But, like, the way he announces certain words, you think you definitely could tell he was in that area. Like, hey, like, it's mandatory for you to learn French in school, and also, if you speak English, you're the odd one out, but...
It's not mandatory, but it's free and strongly suggested.
Highly suggested, like, you will fucking do this. I'm kidding. But...
You do what you like, but if you want to get employed in this country...
You better learn French, motherfucker, because everything's in French and English. But needless to say... Oh, shit. Nemesis was made to the sequel because of that. Veronica was done...
Ma'am, please stop wiggly-waggling your glowy bit.
Veronica was done as the side story. But like I said, it's a good side story. It changed a whole lot up that no one was expecting. And everybody went, hey, that's kind of a cool story, bro.
You say changed stuff up a lot like nobody expected. Does that mean it introduced world rules or developments that weren't available before? Or it just had you do things that the series hadn't done before and you thought, oh, variety is nice.
Yeah, essentially that. Like, it's still tank controls, it's still everything that I've been... Why will it not? Oh, that's why. Get the fuck out of here, healing items. It had you do things and play the story. It was still the same type of story, like, hey, I gotta find a way to survive and get myself out of here. Get rid of that too. What do I have? Oh my god, I have so much shotgun ammo.
Consider using it.
Yeah, I'm gonna 67 total rounds. It gave you a story that was slightly different than what you were expecting, and it was the first story to introduce Wesker's superpowers. So you're going the whole time like, oh god, Wesker's back. What do we do? Like, oh, you're Chris's little sister. I'm gonna fucking kill you and make Chris regret this. And then somehow he keeps letting you go, and then you survive, and then you find out you get where the progenitor virus came from, and you just keep going. Man, there's so much lore built up in this and backstory that you weren't expecting it, and it was good.
Is it welcome?
Yeah, it is welcome.
It's easy to say we gave you more stuff. None of this was necessary. The complexity does not increase comprehension. It just added more stuff.
Well, you never get the backstory from 1, 2, or 3 besides that pharmaceutical company Umbrella is there that in the city of Raccoon City. City of Raccoons.
Yeah, but again, arguably saying, oh, this big pharma evil thing also had dealings in Spain.
Oh yeah,
That wasn't necessary, but you did that. Oh, but then also, I'm never gonna believe this. This shit happened in Africa too.
That's where they got the plant from. That's the whole thing. Like, how did
change?
So what they essentially said was, hey, the plant came from Africa, and it gives you that backstory, how the plant started and how the virus got created.
It doesn't matter because in RE9, Chris's long-lost brother is going to appear, and this whole time he's been behind the shadows helping Chris out with a father-son Kamehameha.
After
that development doesn't help anything. It's more shit.
I enjoyed it, and a lot of RE fans enjoy it. Like, when you find out, like, oh, hey, the lore gets deeper. And that's what I enjoyed about it. The gameplay, like I said, it was fun. You get new weapons. It's the first time both RE3 and RE Code Veronica both had the crossbow introduced in the same game, because you get the crossbow and it shot 3 rounds. In RE Veronica, you single shot, but man, you get so much, and you get explosive tip rounds. And it's different. Why can I not get out of here? Like, am I just stuck?
It really sounds like good old 13-year-old stuff.
It was.
It's so. Oh, and then it would boom
and then
it's exciting. I get you, but I'm not sure I would classify that as lore developments. We wrote more plot points in, and we're winking really hard. Like, no, we knew the whole time, man. That stuff that we revealed in Game 7, we totally knew it was there in Game 1. We just didn't tell you because it's more dramatic that way.
That didn't hit me.
Down on it.
You dying on me over here, man?
A little bit.
I was waiting for. I thought that was you. I'm like, so help me, God.
Deborah! This isn't you!
Well, it says press 2 buttons, but that isn't necessary. 1 button will do.
Will it? Oh no, that may not be your thing. You may watch it and say, if you watch me play it, you may be like, dude, that's shit. And I'm gonna look at you and go, well, okay, that's your opinion. I get it. Not everybody has to like these games. And to me, I enjoy them. It's survival horror. It's fun.
Stop crying. She's trying to kill you. Don't you think I know that?
Some people really enjoy carving up large monsters for body parts so they can make a cool suit out of it.
Yeah, they do. I'll give you that. Where'd you go?
That is sheer mechanical satisfaction. Nobody's saying, and then the world expanded. Yeah.
Veronica, yeah, a lot of people go, hey, Veronica's a good game for the fact that It expands the world and gives you. It's more depth. A lot of people, the biggest complaint, like I said, is Steve. Steve is the biggest goddamn complaint that everybody talks about. Like goddamn, if Steve wasn't written so poorly, it would be better.
What's the bad part? The part where he's Canadian. Oh, that's just not fair.
It ain't that he's Canadian. I have no issue with him being Canadian, trust me. Okay, now I got hit. It's... God! I'm staying down. Oh shit. Yeah, full heal.
Wow. That affected me too. Thank you.
Yeah, anytime. Oh no. I guess you would have to say it and be like, hey, I do or don't like this game. Because if I did a deep dive into Resident Evil, that would be part of it. Because I would...
Like is perfectly fine. Saying, I like things. But when you examine something and you assign it terms that don't quite mean what those words mean,
Like what?
that's where I start poking fun.
Like what?
Like, that's deep.
It is...
More stuff equals deep? Well, no, not automatically, but it's good. More stuff is good. Yeah, more stuff is good. But it's deep.
I never said it was deep.
Like,
I just said it added more lore.
it's our world. This is taking place on Earth. It's our world. What's there to expand?
How...
Well, then they went to Poland and they had the Ultra X virus. Okay, that didn't have to happen, but I'm glad that it's here now. I guess was it a good time? Oh, it was a great time. There were dinosaurs. Were they zombie dinosaurs? Yeah, man, there were zombie dinosaurs with laser eyes. Sweet.
What is this,
That's
Dino Crisis
fine.
3?
Sure. If the experience is lit, let it be. Let it exist. I will just have to take it very unseriously. In the same way as everything being shown to us here in this scene is meant to be taken dead serious.
Well, no.
A character we never met that is tagged to a series long-standing character is searching for a long-lost sister, or maybe recently lost sister, who's been experimented upon and has become a BOW. And now it's a revenge quest for her, but we're still at the part where Leon's hairdo is awesome and he goes, Ada, here? This only happens every time. So,
It does.
all the lead up that is meant to make us feel invested is absent because it's given to us with cool scenes. And you've seen films before where it's made up of perfectly fine scenes that don't connect in any way. Like a good movie this does not make, but on their own, this is a music video. Yeah, I gotcha. You fill in the gaps with your own imagination, your own mind. And if it's pitched appropriately, I accept it, I embrace it, it is my long-lost child, we're cool.
Yeah.
But when somebody tossed Leon a ring earlier in this descent of this Indiana Jones minecart excursion, am I supposed to get something from that in the U-weapon? Yeah, absolutely, because in Chronicles Chapter 3, that's a thing. Again, you've added stuff. You've added complexity. Well, excuse me. Yeah, complication. It doesn't help the narrative experience at all. But if you're paying attention, this references that, and that makes this shit deeper. Right?
Sure.
Automatically. Why don't I get a cube phone? Well, you almost do.
Simmons there.
It's a smart glass panel.
Hunnigan, you need to be careful. I think he's the one who did all this.
Simmons.
Irving. And then he responds on the phone, Roger.
Sheva, Roger. Chris, Roger. Roger, Roger. Sheva, Roger, Chris.
No, I'm Roger. I'm Roger.
Sometimes adding more lore to me though gives you the tidbits of what you were looking for in the game though. Like, I mean, I get you're like, oh, was it necessary? Not necessary. No, not all the time. What will that do? Steady.
Once upon a time,
Mm-hmm.
when we were a little bit younger and more susceptible to toys,
Yeah.
I used to collect the cardboard backs of the blister packages and certain things like Transformers, because advertisers would list numbers, like the stat sheet on a certain Transformer their speed and toughness and bravery rating and their charisma. And that seemed to really matter, because maybe there was a universal yardstick where these things would be matched up deathmatch style, or maybe a crucial plot point would be unveiled in a unified story because one character's stats outmatched the other, and that's where the downfall happened. And it seemed really significant and important, except that was a lie. The numbers were never consistent to their own selves, and depending on which brand, which phase of marketing existed, we were led to believe that more numbers, more graphics, more things equaled gained value. Turns out, it was just there to lure you in, take your money, and dump you, and then the next load arrives. Either you buy in or you opt out, but you already give them some money to begin with. And when I see this kind of slapdash approach, I learn to oil and water it. Sometimes more detail is not better. We'll dip back into something that you haven't seen yet, which is Dead Space 3. It becomes laughable where the plot begins to go and how the characters act. I'm even going to say they'll act much more RE style than what they had before, where there's big emotions and big tension, and it's so intense, Everything's at stake, everything's in peril. But it doesn't have to be. You could pretend that you're a human being and you have a rational set of options. No, man, it's all in or nothing. If you ain't first, you're last. And if we are agreeing that what we're seeing are cartoon characters, okay, then the tone is consistent. But if it starts to wobble back and forth between believable and just a pastiche of itself, that's asking way more of maintaining an even tone expectation. Also, let's just, since we're here for the second, you're holding a switch in front of a stonework door of enormous iron wrought gates. Yeah? Not enormous. Really big, though.
Yeah.
If we walk back to where we were, oh no. Somebody might have dropped. Was it me or you?
I think it's...
Well, we'll see what happens in a few minutes.
Oh no, you're over here.
This shaft. Oh, you're still on my screen. I guess we're not fully interrupted.
What are you doing?
I'm looking back at these lights from where the cutscene ended, because it's a video game, so we just ran forward. But I'm trying to connect this rotted-out wooden catwalk in a ostensibly bored-in shaft, but there's still stonework and stuff. I'm just trying to figure out what order of Franciscan monks tunneled 2 miles into the earth to make a secret stone chamber for Salazar to hide his goodies. Like, that's my question. Oh, thank you for spotting the emblem.
Is the video quality on your end bad?
Considering I'm not streaming what you're seeing, no, it's a tiny bit fuzzy.
Okay.
Oh, I see. So we are disconnected then, because on your video I'm running into a pit.
Yeah, you're still running in the same spot. This isn't Halo, right?
If you go to pull the lever, what happens?
Well, let's go find out. Oh, I don't have to click in the button. Good.
Oh, jolly day. I'm gonna guess that the gate does not open.
No, I'm frozen. So...
Okay.
The hell?
Well, good thing we're at chapter start.
Yeah. Alright, send me an invite. You can also dual wield in Resident Evil Code Veronica, which I enjoy. Dual wielding is kind of neat.
Oh. It's Tuesday, Chucks, that's why.
It is Tuesday.
It is Tuesday. So, I'm sure Steam will bounce back in a second.
Oh, they updating?
I'm disconnected for unknown reasons, so I'm gonna guess probably maintenance.
I am not.
Last time it was me first and then you next, so
Oh, no.
I'll give it a second.
Yeah, it says no connection.
Now that you're... If you dare to engage this, try to process this. Is it harmful to enjoying Resident Evil to do what I do? Like, we fell through who knows where, and now there's more castle ahead. Is it meant to be, let it go, don't follow it, don't worry about it, just focus on the action at hand?
No. Resident Evil, you were supposed to build the story around you. Like, the way I play Resident Evil, if I wanted to go in depth and let everybody read the lore and do everything of the sort, I would read every diary in the first few games. I think my connection's slowing down too, by the way. Let me go here. It's gonna. Oh man, we keep losing subscribers, which is nuts.
No, it seems pretty stable. The viewership goes up and down by a few. It's fine though.
Oh yeah.
If
Count.
if I want to use the example of OG Doom 1 and 2, doesn't matter too much, and then Doom 2016 and Doom Eternal, I would argue that Doom 2016 had a fantastic middle point, like really solid middle point, in which there is lore, and it is there in the diaries, but if you don't want it, you can just traipse right past it. Does not affect your core experience. If you pause and read up on stuff, or choose to linger around certain audio diaries, you might get enjoyment out of it, but it's not so cloying that you are out of the loop if you don't read it or follow it. And the character is frequently dismissive of what is supposed to be happening in the world. Spiteful, almost. Like, oh, hey, gingerly extract the thing from the device. Punch, punch, smash, smash. Oh, okay, fucker, there's only 2 more left in the galaxy. Hope you're happy with doing this. So that's the mood. And then, regrettably, from my perspective, the follow-up to Doom 2016, arguably the sequel, a hard line dives into comic book lore and telling and characters, writing in all this extra stuff that was entirely unnecessary. But hey, I'm back up.
I think I am too. Yeah.
If you dare to engage with it, and you like to hang out with comic books because, again, more details equal to better storytelling, then that feels really good. That feels like the thing that you love just got better. But if you had a good appreciation of the events at hand, such as they were, and things were balanced, as Thanos would say, perfectly, as all things must be, and then you just keep on adding more sauce, you're shifting the flavor that there is definitely more there, but you are now overbalanced. I would argue that's not a good thing. When you are young and they tell you to go to sleep, you don't want to go to sleep because the world is still happening out there and you want to experience the world. So going to sleep is a punishment. You're being left out of whatever's happening.
Yeah, you don't understand that at the time.
When you get a little bit older, you've seen enough where, especially in a work rhythm, you're pretty happy skipping a portion of the day, especially because you know how this shit's going to go. Nothing new for you there. This will not meaningfully enhance your experience, but life keeps heaping on more. And part of you starts to say, let's filter past that. This is not critically gainful of my experience. But other young people also happen, and they go, oh my god, can you believe that this happened? What's a TikTok? Oh, is that the new MySpace? Yeah, sweet, go enjoy that. Dude, like, you don't get it. Like, man, this is the hippest shit. This is what's happening now. I'll see someday. I'm not saying be dismissive as an adult. That's not what I'm saying. But at some point, adding more to what exists is not an unequivocal good. Adding more tastefully, adding more with balance, or a degree of artistry, let's say. Taking away a little bit, adding a little bit, it creates it just right. Let's use steak as a parable.
Yeah.
Most people don't like well-done steak.
Okay, send me that invite again.
But I'm strange. It's my taste receptors. But most would say you threw in too many heats. Steak too hot. Where's the juice? You did it wrong. And I would have to acknowledge, yeah, I'm in the minority here, guys. The majority of people want a little bit of pink, a little bit of flavor, a little bit of the salty water to gush in their mouth. Because you're a hunter. You're a hunter-gatherer. You kill this animal by yourself. But I can't do that. I get nothing from it. I'm not going to deprive you from doing the thing. But I cannot sit and claim my way is the best way. Only that my body prevents me from enjoying things in a way that is generally agreed to be correct or preferable. Whereas the majority of folk would also say that Rare steak is a similarly acquired taste. If you just want to touch the cow to the branding iron and then set it loose on the table, that is also a specialized experience, and it's not for everyone. But if you want to hang out there, then please do it far away from me. So, go ahead.
Well, you brought up steak, so fat guy talking about food. Steak to me, it doesn't matter how it's cooked. I enjoy it until it's burnt.
So if I squeeze some lemon on it, that's good enough for you?
It could be potentially, yeah.
But see, now you're a steak apologist. Now you're like, I'll take it. However, I don't care. I have no self-love or standards. Just give me what I love.
I enjoy the flavor steak gives no matter what. I know that's a weird thing to state, but I am just one of those people that's like, hey, steak's good.
It's not weird. You're an abuse victim. It makes sense. You'll take it however you can.
Well done is good. I haven't had anything else. Eating raw meat is off to me. I eat raw fish all the time, man. I just mentioned I ate sushi earlier today.
Deep fried sushi.
I am one of those people that see someone like, yeah, you can eat raw cow, or not raw cow, but raw horse or raw bear in Japan. You know, that's ballsy. I want to try that.
Little history there, huh?
It seems gross. It may be gross, but until I try it.
One's dipping a toe, one's mainlining. To the point where you actively attack other people for their choices because they don't conform to. Whoa! I shot that snake on my screen.
And I got hit by it. Son of a bitch.
I don't understand how that happened. Okay.
So,
in this parable, in this parallel of steakness, you take RE any way you can get it. And
No.
you call out the crispy chars, the charcoal, saying, yeah, the best way to do it.
I would.
But if someone attacks steak, you say, what the fuck you say about my steak?
No, I get people don't like everything. Look, I'll be the first one to tell somebody. I know that not everybody has the same taste as I do, and I'm not going to attack anybody for not having the same taste as I do. Just like with Kwai being like, I don't like eating raw meat. Dude, I'm not going to bother him about that.
Charming.
It's his choice. He's a grown ass person. Oh, that's how do I slide? Not by running into it. But good food to me is good food, no matter up to an there are some extents. Like you're like, hey, let's go eat guano. No, I'm not eating batshit. But if you're like, hey, let's go eat Rocky Mountain oysters. You know what? Yeah, I guess we can. Let's go try it.
Who does their decorating, I wonder?
Do you know what Rocky Mountain oysters are, sir?
Testicles.
Bull testicles, yes. I mean, I get it. There's some crazy food out there that just isn't for everybody's taste. I'm not gonna rag you for it. I'm not gonna say you're wrong. I'm not gonna do that. Same with like if someone came up to me like Resident Evil isn't the best franchise.
Well,
You know what? According to a lot of people, huh?
It doesn't walk up to you, it puts you down, saying, if you ain't eating the thing that I love, you are just wrong.
No.
Because then it's a personal combatant issue. It's okay. You're being aggressive for no particular reason. Can you maybe not?
I do that. Deal with it every day, man. You'd be amazed. I have to let that shit slide, and it's helped me out with the job that I have.
Uh-huh.
So just be like, you're an asshole for no reason. I don't know who you are, but you're just an asshole. Yeah, okay, that's your opinion, man. I know you don't know me.
You're the reason I made poor choices all my life. That's how that works, yeah.
Yeah, and that's what you kind of just have to do. Like, okay, that's your opinion. Just tell me what's going on. Show me on this doll where society hurt you. And that's what you got to do. And then somebody came up to me and was like, "Hey, you're get the fuck out of here, homeboy. Like you're eating a meat, raw meat is disgusting. You know what? I know I'm in the raw minority of that. Will I do it consistently? No. I know there are health risks. There are a shit ton of health risks eating raw meat, especially in fish. But to sit there and say, hey, I tried something new is mainly my thing. I want to sit there and say, hey, at least I can say I tried it. I know it's now shit and disgusting. Let me try something else. Let's see where this takes us. Not we ain't going anywhere now.
There's writing on this door.
Oh my god.
Evidence of kith and kin.
Kith and kin. Simmons.
Ooh.
Kifkin.
Probably just as rotten as he is.
So, I would say this. There's you.
The ring Ada gave me.
Watch out.
Resident Evil is your favorite story.
Correct, and I know I'm in the minority. And if somebody said, "Well, Resident Evil is the shittiest thing of all time," I'm gonna go, "Hey, that's your opinion. You have it. You're entitled to it. You do you, man." Like, I'm not gonna sit there and try to fight you over it. It ain't worth it. It's a video game. We can debate. Like, I get it. People are gonna say, like, "Well, what about Zelda? Legend of Zelda. Legend of Zelda is a great franchise. Just ain't mine."
What? You haven't played a Zelda game? You're not a real gamer. Wow, what a swing to take.
Yep.
Terrific. I'm glad we can have a discourse that is inclusive of other experiences.
I'm hoping this kills those things there.
It's supposed to be Crimson Heads then, since you kill an enemy and they pop up out of their corpse.
I guess.
I'm gonna go with reference to Crimson Heads.
Yeah, probably. They are. I don't
Stop
know.
it, Sally.
I don't know how much you're fighting. Watch out!
Just enough.
I don't know how many more are coming.
5 so far. And they're wearing chainmail, which is resistant to buck. But not if you aim for their head.
Huh.
Oddly enough.
And that is something that I'm willing to have somebody be like, "Hey, I bet you won't actually eat that." And if somebody wanted to see me do it, I'd be like, "Yeah, I'll do it." I'd have to have somebody prepare it the right way. I'm not like gonna go out and just pull out a steak off the damn counter at a Walmart and do it. Like, I'll go somewhere that may, hey, like, yeah, hey, look, here's raw this and raw that, or here's this type of food. Oh my god, that dude was like turbo.
Hey, is it coming for you?
And so, you know, I get it.
Away, back away, back away! Explosives!
Oh shit.
I gotta use this up somehow. Plant. Robert Plant.
So I get what you're saying. Like, hey, if somebody attacks you personally, it's gonna, like, yeah, that may happen, but I doubt it.
Well,
But
let's do
it's
this. Let's suppose. Suppose. This is a big grown-up word here. Suppose. Like a suppository. That's something else that happens to you growing up. Resident Evil 7 had really good writing. This is not fact. This is conjecture because the game never came out. And 7's writing was so good that people praised it and loved it and it sold well. But it was its own thing, a standalone. And then the people involved and responsible made another game, which is RE8. And the writing is incredible on its own. You don't have to say, like, good for an RE game. It's really good. And before the third game even comes out, at some point, do you not have to stop and look at yourself and go, what have we been doing this whole time?
It's not the water.
Have we been just putting dollars in the wrong direction? Because I didn't know that this series of games could be as good as it is. What we needed to do initially is to get someone to write this shit up good, and then build on top of that with our solid mechanics and theming.
yeah.
Because avoiding toxic zombie sharks, yeah, it's good. It's impressive. It's tense. I get it. It's a variety creature sort of deal. But I never knew that good dialogue could have improved this whole situation from day one. And now we have to rewrite and remake these games again and make more money for Capcom.
Well, you make it for a newer generation because you tell some 16-year-old, or I don't know. Quite, I think you're around that age, if I'm not mistaken, when how we've talked to each other on here.
Well, as an 87-year-old person.
If someone maybe a little younger than him, you couldn't tell that person, hey, you should play this game from 1998. Its graphics are god awful, but you'll enjoy it because of the gameplay and what you'll experience and what will happen, and you'll, you know, most people are going to be like, no, that just looks stupid. I'm used to what I'm seeing. This isn't good enough for me. And
Some of the graphics. Pitch correctly, and not to everyone forever.
Correct. And
That's just good marketing. Basically saying, okay, this exists. If you like this, you might like it for these reasons. Kind of the way I test the waters with a lot of things, such as, what do you enjoy? Okay, here's a couple examples. Interesting. So why do you enjoy that? What's
Sigil.
the stand out to you? Okay, cool. Did you know that these things exist?
did you get the
did?
sigil?
I did, yes.
Okay. Sorry, I wanted to
Once
check.
that's established, you can have qualified suggestions. And you can say, all right, this is going to be difficult to access because time has passed on. We've gotten better at the medium. But here are the good nuggets. You can either A, see where it all started. You can B, get a comparison
Take the high road.
for how things are now versus how they used to be. Or you can deepen your appreciation by saying, you know, I really, while janky, I respect what they did here. I would like for that to come back in the future, and without seeing this experience, I wouldn't know the context. Now, you have been proactively bringing up, well, do you mean the original or the remake with music and movies and things? And even with passive media, you know, watching versus playing media, they can be remarkably different experiences based on your own life experience and context. Whether you're watching old film or new film, and what they mean to you. And your age matters, your experience matters, the context, whether your uncle showed it to you or... Saving Private Ryan is an amazing movie, but every time we watched as a family, my father started to finger me, and I didn't appreciate that, so now I hate that movie. Personal trauma or joy will color things for you.
Keep turning, it's working!
But, once again, the pitching, the presentation is what matters greatly in your starting context of how you're approaching whatever's going to happen next. Okay. Do I have to follow the air bubbles? No, I let you go. So, I mean, Kwai purports himself as a new person. New person being sapient, able to communicate and type. And it's interesting to me that Kwai really enjoys demake graphics or blockier aesthetics. Because visual fidelity is not important. What's important is the mood, the feel, and the sense of cohesive presentation. I respect that. That's really cool. But I also remember when what's called low fidelity now was as good as it got at its time. And we've come leaps and bounds ahead of that. So part of me still thirsts for, well, how shiny can you make it? And not just shiny, what aesthetics can you tie to it that is not just flexing graphical crunching fidelity, but a believable environment or a set of rules or combat encounters. Because
Okay, Leon, go.
if we take God of War 1 as an example,
Leon, I can't get through. Can you open it from your side?
that is probably the mechanically weakest entry in the series at this point as it stands. It was vastly improved upon by its very own direct sequel. Does that invalidate the game?
Yeah, I'm good.
I don't think so. But the qualifier is very much, yeah, you can go see where it started, and there are events that have transpired during that experience that are well written, or well presented, or are meaningful, or exciting. And you have to eat a little bit of jank to get there.
Maybe there's a way to stop
On the other
it.
hand, if you compare God of War 1 to God of War 2018, well, that's really an unfair comparison because they're flat out different pieces of entertainment. They go for very different tones. But the
Everything
new
here
one
is
does not
activated by
invalidate
clicks.
the old one. Just rather, I have to carefully navigate what I am suggesting you will experience as you engage this piece of entertainment or storytelling.
Guess what?
That's a lot of words to say might be good,
We're gonna look for it.
but
Look for it.
they're careful
There's no
words.
guarantee it's even in here.
The words that are trying to optimize your experience rather than misrepresent and lie to you. And there's lying to consumers has become a industrial force these days, and I don't want to perpetuate it at all if I can. I want to be on the side of accurate portrayal and meaningful experiences. Whereas Nutchucks just wants more RE because RE forever.
Indeed. You can never have enough RE.
Well, if that's what simulates you.
Let's hit this crank.
Please. Ah! Please don't hit that crank.
Your partner died.
That was a bad crank to hit, buddy.
Well, it opens the gate, but you were in backwards. Quick shots. Use L and RT to automatically boom.
Guess what? There's no crank here. I'm gonna
Okay,
look
I
for
think
it.
I'm in clear this
Look
time.
for it.
But
There's
you're
no
still down
guarantee
there.
it's even in here.
True. But what the hell else are we gonna do?
Yeah, son. Take that. Get rid of that. Don't really need it. Let's go. Run through. Run.
Okie dokie. No spikies this time.
No guarantees. Just watch out. Make sure you don't get killed. Oh, no, never mind. Yeah, that's all that does.
Yeah, just ruins my day.
What about your crank? What does yours do?
I need a handle. A handle is something that I'm missing.
I got a shovel.
That might work.
There's a handle on the other side. Oh, there's a crank on the other side. Are there zombies coming after you?
There are. They're coming out of the walls. So I need a handle to open up your side, I'm guessing.
Yeah. Hold on.
And
Don't.
You didn't have a handle
Correct.
on your side. So I guess I'll crawl back and see what I can find.
Because you got the little booby trap right there.
Yeah, and that one's static, seemingly. It doesn't move, it just continues to spin. And they placed spitty lurkers underneath it, just to make things more interesting. Spicy, if you will. Because stomach acid is very spicy.
I'm trying to figure out what to do with this damn box. I can't figure out where the... There's got to be something that I have to do with this box. Besides climb up on it and jump down.
Wow! Ancient armor is so good that it deflects sniper bullets.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Incredible. I found it. It was on an enemy. I had to crawl back through and take out the guy. But luckily, now, if I don't stand up into the blades, we can proceed with our adventure.
Okay.
It was not telegraphed in any way, just there's enemies spitting at you, and one of them is unique, and that enemy has the answer. If it was sticking out of his body, different story.
Alright, let's keep
I
exploring.
like RE for the writing. Yeah, I like Taco Bell for the diarrhea. What's your point?
Hey, you know what? Teach their own. That's what you like it for. I like Taco Bell for the enjoyment of the great satisfying horse meat that you get.
Welcome back, stranger. Looks like we're finally making it out of here.
Come on.
Yeah, the
Are we
game-
making it out of here?
Sick of
Don't
these
make me promises you can't keep.
I have played Silent Hill, but it's also been so long. Silent Hill, I was more of a Resident Evil fan than I was a Silent Hill fan. I will give...
Yeah, because you can't leave your guns at home.
I will say that there...
I don't like zombies without my guns.
Not that. I will give that Silent Hill 2 is a better survival horror game than most of the Resident Evil games.
Welcome to the center of the earth.
If you're looking at pure gameplay and storyline and what happens and the multiple endings, Silent Hill 2 did a whole lot for the genre.
If you like Resident Evil, but you also want a little bit of good writing, just play Silent Hill 2 instead.
Yeah, that's a good way of putting it.
But what about the brainless zombie monsters? No, unnecessary. But good news, if you can't take any more of that, then any other Silent Hill game will do.
Did you
Because
get the...
they just can't focus on what they think this makes a series good.
I'm assuming you got the assault rifle, right?
Evil cults. Huh?
You got the assault rifle, right?
No.
It's right here in the wall.
Well, it's too late for me now, I guess. Unless... How do I kill myself?
I don't know. With the games that you have me play, you would probably like Silent Hill, my man. I would say it's a game that's probably right up your alley with the like survival horror aspects.
Silent Hill 1. Find my daughter. Scary monsters, evil cults. Silent Hill 2. My soul hurts.
I did
Silent-
something bad.
What's that?
No, that's what I'm saying. I did something bad. My soul hurts. What do I do? Here's this place that's going to make you feel bad about it. Like, oh, okay.
I don't know how accessible it is to a younger person outside of the feeling of dread. Because most of the things that are happening within the game, a younger person would not have lived through. So you can read it and say, "Oh, wow, yeah."
I promise.
But if there's anything close
We're
to
not
the
gonna let Simmons get
themes
away
that
with all this.
an older person might have done, then it hits you differently with a sense of consequence of choices and actions. But luckily, again, games 1, 3, 4, 5, etc. are a lot less involved and are loved for different reasons. Yes, guns exist in those games, but again, maybe don't fight.
You don't have to. It's the inferior versions, but if you want to just play the games to see how they are, you'd have to get the HD up. He doesn't have.
HD.
Well, how else is he gonna play?
PS2.
PS2, they're on PS. Well, you might. Yeah, you can get a PS3. Buy a PS3 for $50 at a GameStop.
No, because then that gives you the inferior collection.
No, it doesn't. Listen to what I'm about to say. Don't just sit there and jump to conclusions. You can buy old PS1 games on the PS3 and go that route. That's what I did with Resident Evil 2 because I can't play my N64 because I don't have my power cables. So with that being,
Actually, misguided advice because pretty soon you won't be able to buy them anymore.
yeah, you would have to. Oh yeah, do I need to help you? You gonna die like a bitch?
Possibly.
And
But
I'll-
Leon Kennedy never gets into trouble.
Older graphics are better in your opinion? I could give you that. I mean, depends on the game. Like, if I try to play the original Resident Evil, the older graphics are rough. But it has a soft spot. I have a soft spot for them.
Why, do you know of a channel called Grimbeard? On YouTube?
No, I don't even know who Grimbeard is.
I get the feeling that the aesthetic and nuance that this particular viewer is going for, that channel would be great. Because it is a lot of love and study for older games, many of which are survival horror. And the level of appreciation shown is it's wholesome, while being deeply dismissive of their own passions and love.
Hey, there you go. You can get that.
That's a rough death.
You didn't even.
Grimbeard is a channel that frequently covers 80s and 90s games, some modern ones, but the level of analysis and aesthetic appreciation, diving into mood, into sound, into reviews, I find it to be a good, comprehensive look at some treasures that are lost to time now.
Oh, may not be able to get that.
Yeah, no ref for me.
Why am I not?
Back off, pal. You had enough to eat.
No, he hasn't. But I wanted to recreate a video game in a PS1 graphics, but I'm not sure which one. Ooh.
Brave Fencer Masashi. That already exists.
PS1? I'm trying to think of a PS1 game you could recreate. Fuck.
Well, I think we're talking more modern demakes. Take
So
something that's good now, and then try and re-render it. Maybe even mechanically. Assume there are no shoulder buttons or thumbsticks.
Yeah, I was gonna say if you want to try to remake a game like that, oh shit, he's got bombs. I was gonna say like Siphon Filter if you want to try that route, but if you're going modern game, Left 4 Dead, no. You got to go something bigger, more grandiose. Not Left 4 Dead or Borderlands. Don't get me wrong; those were great games. Putting them back in old school graphics, I don't know, man.
Question. Are we talking about something that's slower paced or faster paced? Because many faster paced games that are not platformers to begin with nowadays will be a little more difficult to appreciate and approach, whereas something more methodical might give you a greater sense of satisfaction. That you have time to linger in the environments and let the retro feel sink in. So if you're like, say, oh, try to do a Medal of Honor but PS1, which already exists.
Yeah,
you're fighting a lot of systems that you would expect to be smoother or more.
Oh man, I went backwards.
Handle. On the other hand, if it's something like, it's weird that we can't think of anything at the moment.
I would say, what is the Lost Odyssey? The one that...
Sure, yeah, you could do
What,
that.
I about said Alan Tudyk. What the fuck is his name? Andy Serkis. Right? Lost Odyssey is Andy Serkis. That's the one where he plays Sobu Kong. Well,
Journey to the West.
Yeah.
Lost Odyssey is a different game.
which one is where he plays Sobu Kong?
The one that's not as good.
The one that's not as good. What the
True.
hell?
Lost Odyssey is fucking terrific. It's a hidden gem.
What? You know which one I'm talking about, though, don't you?
Yeah, Odyssey, Journey to the West.
Is it Journey to the West?
I think it's Odyssey : something, and it's such a good game that it's forgotten by the world for decent reason, even though I have it in my library. Oh, it's Enslaved, right? I think
Yeah.
it's Enslaved. Yeah.
Enslaved Odyssey to the West, right?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, that's it.
Amazing title. Just the best. Pops off the tongue. How do I get to you?
I think you have to shoot him.
I can't see him. Oh, now I can.
Come on, hurry! I'm trying to think of another game that might be
Well,
good.
what does the game gain by being more concentrated in a PS1 style? Because if you were to take, let's say, any Souls game and make it in such a way, those are generally slow-paced games that really let you sink into the stress of the environment.
These guys never go
So
down
that would
easy.
be an advantage. You're not generally jerking around being super quick and hyper. If you were to... Because many of the current iterations do have ancestor games that existed on the console. So by saying demake it, you're just referring it to a cousin that already exists.
Yeah.
But if we're talking about something that only exists in a modern sense, like say, you could say Papers, Please, but that's already in itself a demake. So a recent game, well, let's say Last of Us. You could make a game like Last of Us for the PS1. I don't know if it would have to be a sprite-based game, or if you're talking about low poly count models, because PS1 era was diving into 3D without knowing full well how to do 3D yet. But that is also a narrative, linear game that gives you time to sink into what your situation is, what you're going through, what you're short on, what you can proceed with. Has a little bit of item management, and it has just enough sauce, besides the cutscenes, to keep yourself going. Because if you ever were to play that game and then just skip all the cutscenes and run through, that's a very disorienting experience. Forget the part where it's a movie.
There's a sigil where I'm at. Oh shit, I just got messed up by a bomb. I don't even know where it came from.
Our TNT zombie friends. What else? I could argue that a game like Civilization would be interesting on the PS1, but again, what do you gain by the different aesthetic? I think a lot of what Kwai is talking about, or is implying, is the mood of the games, because things like Silent Hill or RE, they did a lot of creative work with limited resources to sell the idea that you, the player, are following a character in an environment. So just redrawing something with simpler textures or reducing models to sprites is a cool aesthetic choice, but that doesn't have to be PS1 oriented.
No,
Like,
it doesn't.
let's say, even something like Final Fantasy 7, 8, and 9. These are games that existed in the PS1 cycle, and each one of them iterated very differently on what they wanted to show the player given their hardware. 7 is well remembered for having Popeye characters, simple looking models with pure under backgrounds. 8 leaned into no one can draw real human beings, and then, in my opinion, 9 solidified everything by saying, oh, we can make chibi characters, but now we've practiced so much drawing with our texture palettes that we can take full advantage of the hardware given to us and make it a cartoonish style that's stylistically cohesive, as opposed to the mishmash that was 7. Even though 7 was more popular, well received, yada yada, 9 is the most practiced and well realized version of that setting. In the similar fashion, hey, Chris Rock Punch, let's do it. Same fashion that 12 was the most practiced at being on the PS2, and as a result, did a really good job of combining its graphical power and its artistic aesthetics. So there's a certain kind of blurriness or lack of clarity that PS1 games offered. You don't really need to see a high fidelity version of Solid Snake's face, just the shadow pixels on his gob and the head bobbing to understand what the character might convey, because the voice acting does all the heavy lifting. So if you want that abstraction, if high res is actually a distraction to you, if you want it to look just a little bit funky, just a little bit messy, then actually you could further demake Deadly Premonition, because it already looked janky to begin with. Because I guess that game was supposed to come out on the PS2 and the Xbox 360, which I mean probably couldn't be more different if you tried. Making that a PS1 game, PS1 graphic style game, already takes a investigative detective rhythm game, which is not fast-paced by any means, and further allows it to just ooze with character. Oh, these sneaky bastards. I know you're trapped turning levers on a bridge. Have some dynamite. You were never supposed to turn the bridge. It was
Holy
always
shit.
a trap. See, okay, good moment. Very good moment that would work in a different game. The same thing we said about Evil Within.
I shouldn't have used that. Oh, shit.
Don't worry, you're doing the best you can with what you got.
What the fuck? Why the fuck did she fall over?
Because everything's shaking. Shaking, 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 shaking. Poison, poison, poison.
Are you shitting?
Shitting, damn it, flooping, flooping, flooping. Flippity, flappity, floop. Ah!
Don't get hit.
Trying to also further process that a little bit with Quiet's perspective as well, because the desire for aesthetic, in spite of available programming power,
Every time I...
you can achieve a lot with more ambitious coding without having to focus on making things look super shiny. So there's value there.
Yeah, there is. There was a game on the PS1. I don't know if they still make a video game maker.
We look at the Octopath Traveler, for example. It's about 2-3 years old now, I want to say. That was a game that really, really wanted to evoke Final Fantasy 6/3 feels. Yeah, we could have made it prettier. We didn't. We went with sprites, and we went with polished effects.
And polished turds.
Possibly. But you're using modern design sensibilities, and the visuals are all that feels old. Deliberately so. That's good. That really works.
Hell if I know.
So the only... rapid bats. The thing that is the most difficult to balance out is if you're leaning into PS1 look, are you also going for PS1 feel? Because, goddamn, some of those games feel very stiff and clunky. And if you grow up with that, that is what you come to know and enjoy. I understand. But I grew up knowing that there's other else and better feel. One of my first games that I've ever remember cutting my teeth into, that wasn't like Dig Dug or something similar, was Dune 2. And Dune 2 is a breathtakingly clumsy strategy game to play nowadays, but you learn with what happens there, and that I've enjoyed watching things develop, feel, become smoother, and more accessible over the years. And I mentioned this to you before, Chucks, as well. Just having right mouse button controls in Command & Conquer is a delightful contrast to how things used to be and how they are now.
Holy shit. Fishy.
Big rocks?
No,
Oh,
big...
fishy.
Fishy.
I just saw the rocks themselves.
Fishy ain't fucking around. He's coming after us. He wants to eat. Dead fishy, I guess. So now
It looks PS1, but it feels PS5. Might be enjoyable. Very enjoyable. But if your goal is to punish the player, Resident Evil 8 will only have tank controls. What? It's a choice, and it might piss some
I'm
people
probably
off.
gonna die.
But how much do you want to stroke your fans' egos versus
Oh my god.
presenting something interesting?
I'm definitely gonna die. I have no way of getting oxygen.
Sure you do. Get to the end.
Yeah, if I didn't die, I would have.
Quickly, give me mouth to mouth. Oh, you lose oxygen by being attacked. I didn't know that.
Yeah, how would you... You can make your own game, but you just gotta come up... Think of what story you would want it to be. what the feels you want to give out is how I'd say. Okay, so there. Oh, there's little sections right there. Got it. So there are spots if you look up randomly that you can breathe, which is bullshit.
No, that's pretty classic design.
Well, yeah, it is classic design, but you can't see it. That's the bad part. You're just like, goddamn.
Yeah, some players hug the bottom, some hug the ceiling.
We're gonna have to hug the ceiling now because we got to figure out where they. I would say, cut your teeth on something that you enjoy. Find a new game. Just pick, not a new game, a game that's new to you, and try to make it in a PS1 style. And see how it goes. And then go from there, and then take some time, develop a story in your head, and do it that way. Why am I not... Where the fuck am I?
Somewhere spoopy.
It won't...
I guess this is not the way.
Yeah, but it's the...
No, we have to go up. Up. The winding stair.
Okay. As I am about to die. If I don't hurry the fuck up.
Mash, mash, mash. I would caution that writing is important. Whatever you want to convey has to come out in some sort of performance, either visually, or through dialogue, or through player interaction. But the medium of interaction is also very telling to the story. You could convey a good story by mostly a light reading novel, or through a shooter, or through a platformer, or through a puzzle game, or through strategy light. But you're trying to balance two very different schools of thought. One is what your players do, and two is why they do it. Some of your favorite games don't have a sensible reason to do what they do, but it's fun to do it. You could write a story for Minesweeper, but it isn't necessary. Practicing coding may have to be something that is a fun activity that doesn't necessarily have a deeper theme or meaning. Or you can try and inject it there. There is a pleasure in crafting something for yourself and for others to enjoy, for sure. And telling a story is a related but different discipline, because if you give players agency and options, you put them in a room full of kid NPCs, a lot of players are going to start attacking children very quickly, because that's what video games do. Just express yourself, right? You say, no, but the story I wanted. Then you have to bind their hands and make that not a possibility. Please don't hurt the children. It's like running a tabletop session for any sort of adventure game. You're inviting live human beings. You're inviting players. Players rarely play by the rules you set forward.
Careful! That thing's still around here!
The cave shark.
Okay, I'll find a place to climb up.
Hopefully not die.
There's no story reason that we're trying to evade a cave shark. We're just stuck here in this impossible cavern space. But
What?
it's engaging, right? We're swimming, we're pushing buttons, we're trying to harpoon it and not die. That's cool. But what's the story here? There isn't one. We got to the cathedral, there was a hole, there was a cave. Briefly, her sister showed up. And Simmons is somehow involved, and we spent 2 minutes acknowledging Simmons. I don't know, guys.
Can you do something about these bars?
I can try. Hold on. I think this might be it.
Yeah,
Would you say Leon's campaign so far is the most Resident Evil-iest of all of them?
it is. That's, I think, why most people say this is the best campaign out of all of them.
I don't know.
Eh,
I almost enjoy Ada Wong's a la
Leon, get out
carte
of there.
more,
It's coming!
because it's a little bit of everything.
Run!
Thanks.
That swimming was very ineffectual. It said keep mashing spacebar, he just sort of floundered in place.
Lena, I need some backup.
If that's a shark-esque creature, it's not going to keep popping up to the surface every time to get you.
Thanks.
It's going to come from underneath, lift your ass up, and take you out that way.
Leon! It's coming!
Leon, it's Something I never do.
Gross. I'm still trying to think of games that he could do. Modern games that he could do in PS1. That would be fun for him to remake.
Fun / possible.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, just do No Man's Sky, but PS1.
There you go. PS1 style graphics. Go No Man's Sky with PS1 style graphics. By the way, we're gonna have to trek all the way back if you want to get that sigil.
Sprint.
So,
Assault rifle rounds. There's no assault rifles here. Come on, game. Don't tease me like that.
not for you. Maybe. Well, there was, what is it? Dragon Riders or Crimson Riders or something like that was a game. For the 360, he could have probably done. Crazy Taxi. There you go.
But that's already a Dreamcast game. That's not that far off.
It
doesn't gain much, but being slightly lower res.
it does, I think. It'd be silly. Diddy Kong Racing. There you go. If you want to do another one, now Diddy Kong Racing was 64. God damn, but it had pretty good graphics. I'm trying to think.
But it's really close. Yeah, the trick is something recent. Something
Not
that is
recent.
either A, a standalone property, or B,
Yeah, but
a vast difference.
a highly vast difference. It doesn't have to be a highly vast. It doesn't have to be a vast difference, technically. Just be a difference where it could be a small difference, and it'd still be a decent, No.
Well, then you do it for the stunt. Like, oh, look what I did. I told you I could make it a slower res. You did. But a visual reinterpretation of a game that only functions here and now, or looks or plays differently. Like, let's say it's like a fairly high-profile franchise like the Uncharted. We already mentioned Last of Us, but Uncharted was more jump to thing, climb thing, shoot guy, get treasure. If you were to make it low res, like PS1 style, I don't know what you gain from doing that. But if you were to make it a 2D platformer and shooter, let's say, then maybe you do get a different experience. I was reloading. Only shoot when it's open.
That's the thing. I'm trying to find something that it would be great on a lower res. It doesn't. I don't know if it has to be technically so modern. I'm thinking like the last 15 years. So if we're thinking the last 15 years, what games will be exciting? That would be. We got explosive like shit that we could be shooting. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
This motherfucker has arms.
Get ready.
It's a mole shark.
What are we waiting on?
Reactions.
Oh, okay.
Damn
Aim for
it.
the dynamite.
Shoot the dynamite. Chamber faster.
Oh yeah.
Good job.
We just blow it. Okay. I like how the ammo stayed next to us.
Floating at the speed of justice.
Fuck.
Think games that didn't exist on PS1.
I am. But that'd be like saying, like, hey, do Super Mario Odyssey.
It'd be smaller scale, like Mario 64.
Yeah, but that's the thing. You already have Mario 64. Pokemon. You could finally give everybody what they wanted in Sword and Shield, but in PS1 graphics, since you would have been like that many years ago.
Is that a nuclear blast?
Yeah, I believe so.
And destroying the evidence.
Let's see.
Thank God you're still alive.
Where's Simmons?
After speaking with you, he left. In a hurry.
Shit.
Where did he go? As he was leaving, he was talking to someone on the phone.
PS1 did a lot of interior environments much better than outside, so a dungeon crawler would not be out of the question.
Don't worry. I've got a tail on him. He's on his way to the airport right now, where his private jet is
Don't get me wrong, like you said, Dark Souls and stuff would be great on PS1. I think it'd be neat.
Yes.
China.
Look at these.
He just gave us the smolder. I was saying that.
That phone is so waterproof.
That earpiece he has is waterproof too.
The BS
Well, the earpiece is enclosed. I don't know how this crystal technology works.
6 months ago called this C virus.
C virus.
We saw cocoons just like that here.
We need to stop Simmons and take him into custody right away.
We have no evidence.
Nobody would play it, but a battle royale
List of suspects.
with PS1 aesthetic would be interesting.
Yeah. You could do like you do Team Fortress. It's a smaller downgrade and it'd be a lot more fun. It's not a battle royale, but you have the.
No. Team Fortress 1 existed in the same time as PS1.
Oh, did it?
What?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Of course. They'll figure it out.
So it'd have to be an implausible environment. Like, we have the server structure for 100 players. And it's a competitive environment, but it's not going for, look at us, we're blocky graphics, but it looks proper jank. But it plays well.
I
I'm
have.
getting credit for that.
I don't think you've seen it. Night Ripper by Puppet Combo.
The one you played for a while?
I played Murder House. I played Murder House in about a day, less than
Hey,
a
look,
day.
I got the assault rifle.
I haven't seen it. I probably will, because it makes some pretty good stuff. And it's not like they're a bad developer or anything. They make the stuff that you're talking about. I want to make a game in PS1 style graphics because that's what I grew up on. And my response to that is cool. And to me, they're fun. They're a nice little. Why won't it let me? Oh, it's 75,000. Okay.
Look at the experience they're offering. You're stuck somewhere. It's much closer to what you enjoy for survival horror. You're stuck somewhere, and you're watching it all happen, and you're navigating an area with limited interactables, and you don't know what's around the corner, most likely. And it's just obtuse enough that gives you time to learn what the rules of the space are. It's a specific feel.
Correct.
And PS1, I think by necessity, had slower paced games.
I did.
I think on some level it's what we have to work with tool-wise works best at a very deliberate rate. How do we get to an airplane from there? I don't know. So if you take faster-paced Twitch games now, outside of racing, I don't know how well it translates, because having high-fidelity environments really helps you feel present somewhere where you're asked to be mobile. Platformers and racers do it better. Sports do it decently well, because NFL Blitz was in its heyday.
Why didn't you turn me in?
So, yeah, misery games where you're locked in a place you don't want to be and are trying to find your way out,
Stop Simmons.
find themselves quiet at home.
Hold on. Somebody's asking. It's Resident Evil 6. This is the Leon campaign. Sammy Rascal YT. So this is Resident Evil 6. We're about halfway into it. This is chapter 4 of... Well, we're about almost towards the end. Chapter 4 or 5, correct?
This is 4 of something, yeah. What
Yeah.
game is it? I don't know anymore. Leon's campaign is completely divorced from reality.
So we have a couple streams where we beat the other campaigns.
Oh no! The pilots are goo babies too!
So it's unique, I would say. Like you said, this is complete. As Browbeat said, I'm Chucks. This is Browbeat that's playing with me. We make Gryman game. I think he's gone.
Audiences are so fickle.
They are.
A big oozy problem.
What?
What is this?
All right.
The
hold
lightning
on.
hawk.
Look something up.
Oh, Magnum.
Do planes work like that?
I don't think so. Magnum.
Leon, Helena, do you read me? There's something wrong with the pressure bulkhead. Get
Yeah.
to the tail of the plane. Find out what's wrong.
You just had a giant butthole monster jump up and destroy shit.
I just watched Air Force One. This is not how
Stay there.
planes work.
Get off my plane.
Something
Really?
that I focused on that I really shouldn't.
Yeah.
Characters surviving action set piece events and then somehow having to continue their lives. If you're a high profile politician, let's say, President of the United States, Harrison Ford, why not?
Mm-hmm.
And you're almost sucked out of an airplane more than once in a movie, I can't imagine the kind of long-term nerve damage you're sustaining. Like, your life is probably a nightmare.
Probably.
So how is that okay? Well, don't think about it. Happy end, right? Everything is fine. Yes, until you stop and consider what these characters went through. And it gets harder and harder and harder to believe in happily ever after.
Waiting on you.
I'm picking up herbs, man. This plane will keep falling forever. It will never ever stop. Party on. Have you noticed these passengers? Their panic states.
No, hold on one
Planes
second.
looking around.
While I'm waiting on you, I'm going to answer his question here in 2 secs. Oh. Sorry, I had to turn my light on. It's getting dark where I live. And I changed my input audio. So, this is okay. I really don't play. I can play Call of Duty. I'm not great at it. You asked me to play Call of Duty 3, I would have been, like 15 years ago. I'm pretty good. Me and Browbeat are small YouTubers. We used to make Let's Plays, but we're still trying to work that out. How to do it again. And this is on PC. Yeah, I mean,
So much better, but he refuses. He refuses. In fact, he wants to go lo-fi. 480p, baby. Let's do it.
yeah, 480. No. We're going lower than that. 360. What's lower than that? 180.
If you enjoy pixels wobbling on screen and a big soup, then I guess this is for you.
Yeah. No. We try to play most of our games on PC. When I stream for the channel, I will do it as solo, but I'll play console games. So I've played
Time.
Zombie Army 4 on console, Resident Evil 1. There's a couple other games. Played some baseball on there. And here comes the butthole lady. You want to explain to him more on this game there, Bobby? Since you're giving more in depth.
We need to open the hatch.
What about RE6?
Yeah, no shit.
Basically, as we've been discussing throughout this series, we did a run-through of Resident Evil 5, which Nunchucks despises. And Resident Evil 6, being the sequel, of about 10 years of age at this point, is an action extravaganza, which has completely unbelievable, implausible plots, such as us hanging on this airplane hatch, cargo hatch with no supports whatsoever.
You would be blown off.
We're just clawing into the metal.
I was clawing into the middle. You were getting hit by a giant crate.
We like to make fun of it because we have returning series characters that have shown zero growth and development over 5 entries in the series, at least. And seeing where the action and scenarios take us. We're playing in reverse order. Effectively, this is the last of the 4 main campaigns, hopefully. With... what is her name? Leon
Helena.
Kennedy is the male. Elena. Elena Fisher from Uncharted. Very good. I would say it has been a satisfying experience due to sheer variety, and it does play smoother than its action predecessor, RE5. But it also has complete lack of gravity and consequence to anything, so you're watching what you think is going to be a train wreck, and then the train never derails. It just sort of stops in the middle of a field. And then the crew gets out,
Plane's gaining altitude.
and
Get to the
they start to
cockpit.
flagellate themselves with cats. And you don't know what you're seeing anymore, but you're pretty sure that it's a special secret event. If you look away now, you'll never see it again. And that's our life, for the moment. Stay tuned for Raccoon City.
Yeah, so you're watching the stream, aren't you, there, bro? Keeping up with chat. Okay, so you see his next comment.
Yeah.
Okay, just want to make sure. Yeah, Zombie Army. I've played 4 on console because it's free on Game Pass. 360, or excuse me, Xbox One. Wow, 360. Going old school there.
All those passengers who passed by are now liabilities.
Yeah. To me, Call of Duty 3, I would say, is either the
Well, Chuck said he loves Call of Duty 3 because he's terrified of the keyboard and mouse. So being the console-specific entry makes a lot of sense.
No, well, it is the console specific, and the reason I like it is I was actually really, really good at Call of Duty 3 back in the day. Like, as in, like, I was, like, top 100. Like, that was, like, one of the few games I was actually good at, shooter-wise.
Are you talking about competitive multiplayer?
Yep.
Okay. So in the stick league of local co-op split screen, you are undefeated.
No, they actually had a multiplayer online.
Back in the good old Xbox original days, right?
No, 360. It was 360. One of the first 360 games to come out. 2 was actually on 360 also.
But that wouldn't have been current. I'm pretty sure it was a re-add.
I believe it was a re-add. I don't think it was... But 3 was...
It's on the console, but it's like saying we're porting it from PC because people like it as opposed to this is the hot newness.
Yeah. And that's... To me, World War II games are a whole hell of a lot better than most games. But that's just my opinion.
This is why I can never sleep on planes.
Ah, Leon made a funny.
He always makes funnies, because he's Leon motherfucking Kennedy.
How do you stand it, man?
What?
This pedigree of
Shit.
like NCIS level interactions where people say sounds and it's supposed to be human dialogue. I forgive Dominic Toretto. I'm not sure what I can do about this.
You can't forgive Matthew Mercer?
When you open the
Who's
hatch,
Matthew
you
Mercer?
destabilize the plane
You don't know who
with
Matthew
pressure.
Mercer is?
Yes,
Leon,
I know
you're
who
gonna
Matthew
need to
Mercer
check
is.
the controls.
Again, it's not how they're saying it. It's what they're told to say.
Oh, yeah, you're talking about script in general, like it's just utter shit.
I'll fly. You do something about this.
Yeah.
I'm on it.
What? Hold on, wait.
It
Okay,
supersedes.
first, switch off the autopilot
Oh,
to
really?
restore
Okay,
magnetic
look out of the
control.
sun flap. I'm
Then,
sure the keys are in there, Leon.
the fourth row of the upper
That's my thing, like what training did he get to know how to fly a fucking plane?
You watched the YouTube video once.
Okay, now pull the lever on the right.
I'm really good at Microsoft Airplane Simulator. That's not the same thing, Leon. By no means. This is not gonna help you at all. Oh my god!
Clear as
No!
crack because of the designers.
I think I just may have killed you. No? Did you survive? No? Zombie late? They're in! Oh god!
Yeah, just set the trip mines.
How many levers does it take to fly this thing?
Holy shit. And I'm getting shot at while this is going on.
It's hilarious. Remain calm and land this plane on top of Shanghai.
COD Mobile. Oh my god, I didn't know they made a mobile for COD.
Yeah, welcome to 5 years ago. It's incredible what they do nowadays. But
Oh,
experience demands are different because people want competitive multiplayer. This is what the audience returns for time over time, that and zombies. So people like me who say, what kind of campaign do you have, typically are left out in the cold. Yeah, man. Take care. Thank you for peeking in, and I'm sure Chuck's now will have more high-quality content.
oh, he puts that in air quotes there. Smartass.
Air Force One quotes.
Whew.
The plane would have disintegrated. It's just, come on. Oh, that was a close one. Oh.
I believe there's a COD Mobile. It doesn't surprise me. It's just how mobile game industry is bigger than console and PC combined.
What are you doing here?
I'm on protected.
In the strictest sense, sure.
Yeah.
There's more volume there. Would you say there's better lore?
Oh god no. I'm just saying it doesn't surprise me.
I love it when more things happen. That's what makes it deeper, more complex, and better. In every regard. Well, do my steak.
We're on our way to meet with him right now.
Quai wants to know: are there any multiplayer horror games you'd want to play sometime? If no, yeah, there are. I gotta find certain ones.
Isn't that an oxymoron?
What?
Multiplayer horror?
No, not really.
Because part of horror is isolation. You got friends nearby, it's less scary.
Orders were to avoid contact.
No, not necessarily.
Okay, well, if you believe to be so.
He
Because
said-
even this is a horror game, but we're playing co-op and we're taking the piss out of it versus saying, oh, so spoopy.
See, it would have been better there if he just took out City. Leon saved my life from Raccoon. Zzz. What? Saved your life from...
They were T-Virus raccoons, to be fair.
You can't do it anymore. A fun one that I think we could play, if they would reboot the servers, would be another Resident Evil game. It's called Resident Evil Outbreak. That's a nuts game. You need to fight a freaking gorilla in a zoo.
You know, I take it back. Portal does qualify as a multiplayer horror game.
Does it? I have Portal.
You have to think about it in terms of where the scary comes from. Or you can be blissfully ignorant and just move past and do fun puzzles with friends.
Watch out for his arm!
If you got chased... that sounds like a Alien versus... Not Alien versus Predator, the new Predator game, like Friday the 13th. Like, oh no, you have one guy killing everyone. You gotta run.
There's a good tradition of that. AVP might have been the first. No, it's not the first.
No, that ain't the first.
They had an asymmetrical team versus single.
He just tossed a grenade. And at himself, like a dipshit.
Did he?
Yeah. He's climbing up after you.
Oh, he ain't climbing, he's leaping.
No, Oh.
He kicked a box!
I'm trying... So, that's the hard thing. Like, there are horror game multiplayers, but... Sherry... Oh, I thought Sherry was dead. I'm like, you dead, girl. It's just hard to think of any good ones. Because, like...
Are they really horror? Or are you entering the realm of thriller done? The team is facing pressure. You have to solve it together. But it's not the same sort of terror in isolation. If Fatal Frame were a multiplayer game, what are we even doing here? It's not about you not knowing what's happening or wrestling with inner demons or trying to avoid a supernatural entity that's out there to hurt you. You're finding a way to trick it, and you're taking the offense upon yourself. You're not a victim of circumstance any longer.
Yeah.
And that's challenging.
I will definitely I will make you this promise, and anybody who's still watching, if you guys find me a survival horror game or any game you want me to play, and there's co-op in it, I'll play with you. It ain't like I'm down to play just about any damn thing. It's just, it has to be found, and don't get me wrong, if there's a crap game, I'll poke fun of it. Are you waiting on me?
A little bit, yeah. Even though Sherry is... Oh, we gotta throw both of them. I got you.
Yeah.
Couples dancing. Right, now I have to go activate the bus.
Oh shit, I just got messed up. Yeah, if something like Murder House was scary and you had to separate... Well, it's scary. Something like Murder House, you had to play that and it was multiplayer, I think it could still be scary. Even if you weren't... If one person was chasing you or you're both surviving and you had to find your way through and you had to work together, that would be a great concept. And it's done better nowadays, but most of your survival horror games that have multiplayer were older generations. Which isn't a bad thing, don't get me wrong. It's, you just have to find that unique game that's two-player, scary as shit, low ammo, and you hope you survive in the end. You don't have to have ammo.
I'm impressed.
Why give the player power to give them the chance, a dim hope of killing the enemy? What if it's, you can't? It's, I'm gonna go fight that werewolf. Okay, enjoy dying. Nothing good will happen here. Find a different way. Well, that's not fair. I feel disempowered. That's the genre. You don't ever get to feel empowered.
How is he still standing?
Don't get me started. But maybe the four of us can stop him once and for all.
I need to heal. I keep forgetting that it's that.
You don't need to heal. Just don't get hit. Ever.
Haha. Oh. Oh man, I just did. I believe you like to say body awareness there, Browbeat.
Yeah, it's a big deal.
Yeah, Toe got caught on the cable. So here's the downfall to everything here. This controller,
Give him credit.
cable connects.
Prepared.
Like the controller with this one has issues with certain buttons. The other one has issues with RB. So like, there's no point. Both cables are broken. Slightly, they charge, but you have to have them at the perfect angle because that's what it is.
This problem is 2 weeks old or more.
2 weeks? You put weeks in there, not years, sir, which I'm surprised you're being so kind.
No, you brought it up most recently saying, oh, I'll fix this.
I did.
Next fiscal period, I will totally amend this problem.
The next...
We're stuck with the same issue, saying, oh no, my hardware!
It's mainly me. When I go to the store, I don't remember to go grab that. I'm trying to think of a game that me and you would play, me and Kwai and you could sit down and play and see what would be fun. That would be horror or survival in aspect.
The Forest. That's the one.
Yeah, that is survival horror, kind of.
Spoopy crafty.
I'm just Outbreak keeps coming to mind, but you can't play Outbreak anymore, and it's only on PS2. I would highly recommend you look up Outbreak. Kwai. It is a very unique game for Resident Evil because now you take the aspect of, hey, I'm an individual who's got to do everything to, now I have a group, I can play with real people. Back in the day you can't anymore, and you can't get on the server, so it's all solo. So it makes it a lot harder.
Stick to your current route, okay?
Thanks.
And you got to figure out your way to get through. And I sit there and say, I applaud you, Resident Evil game, for trying to make a leap at something new. Another good Resident Evil game, not survival horror or horror game, it's a rail shooter, Dark Chronicles. Umbrella Chronicles, excuse me, not Umbrella Chronicles, what the fuck? Dark Side Chronicles or some shit like that.
Sherry said she
I'm
was
an
meeting
authority.
Simmons in the Kun Lung building. The first
I'm an authority who's had a few drinks in him, so let's not count Chuck's out because he's had a few drinks in him, okay? Let's give him a break. Oh, I just
Depends on
bought...
how the rest of his body awareness goes.
It was only once. Hey, one time out of this whole stream, I'll take it.
Do you drop golden eggs, little boys?
Whoa. I got a golden ticket.
This way.
What was that?
Multiplayer.
Trouble.
Duke Nukem. It ain't it's not horror, survival horror, but that'd be a fun one. Original, Duke Nukem 3D.
Okay.
Right, Chucks. You just keep running your mouth. You sit over there and just keep saying what you're saying.
Well, Dead Space 3 is on the docket. That's
It is.
co-op.
Yep, Dead
And
Space
it's
3.
heavy air quotes horror. Only in the cosmic sense. If you apply your brain
We need to unlock
and
it from the other
realize,
side.
oh, these events are catastrophic. There's no salvaging anything here. At that point, it's a horror game. Outside of that, it's
We need to
merely a
unlock it
thriller.
From the other side.
From what I recall, a good-looking thriller. But I think there's a very nebulous emotion, feeling, perception that you're going for
Great.
that most games don't address. They wear the label. It's like saying roguelike.
Let's just figure
Okay.
out a way to open it.
That addresses a feature set of easy to die and necessary to die to get a little better at the thing. But you can take the same number of directions. That's a cool scene.
Mm-hmm.
Deserving of a better game, once again.
What the hell?
Good to see they're back. Not.
Guess that's
Yeah.
why the whole street is on lockdown. The residents were trying to keep it out.
See, that's some Silent Hill shit.
Well,
Yeah.
this one is
The way
different.
this is directed and shot and framed. Several times more
That's a new
uncomfortable than the
trick.
shark. Why does it strike sparks when it hit its body with bullets?
Oh no.
Because it's made of magnesium.
This isn't working.
Can you think
How long are we gonna keep doing this?
a fun
Up, we're gonna run out of ammo.
multiplayer experience that's not Call of Duty, anything that's Fortnite or Diablo or Titan Quest?
Let me try and requalify this question. Are you saying for future play opportunities in general, or are you trying to fit a particular genre?
No.
Such as we were discussing with
Quiet.
co-op thrillers.
All that combined, everything combined. What is something I keep finding? Fucking God. Sorry, let me articulate my words there. I keep finding red herbs but no green herbs. By the way, I found some points over here where I'm at. Anything that you can think of for the channel or solo play, because sooner or later, sir, you're gonna have to bust out some solo play too for these people. Because there are some games that only you would be skilled at. You don't want to go down this alley? There's keys.
I do, but I'm at the store
We
right
need to
now.
unlock it from the other side.
Is that Tony Jaa? Not Tony Jaa. What the hell's the guy who played It Man?
Donnie Yen.
Donnie, and thank you. What do you
I
mean?
thought
I am.
that-
Look at that, a padlock key. 1 down, 2 to go.
The question is broader than I can address at this point, because I think we need to focus on what mood you want to portray. Asking, are there any good games out there?
Yes.
And yes, absolutely. Any you want to see or find engaging? Sure,
There are-
some.
Yeah.
Within our reach, concentrates it further. Okay, cool. And then something that is stream friendly or digestible enough, because there are some games that are very incremental. Case in point, right now, this mood, this market, this economy, people are very happy with Satisfactory. Okay. Satisfactory is a game about manufacture, production lines, and optimization. For some people, that is very engaging, it's relaxing, it's zen-like. They love it. I think it's good for about 2 hours, because it is a much more involved version of clicker development. I'm not going to say don't play it, I'm not going to say don't enjoy it. It's really good for what it does, but you have to be in the mood to say, I'm going to make a space factory and exploit the shit out of natural resources. And it will just continue to self-fulfill to be a macro manufacturing powerhouse. But I don't know if that's something you really want to see on the channel, or play for yourself, or have anything to do with. Not my call to make necessarily, but I would question the compatibility of good thing exists and good thing good for here.
Yeah, there are issues with that. Good thing, good for here.
I will say, yeah, I like this thing. I want to play Homeworld. Okay, Homeworld is a long-time beloved space strategy game. If I were to say I want to play Homeworld, someone else would say, well, you know, actually Stellaris, so competitors will come up, right?
Yeah.
I'll say I want to play it, but what if I think I'm better than I am? We're gonna have some progress resets. Oh, this mission's been going for 25 minutes, and then I made a mistake and everything fell apart.
One left.
Okay, well, I guess we'll see you next time when I beat it, or we're stuck here for 40 minutes until I figure it out. Is that entertaining? Somewhat, but again, is that
Sigil.
what we're here? And
You fucking shitting
let's
me?
not forget the constant pressure of play the popular thing, or something that I want to show that doesn't run well anymore. What if I say I want to play Dishonored, and then we start playing Dishonored, and Chuck goes, "Oh shit, now I want to play Dishonored." Okay, guess we stop and start over.
No, I'd let you finish. I can play Dishonored on my own time. Those are things that we, as a
But then
group,
that's spoilers. Can't have spoilers.
you can't spoil shit for me. Unfortunately, I'm one of those people that nothing. Like, oh god, you're gonna tell me what happens. Like, yeah, don't care. It doesn't bother me. It happens. It comes with territory sometimes. Like, hey, this game's been out for 10 years. And, you know, if you watch somebody else play, it's gonna spoil it for you. And it's been out for 10 years. I should, you know, probably get the hell over it.
I never got around to it. Now it's your fault. So, unfortunately, the question you're asking me is unanswerable. Good stuff exists. Mood, availability, and timing will strike us. I have a genuine interest in running through or rerunning through their Borderlands. But it's a collaborative effort, which is very schedule dependent. So it has to be a little chunk by little chunk in terms of timing.
Yeah.
But if we say we want it, but we don't pursue it, do we really want it that badly after all?
It all depends. Because, so here's what I project to you, Here's what I project on you, sir.
Uh-huh.
Here's what I propose to you. We sit down here one day and we just make up a schedule of games that we would like to play, set it up. These are the days we stream them. And I know we finally got an editor, and he's probably going to go out of his goddamn mind trying to create these into Let's Plays.
Well, that's the pressure. Okay, I got it. I'll do all the fun stuff. You make it watchable. Wow. What a good deal for me.
I know. But it gets him what he kind of wants to, where he gets to learn. So it's not like a lose-lose. It's you somewhat win while doing more work.
Win.
Yeah.
Michael Scott style. I think... Are you having a better time getting to this key than I am? Because I'm running in circles.
No, I'm doing the same. There is a area we got to go to somewhere.
Hey, unbroken box and ladder. Good sign.
Yeah, you saw it right at the same time I did. Like, hey, what do you know? I mean, there are games that I would like to.
I don't even know if you have the attention span to sit idly with something, because from the memories of us recording in the same room, things don't catch your attention very well.
Not
So as a
always.
result, well, yeah, I'm just gonna watch you play this, and then the yawns start, and phone comes out, and all of a sudden there's not a lot of retention or interaction. It's me babbling on, and you saying, yeah. The one time I played as I role played as Joe Camel's cousin, kick people in the nuts.
Oh yeah, I'm surprised you remember that.
That memory stands out. That's true role playing right there.
You played as
So-
Joe Camel.
Entertainment value go down, or it could be that we want to play something and the audience says, yeah, that shit's lame. No,
That happens.
you ain't one. And there's no fault in that. That's just a fact of what I want versus what the market wants.
I
Get done with those powers.
I'm trying to think of a recent multiplayer that we could play. Not a recent. Doesn't have to be 100% recent. Where are you at?
I'm waiting on the main street.
You
Door
need.
you have to unlock.
Nope. Come back over here to the area where we had to get the first key from. I opened the door to the left. Oh,
But there's still a locked door right in front of me. It's to your bad left.
yeah. Why aren't you dead?
Because it don't know how to die. It didn't have a pappy.
I did not. There are.
Are you able to get this? Or
Oh yeah, I am. I'm right here.
Unbarred and checkpointed.
Well, let's go get that stuff. Oh, hey, that's not where I came from. I'm just saying. Okay. There has to be things right now that there's plenty of games that we would like to play. There are plenty of games that I would like to play solo that we can do and talk, like you said. Like there's still ways of doing it.
Got the last
It's.
Get out of here while we still can.
I think now with wow, you just got messed up. With how everything has been, we and how we were when we were first doing it, where I was just so pissed off and angry and everything of the sort that yeah, essentially that I'm no longer that guy, so I'm probably going to be able to keep my attention a little bit longer than what I used to. Did you get the sigil, by the way?
There were two of them.
I only got one. Where's the other one?
I don't remember. Somewhere in the shithole neighborhood.
All right, well, we're good to go right now.
Shithole. This is. I'll have you know, sir. This is premium real estate in Shanghai. Mm-hmm. Did you ever consider washing it up anytime? Well, this is our cultural legacy. Really? Oh yeah, I remember this. That's one of those gifts that stands out.
Oh,
If you don't
shit.
put it back up, it goes in the fan. Just like that.
Oh, the back of her head. Oh, my God.
And then it follows. Good job! We did it!
I forgot to hit RT.
Interesting.
Imagine if that was the end of the story for him. Like, oh, well, now it's a single player from here on out. What?
I need a new partner. Stan Flexen. So I guess I can't do anything to help you out there.
Nope, I just got to pay attention. No, it's your turn.
That's cool.
No, while you're doing that, I'm just going to... Let me buy.
And then I push it into the meat grinder. What does that even accomplish? Like, where's the feeder chute? Is that
Who
an
knows?
effective vending machine?
Looks all clear now.
If it's a food processor, I don't... Oh, okay. I see the conveyor belt.
Well, we have that. What's the game where you get out of jail? You have to escape jail. That just came out.
Way out?
Way out. It Takes Two, I hear, is pretty good.
I hear. I haven't seen anything yet.
I haven't seen anything either, but I hear it's pretty good. Can you give me like 2 seconds?
Sure.
Okay, I gotta piss.
Ada!
What's going on?
Come on, let's get some answers.
Answers. Wishful thinking, Leon, if that is your real name.
Shit, it's locked.
We'll just find another way through.
Such riveting gameplay. Nutchuck stand still as everybody watches.
It's okay, I'll wiggle waggling back in the background. It counts.
Say what?
I was wiggle waggling back and forth. It counted for something.
A little bit. And then chucks it.
I have a very difficult time attaching myself to any location that occurs in these world hopping adventures. 5 damage that, and I think 6 buries it. Because by the time you're here, if you're a serious fan,
Gotta make it to that elevator.
you
Run!
will have seen many of these underground umbrella bases in many capacities. You will have gone through them in various ways, and now that it's a globe-trotting adventure across multiple campaigns with characters who are virtually interchangeable and continue to talk in non-sequiturs to each other, what is supposed to be your takeaway from anything? I mean, by and large, we're just talking next base, next set piece, right?
Yeah.
And the action is good. The action is very good. However, all right, these things.
Man, I just got messed up.
Your reasoning for what you're doing is heavily detached. Who could that be? Who could that BSAA emblem be?
You got to it first. We don't have time to wait.
Like the disjointedness and tone shifts of Leon's campaign are honestly kind
Too.
of surprising.
It's just too much. Like the constant tone shifts of everything is just way too much.
Because there's no explanation or introduction. Like you should just know who this person is, along with whoever Lena is. Whereas, weirdly enough, Jacob and Chris and Ada, although the mysterious and mercurial super spy, have a little more connective tissue between events. And this is your first impression, so why would you keep playing if this is how it goes? Well, because you're a serious fan. And if you're a serious fan, you're just eating this shit up. There's no critical thinking required. Like, yeah, makes sense. Meat grinder regenerator babies. Did you expect anything different?
Yes, I did.
That's just like the game, man. Alright, hang on a second.
Meat grinder, regenerator babies.
What is this room?
Don't know. And I don't like the look of it.
Lávate sus manos. Clearly it's saying, hey, Chucks, you need to use your shotgun.
It's locked.
Well, if it's locked, what do we do? Oh, right, the thing. Well, you've got more ammo, so you can shoot this time, right?
Ada!
Yeah.
Death Roombas!
Fascinating work here. Why don't you have some fun with one of the new prototypes?
Why the flippity floppity flu did it?
Rigged with explosive charges. What the hell is she thinking?
I'll ask her once we catch her.
Leon, Helena, come
Where's
in.
the interactable?
I'm trying to get the lock open.
We did this
for you,
before
but
with
the
Chris, come
security's
on.
Pretty tight. I'll keep trying to hack it, but see if you can bypass it manually.
Okay. We just have to wait for prompts.
Trying to get past the security. You take
Hey!
care of our little
Easy
friend.
with explosions, huh?
Security breach detected in room 1.
Okay, take a breath. We can do this. Just calm down and try again.
Shoot.
Security breach detected in room 0.
0.
Send more death bots.
Security breach detected in room 1. Security breach detected in room 0.
Christ,
Talk
these
about
things.
riveting
Doing well.
gameplays.
You're halfway there.
Yeah, they don't die. They just
Security
wobble.
breach detected in room 1. Security breach detected in room 0.
You know what I really like about
Security
timing
breach
puzzles?
detected in room
What?
1.
They're even worse at 30 FPS.
Security breach detected in room 0.
Which they're not at this case, but just I
Security breach detected
remember in
in
console
room
days
1.
when it's what you had, it's what you played on.
Disengaging locks in room 1.
Hey, you're hurt. No, you're not. Okay. Whatever.
Someone doesn't want us to catch Ada. She might not be working alone.
What the fuck?
It's okay. This is exciting emergent gameplay. Working as intended.
Help me out! Help me out! Dying.
No, you're fine. Champagne.
Bologna?
Bologna. It was safer to let you lay there and have them have their way with you.
Okay. I guess that's one way of looking at it.
Stop right there!
I just ran through it. What the hell?
Yeah, saw that. That's cool. Good powers. Quality nonsense.
Oh, yeah. Oh, no, she crop dusted us.
Wait, she has the same power as the Any ladies? Oh, that's
Ugh.
a hint.
Your friend likes to play hard to get. She always been like this?
Ada!
My name's not Ada.
Don't lose her! I won't!
What? What riveting voice
There she is.
dialogue? Excuse me, voice acting.
I've got her!
There's
Cutscene.
something to be said for quality barks. But in many ways, Japanese is better at barks than English can be. It sounds slightly less cheap. You just think, oh, this is what's expected. Classic, I'll leave this to you. Fan service!
Indeed.
At this point, you're rooting for Chris. Well, maybe you're not because this is the first campaign you played, but if you've been through Chris's campaign, I just kill
Oh,
him.
there's the Matilda.
Chris? Leon,
Rion.
what are you doing here?
This is a series first. We've never met before.
But he knows who he is because of Claire.
Put your gun down, Chris. She's a key witness. We need her.
A witness! She's the one who did all this!
No, it wasn't her. It was Simmons, the national security advisor.
I lost all my men because of her!
And I lost over 70,000 people, including the president, because of Simmons.
You would think this would be handled by other capable organizations.
Yeah.
Like, you know, the ones that are close to the presidency.
That's what Helena is. She's Secret Service.
You're still going to protect
Oh,
this woman.
right. Of course.
Fun fact: Secret Service is under the Postmaster. Not. It's under the Treasury, which is
Makes
weird.
sense. Well, somebody's got to approve the budgets.
Yeah.
And if you don't approve it, sorry, new inauguration real fast.
Captain!
Of all the things she could have pulled out.
What's up? Welcome back, Quay. Ooh, excuse me.
Freeze!
Devil May Cry makes more sense than this shit, man.
It does.
Helena!
He's gonna kill her!
Chris, wait!
We both want the same thing here.
Chris, wait. Not this way. That
The
way.
SAA will handle Ada. You take care of Simmons.
What?
Chris! I know you'll do the right thing.
How?
I have no way of knowing that, but I read your case file, so I got a good feeling about this one.
He's been in this as long
Why does Elena's face remind me of the girl from Final Destination 2, the main actress?
Come on. Let's find
I don't know. I don't think I've seen that movie ever or in a long time.
It's been a while.
I was thinking reboot Lara Croft, but whatever. This works.
I don't know who did the facial stuff for reboot Lara Croft.
If Sherry's intel is on the money, Simmons should be just up ahead.
You mean it was performance captured? It wasn't a completely new person?
Don't.
Now that we can just reskin people in real life, there's no point in creating new characters. Just pick a popular one. Browse them TikToks. Who's in this season?
It's up to you now, Chris.
Yay! I could finally.
I just said it. I just said I'll leave this to you. And the game says, did you mean it as a joke? Because here it is for real. Son of a bitch.
You've never heard of Tomb Raider? Kwai has never heard of Tomb Raider.
It's okay. I'm not going to attack him for it.
Oh no. I'm just with the remakes. I thought you might have heard of it. Tomb Raider is a original.
It's just one more action game. Why should it stand out? There's so many of them.
Good point.
But go ahead. Give us the lowdown.
Simmons.
Tomb Raider. What, the new ones or the old ones?
Whatever you want to talk about.
Oh,
Nunchucks
man.
explains, Tomb Raider.
Nunchucks doesn't explain shit because Tomb Raider. He only played the first of the new remakes of the Tomb Raider, or the relaunches of the Tomb Raider. They're not remakes. All I know is Lara Croft was a big deal back in the '90s because of the games. Her being an archaeologist who goes on this. Okay.
See? Context.
Yeah, context. Yeah, no, okay, yeah. Then yes, I was referring to her.
You think people were mad at the Tifa redesign for the Final Fantasy VII remake? Oh, they were so mad about the remake for the Tomb Raider relaunch. Where did you put the chess beefers? Everyone cried out.
Yeah.
And it's not the 90s anymore, replied the producers. But then, if it's not the 90s anymore, how do you explain Instagram?
Why does Simmons look like a younger ripoff of Colonel Sanders? Like,
Maybe they're related. GMO chickens, bioweapons, I can see the connection there.
President's dead.
Well, we have Leon to thank for that.
God damn you, Simmons!
Dispose of them.
actually kind of reminds me of the Colonel Sanders from the South Park episode.
I don't have a reference to that.
It's like Scarface. Chicken's been banned in South Park. So Colonel Sanders is like the Colombian drug lord that Tony Montana gets in with.
I see.
Yeah.
Over a family death as well?
Make it to that door?
Mm-hmm.
Why don't we just waste it?
I believe. It's been a while. It's like 2005, 2006.
I do have better things to do.
What are you two gonna do?
But it's really funny.
Well, what's harder to watch, the American History X Curb Stomp or the Scarface Shower Chainsaw combination?
Simmons wants it.
Shower chainsaw. Curb stomp's hard.
Really?
Shower chainsaw to me. Ooh, yeah. Just the imagining of pain. It's like the like one of the things like a lot of people like pictures can't like make you feel bad or hurt you in any way. Have you ever seen the pictures of like the diagrams of the torture method of the, I think it was medieval times, where they would turn you upside down and cut you from crotch to head because you would live a lot longer? Those are painful. Just
Let's see.
yeah, they have little diagrams talking about it, and like those are just painful to look at and just imagine. Like, holy shit.
Well, hanging upside down is enough to deal damage over time. But if you want to make incisions happen as well, okay. That ups the ante. There's a long time colloquial tradition that in medieval Russia, putting people onto a sharp pole was a popular way to let the king know that they're displeased about something that's happening in their kingdom.
God. Okay.
Yeah, just sit him down in a sharp pole. And time takes care of everything else.
Yeah, are you talking like how Vlad the Impaler did?
No. Well, yes. But he gets a lot of credit for being a Georgian Turkmeni man.
We can't let him escape.
You can picture what you want, but it doesn't even have to be forcible.
Oh, no. His wasn't. He would just let him sit on there and grease it up.
Uh-huh.
That's essentially what would happen, which is painful.
Yes,
Oh,
merely painful.
Just
For everything you've done.
that's the easiest way to describe it, right? Painful? Should I grab the red herb? No.
Depends. Do you have other things to mix it with?
No, I don't. That's why I'm like, no, I'm not doing what I did for the past, like, 2.5 chapters. Alright, now we get a jumpy part. But yeah, just thinking the Tony Montana chainsaw scene, man, it's just painful. And then, you having fun?
I can't find the prompt.
I gotcha. I was like, what's going on? I could just imagining the chainsaw scene and seeing some gruesome chainsaw stuff that you have to go through, like in Mandate, so you know what like this is what you can expect. Like, no, that's not what I want to expect. Seeing a guy stab himself in the leg, that was rough. Seeing a guy's leg almost essentially blown off because he tried to cross draw and accidentally pulled the trigger as he cross drawed and shot himself in the leg with a 410. A 410. If you know what that is, a Taurus Judgment with a 410. It's a big ass bullet.
You're just naming a number at this point.
If you look up a 410 bullet, you'll understand. It almost looks like a shotgun slug, but it's just essentially a big ass bullet, and it just blew this guy's whole thigh bone away. And that was rough.
Another team was sent after her.
Crazy things you get to see.
You're all ours.
In your case, they're purposeful.
Yeah.
If you see this, don't panic. Continue doing your job. What do you think 410 is supposed to mean?
I'm not 100% sure.
After you create another, no matter how many people die.
It's still funny and annoying to me that there are just Americanisms you say because it rolls off your tongue. 30-06. Why do you say it like that? Yeah, because the 30-06. Okay, you seem to know what that is. Tell me what that is. It's like a bullet, but you have a specific sound for it. You keep making that sound. 30-06. What is that? Listen, man, I didn't go to a gunsmithing school. I just like what I like. Okay.
410 bore,
Hey. Is that grain?
I believe.
Is that in millimeters? Does it refer to the cartridge width and depth? Calibers matter. Kind of like saying, just because you think a 45 caliber cartridge should deal more damage, is not at all a guarantee. Because ballistics tables tell you that different dimensions, different harmonics, and different effects.
Damn you both! I'll kill you with my bare hands!
What was it, 7 inches and 21 inches? Something like that?
For what?
Sweet spot for barrel rifling?
Yeah, something like that.
I think I told you before, there's a gun that I believe is a Russian make that I have a fondness for, and there's no practical reason to ever have this thing. But
What
if
is
I
it?
could have it one day, I'd be happy. It's a MTS-255. It is a revolver chambered shotgun.
Oh my god.
There's no reason for this weapon,
Oh,
but I want one. Because it's like a big revolver that is a shotgun as well. What would you use it for? Nothing. I would hang it there and every now and then just start
And then-
rotating the chamber.
and admire it.
And admire it. Pet it, polish it, call it a sweet name.
It's locked.
I don't know the Simmons character very well, but I feel for him. Is gunfire the answer, or do we have to give him a hug?
Leon, give me a hand. I think I can get up top.
Okay, I guess I'll throw you up top.
After I get
Now,
done pummeling his ass.
I'm in position. Quickly, before he becomes a dinosaur.
Yeah, unfortunately. Shoot him in the ass.
Are you saying that the roof throw was a lie?
Elena, are you alright?
I guess so.
Yep.
Now we're on the roof. Why not?
Kick him off.
You alright?
A parallel train? How lucky.
Tell me I'm
How were those bullets not flying, or slugs not flying off the top of that?
Leon, he's coming for you. Get off that
Because he's Al Simmons, that's why. Why is he Al Simmons? Because he couldn't afford Al Roker. That answer does not help my understanding in the least. Please stop saying nonsense things.
That is not... No. No, no, no.
Hurry!
Yeah, man. The transit authority is loving this. This is amazing. Yep, strike sparks. It looks really cool. Chicken bone gun.
Oh, there's a green herb. Bastards.
What do you really think is supposed to happen here?
I have no clue. We're supposed to kill him?
Like, you're seeing what you're seeing, and your brain says, none of this makes sense. Just keep shooting it, it'll work. I'm not sure that's true anymore. Man, this one time, me and Buddy Keith were like in a rail car, and there was this bone centaur with a human face behind us, and it was shooting chicken wings at us, and Ellis, is now the time? Ah, shit, okay. Last one. Yeah, man! Uppercut that fucker over your head. Yes!
Okay.
Simmons is my favorite character so far. Grass. I watched the movie, and I'm not sure how I feel about it, outside that this is the very first time that the audio descriptive service actively, negatively impacted my viewing experience.
Yeah?
The movie is Mud, if you've ever seen it.
I've heard of it. That's with Matthew McConaughey.
It is with Matthew McConaughey, yes. And you've heard films with the audio descriptive track before, or no?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I have. You used to watch them all the time, so I could hear them.
Mm-hmm. This is the first time that the woman doing the narration had the specific combination of elements that made it unappealing to me, which was a Midwestern nasality. The pronunciation by itself is already the milk pillow combination. That's already kind of not my favorite. But then you add the nasality to that, and yep, oh god, that's Secret Service nerves of steel, I guess. One of the characters has a last name. That last name is Blankenship, and his name comes up a lot because the script is poorly written for the audio descriptive track. And she would say Blankenship, 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 like multiple times in the minute as this happens, and everything she said, I had to filter past the annoyance meter saying, no, please stop talking, please. My family. That's Dominic Toretto, his final form. Is a fleshy Mustang. But the movie Mud itself, I don't know how I feel about it. Because I don't know who it's for.
You would die!
You would die. You get sheared apart by cables. The movie is about a story that happens in, I guess, Louisiana.
Mm-hmm.
And it's sort of a story that touches 2 or 3 different families. And it's kind of realistic and kind of a mess. Because it's an ending of a marriage, and a passion murder, and a theft, and drugs maybe, and a shady government past. And all these elements circle around each other, but they focus on the 14-year-old kid that kind of has to do his rite of passage growing up story. And everyone's really sincere about how they feel towards each other and towards these events. But all of it is this sophomore unfinished tone where the world is constantly ending, even though it's not. Oh, this riverboat's all we have. I'll tell you, the fishing authority is going to come down and take this place apart board by board. And you use that phrase 3 or 4 times in the movie. It really means something to the writer, I'm sure of it. But it comes across as this unfocused mess. And the protagonists, or the antagonists, are completely ambiguous the entire time. All you can agree on is someone got dead, and that shouldn't have happened. Now vengeance might follow. But who helps who for why and what? That's unclear. most of the film. Not that you can't figure it out. Unclear as in people don't behave this way. Why is this the thing that's happening?
Is it over?
And it's constant disappointment, constant sloppy execution by the characters who have a plan and they try the plan fails, and they either double down into stupid or they back way off. It's confusing in its tone. And I like me some confusing tones, but Coen Brothers, this is not. So I'm just deeply confused by the movie Mud, which is not helped by the fact that it was narrated by a woman whose voice I found to be objectionable.
This is the key to stop.
But it's noteworthy. It's not a forgettable film. I will remember it. I'm just confused as to how to feel for myself and who this is intended for as an audience. Maybe if you grew up in the bayou on a river and this really hits home from your broken marriage and your home, sure, I can see that. But shit damn, was it not a fun watch?
This red fuel. Chris, we're just outside of Tachi. Why?
We're sterilizing the area, that's why.
Oh yeah, this is explosion scene. Run away.
This is the ultimate in put and pop dispersal technology.
Got to have that jello pudding. It'll be at this point that China would nuke its own motherfucking city.
It's not a nuke.
No, they would.
It's
Wait,
corrupt. Yeah, actually, it's entirely possible.
wait, oh
National
wait,
purity and all that.
wait, this shit's going bad. Nope, nuke.
Well, we can't because there are U.S. peacekeepers still in the city. It'd be a political disaster if we were to do that. Okay, question. Why are some people not changed?
They were inside, I guess. I don't know. They weren't affected. They have the immunity to it. It took an hour. Holy shit.
We'll have to finish the last chapter next time.
Yeah, we
Oh,
will.
we got an S ranking. Look at that. Isn't
Dog.
it funny how it's exhausting? Like, how much more? How much more is there?
Well, I guess it's a lie. We didn't get to finish it. Oh, you got the Mad Dasher and Prancer and
Madasher?
Madasher.
Madasher. Big Trouble in not Little China.
Yeah.
What's a jip? Can we say jip? We can say jip. It's still allowed for now. Are you saying that the Romani people have propensities towards theft?
Mm-hmm.
Then I imply it.
Things just got bad. Real bad.
I'm gonna guess that you will keep on streaming, sir.
No, I gotta hit the hay. I gotta be up at 6 tomorrow.
Keep on streaming. Gotcha. Good plan.
Now, this is where we call it.
All right. Well, nice stream. Thank you for joining us for the majority of it.
Yep.
Bye. And others, if anyone else.
It's been a blast, guys. For Grime Game, I'm Nutchucks.
And Browby will have to find some way to muster through and finish this thing.
Yep. Till next time, guys. See you later.